Buenos dias. Hello, good morning and welcome to another day on the European Cricket Network. Yesterday was all about Mohammad Ishan. He's the first player on the European Cricket Network to pass 4,000 runs, and he did it in style, scoring a century. He's second of the series. Well, today it is Monday. It is Carnival Monday. Which one of the four teams that we will see here today will be dancing into the sunset? I'm Rico Fool. You're watching the European Cricket Series, Spain, Barcelona, and the action starts right here, right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Match day 15 coming up, and I think we're going to have another very exciting day. First up this morning is going to be PAC Barcelona. They are taking on the Catalonia Dragons. Well, we know that a few days ago it was the start of the Chinese New Year, and it was the year of the Dragon. So maybe the Dragons today can fire themselves up to the top of the standings. Let's join the two captains, and there was Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee.
PAC Barcelona the call.
Tail.
Tails is the call. It is tails.
We are going to bat first.
Okay, good luck. All the best over the game. PAC Barcelona have won the toss and they're batting.
News from the middle then is PAC Barcelona have won the toss and they're going to have a bat. Of course they are. Their captain knows that in his team he has got the highest run scorer in this European Cricket Series so far. Wasim Abbas has been in sensational form, 575 runs to his name. Though the last time we saw him, he wasn't at his best, and they did need something like Faisal Shah to put two good performances in to get them a victory. But no Faisal Shah in the lineup here today, so Wasim Abbas is pretty key. I think Ruman Ullah himself, the captain, he's got to stand up tall as well. I'd like to see him at the top of the order. I'm pretty sure that him and Wasim Abbas can get a good partnership going here today. But he knows that he can fall back on some key players. Players with a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience. Of course, I'm talking about Tanvir Iqbal and Cameron Raja. Catalonian Dragons, well, they got their campaign off and running the last time we saw them. They got 2 wins against Barcelona International. No surprises that Prince Diman, who's gone past 200 runs in the series, is their key player. Now, they've got plenty of games still to play, so they could actually make their way up to the top of the standings quite comfortably if they play well as a side. And by that, I mean Prince Diman having to really put in some good performances. We know he's such a talented player. We've seen him make starts, and we saw the last time he was in action, he did get to a half century. So maybe you're going to see something big from him today. Sufyan Ilahi, though, has been sensational for them. He has been consistently performing all the way through. And then with the ball, well, watch out for Ali. Asad Ali certainly has got a little bit of pace about him. It's going to be a fantastic day. Well, yesterday they might have been calling it Ishan Day. Well, today is Georgia Day. Well, it is in the US state of Georgia. Well, we've got our own Georgia here on the European Cricket Network as well. Well, Georgia Parker, over to you. The news from the middle is that PAC Barcelona will be having a bat.
Thanks, Rico. I think my sisters might argue that every day is Georgia Day. Welcome here, though, back to ECS Spain, and you can see there Royal Barcelona taking on the Jaguars. Now, the Jaguars, they started very late in this tournament, so they have plenty of games to catch up. So while they're down at the bottom of the standings, it's not really a reflection of where they are, but Royal Barcelona, they're sitting nice and high, and I think they'll be coming into this one very, very confident. It's have a look at yesterday. The results from the day, the Jaguars and Barcelona. And it was a tough day there for the Jaguars. They wasn't able to get too many points on the board against Royal Barcelona, who are a good side. And you can see there Nazir and Saeed putting their foot down in the second game of the day there. PAC Care and Magic Badalona in the afternoon, though. They had a tough game again in the morning, the Magic Badalona side. No one getting the full 4 points, even though that was definitely possible. Isan, though, he had a great day out, 67 off of 22. And we actually saw a fifer in the game as well. I'll say he'd get that one. PAC Care in the second match, though, put their foot down and have a look at that total, 198 for just the 3. And Muhammad Isan, 121 off of 40 balls. There were a lot of bye-bye balottas in that game there. And it was a great game for the Pakai Care guys. And they managed to go home with the 4 points of that day as well. So all the points were shared around the day. And you can see here the Dragons, like I said, they are down the bottom. But look how many games they've played. They've only played the 6 games. So half as many games as Barcelona International, who are just sitting on top of them and only 1 point behind. So not a real reflection of where they're actually sitting. So plenty of games to come for them in these final 12 or so days here in Spain. And Pac Barcelona, though, they'll be wanting to keep themselves in that top position because they, the top 2 teams go straight through to the Saturday finals, which will be coming up in just under 2 weeks. So here are the 2 teams here. Prince, you can see him there sitting at the top with the Catalunya Dragons. Now, he's been given the wicketkeeper gloves here, so we're interested to see how he goes. He's not been that great with the ball in hand. He's hitting plenty of runs, but he's been tossing them up a little bit and throwing a few pies, so maybe he's going to put himself behind and see how he goes. So that should be interesting. But Pac Barcelona, you think with a Seema bus there, that he might be able to put on a bunch of runs. And, well, the computer's not giving the Dragons much of a chance at all. 81% there to the Dragons, just 19%. And it's probably where we're sitting with this one. Well, we haven't seen the Dragons too much there. So we'll see how they're going now. They're coming out here, and they'll be in the field first here. And you can see there that Prince does have the wicket-keeping gloves on, so a lot of teams changing that wicket-keeping position around a little bit as the teams are now sort of taking their field. And you can see there that I think that Raja Waka will be getting the ball to begin with. So, Rico, do you think that computer is correct? 19% chance, probably about right.
I think when you look at where the 2 teams are in the standings, Pac Barcelona, 2 good wins here against the Dragons would take them to the top. So, yeah, but we do know that last time we saw the Dragons, they did get going. And also, it is the year of the Dragon as well. So, I expect them to put a good fight in here. But, yeah, I can understand why the computer and many people think this could be a one-sided fit. But the Dragons know what they've got to do. They've got to get a couple of quick wickets. They do that, and you see the back of Wasim Abbas, 575 runs. You're in with a chance. Very good morning to everybody. The chat is busy this morning on Carnival Monday.
Do you know what? It's Super Bowl Monday around the world. Well done to the Chiefs.
Let's get played down the ground, just a single. Yeah, congratulations to the Chiefs.
Well, a lot of people putting us on in the background, you'd like to think, on this Monday morning. A beautiful Monday morning here in Barcelona as well. The sun is finally out, and the wind has given us a little bit of a reprieve this morning. Maybe this afternoon some might be coming through, but for now, it's the first day in a while that we've managed to get ourselves out here to be able to watch a bit of cricket from outside of the cube. So just the single there from the first one. So Abbas is going to take himself off stride. Iqbal now will be getting the strike.
Yeah, facing the captain, Waka, and, well, he's bowling to Mustanza Iqbal. There's a great bit of fielding. Fantastically well done. And this is the guy who's been my player of the Dragon side at the moment. Yeah, Sufyan Ilahi. He's been sensational. Great in the field. He'll turn his arm over as well, and he's a great hitter of the ball. But this is what you got to do. When you're the underdogs, this is the way you got to be. You got to throw yourself around. And this one is out of the reach of the field of 4. And Wasim Abbas gets the first boundary of the day. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat already. Hello to Dave. He's having a chat with Rob Thompson. Hello, Rob. Hope you well. Kroom has been in there as well. Hello to Shahag in the chat early. Hello, Kroom. Julian Dawson as well. And also Steve C. And I think Kaibai. Hello to you as well. A few people saying, hey, Kaibai, we haven't seen and heard from you for a while. Great start on a Monday. And I think we're going to have another sensational week here on the European Cricket Network. And it's a bit of a full toss.
Yucky ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's hit me and hit me as hard as you can from Rajawaka. Slower delivery to Wasim Abbas. Wasim Abbas, I mean, what can you say about the guy? He's just been in superb form.
Yeah.
A little bit like Ishan. He's got 2 centuries to his name already in this series. And you can't be bowling there to this guy.
No, absolutely not. Down the leg side, you can see it's just tempting the batter. And that was more than tempting. That was just putting it right in the slot for him. And goes for 6.
Another slow delivery, but this one is better directed. He's not on the leg side. It's a little miss from Abbas. So Abbas just checking with the umpire, saying, "Are you sure?" The umpire says, "Yeah, I'm sure." Let's say a shout out to the umpires. Ijaz Hussain is out there with Saeed Cameron, and Imran Nadeem is third. And of course, well, changeover from the ECN crew today. We know that Tyrone Peters.
You could see the difference in technique of the ball, the coin toss, really, can't you? A little bit more enthusiastic, but it is day one. So big Tyrone, he's left us.
Yes.
He's off to meet his wife. He's very excited about that.
Yeah, safe travels to not just Tyrone, but to the likes of Meda as well, to Amazi, to Shub. No Shuby do, everybody. What are we going to do? Well, I'm sure somebody will take his place. But yeah, welcome to the new team. Stefan Good, Samir is here as well. And we've got Simon and also Mehel and Sam Phillips.
Well, we're going to have to put a little bit of challenge out there to all of our crew so we can get some crowd catchers. It's one of my favourite parts. My dream is to get a crowd catch. I've said that to you before. So maybe if one pops up around here, I might whip my headset off and give it a go, but not when it's coming too fast. Sometimes it's sometimes it's not worth it.
Most of the ones that are coming here, Georgie, leave them because they are motoring. Now I'm doing it. I'm calling Sam Williams Sam Phillips. I don't know. See Sam Phillips, Barcelona international player. What you've done, you've caused carnage between the ECN crew. We're getting our Sams all mixed up. Yeah, Sam Williams is the gaffer now. Hello to Sam. Yeah, hello to the crew that's here. I'm sure they're going to do a fantastic job. Aren't they lucky to have glorious sunshine like this to start off with?
Oh, absolutely. The last few days here have been an absolute... That's gone down to the vortex, the first vortex of the day. And, yeah, the last few days have been absolutely quite torturous, to be honest, sitting out here in the very, very cold wind. But Barcelona doing what it does best. Sunny, beautiful blue skies.
Yeah, lovely sunshine today. Temperatures at the moment currently just around about 10. They're going to go up to around 15, 16, but if the sun's out like this, it feels a lot warmer. Let's just hope the wind stays away. I know that some parts of Spain are being battered by the wind. It's a lot of orange alerts around all over the place with winds up to 110 miles per hour. So hopefully they're not going to come this way in Barcelona. All right, Hamid, his first ball, a bit unlucky, goes for 4, bowling to Abbas. And Abbas gets tucked up this time. We're talking a lot about Abbas. I want to pay attention to his partner. I mean, it's Mustansa Iqbal, and quite often I refer to him as the monster.
Oh, the monster.
He is, I mean, if he gets going, he is such a hard hitter of the ball. Yeah. And I remember being here a couple of years ago and seeing him score 2 centuries in a series. If he gets going, he can really hurt you. He's an incredible striker of the ball.
Did you nickname him Monster, or do anyone else?
I did. I called him the monster. Well, at the moment, Abbas is saying, don't forget me, because I'm a bit of a monster as well. As he smashes this one out the ground, this is what you're going to see from Abbas every time that he's being given that sort of length.
Yeah, and that one is going to be hit out of town any time it's hit like that. There's Sam, one of our new crews. And he hits them big when he times them well, doesn't he? Yeah. Already 22 off of 8.
Approaching 600 runs in the series.
Yeah,
so what? He needs 3 more and he's on 600. That's quite incredible. And there you go. He does it in one hit. This one is going to well, Sam, you might as well stay there.
It's same, but bigger, that one. It's exactly
this
the same
is Steph
spot.
now.
Yep.
Steph goes there. Well, this is Shub territory. No Shub in the house.
It always makes me laugh. Everyone just tries to show off their skills a little bit, whether it's catching or I can throw that far. It's all good. It's all a bit of fun. It's a lot of cricket, and a lot of players, a lot of the staff want to get involved. Most of them cricket players themselves. Were you a cricket player, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
What were you, batter or bowler?
Mainly a bowler. I batted around about 7 and 8. Went into, it was a different format, the game. I haven't played any T10. I've played T20s, but mainly played the all-day game. So when I was going into bat, it was when we needed runs quickly or we needed to drop the anchor and just block them out.
Yeah, that's it. I'll just wait 6 balls and block, defend.
Different game then. But yeah, mainly a bowler.
That game still exists.
It does, yeah.
And there's a spot for all of the different types of game. I think it's a great test games is great to watch. A great T10 games, great to watch as well. And we actually saw a couple of days ago that it doesn't have to be high scoring for a T10 game to be exciting. It doesn't have to be this 200-run type of score.
You know what? I was talking to some Spanish the other day. Let's see this last ball from Hamid. That's gone magical already this over. It gets played away. It'll only go, should be just the one. Fielder makes a stop. So going away very nicely. Back Barcelona at the moment, 34 on the board. Yeah, let's look at the standings first, because normally after the second over we see the standings and we can see the importance here. The Dragons, well, yeah, the Dragon, well, they need some luck. They need to start breathing fire and spread those wings and start moving towards the top of the standings. I mean, they are at the bottom, but one key thing here is even if they pick up a couple of points and lose both these games, they will take themselves above Barcelona International. But they were, Sohal Hospitalet are playing later on today, so I think the Dragons probably thinking the team they've got to try and catch is Hospitalet. So key matches for them. And Pac Barcelona, as I said, they're looking to go to the top of the table if they can do the octopus here today. But going back to cricket, I mean, as you probably gather, though here in Barcelona very different. But in Spain, cricket's not a huge sport. So I've been talking to a lot of the Spanish and introducing them to the T10 format. And I have to say, this one, has he got enough of this? He does. It's a perfect chip. I think somebody like Rafa Nadal will be very pleased with that chip. He times it to perfection. But speaking to them, they say, look, we love this format. It's great. And what they were talking to me about, saying they'd love to see a shorter format of the game of football.
Of football, yeah.
Football. Yeah. Because they're saying, football now is getting sometimes a little bit boring, and teams are just, there's no excitement in some matches. They're not going for the win, and talk about excitement. A little bit of excitement there for the fielding side, but this is another one that has found the edge and goes to the boundary. So Wasim Abbas just keeps on swinging, and at the moment, he's having a little bit of good fortune. Hay poquito de suerte ahí por Abbas, 4 more. And look at that. Iqbal has faced 1 ball and got 1. Abbas is hogging the stripe. They won't find out while he's hitting it like this. Interesting also here that we have Prince Diman behind the stumps.
Yeah, interesting. We both looked at that and said, hang on, is that Prince behind with the gloves? We've not seen this from him, from the Dragons. He has been bowling, but we then did say he's not been bowling really well, and that's not been bowled well either. That's gone straight down the ground for a 6. And Abbas is going to keep pushing his total up.
Yeah, well, now he's eyeing up a pretty fast half-century, 45 of 15. The thing with Prince is, and I agree with you, we saw that after being hit for a magical over, the first over he bowled in this series, he went and turned to spin, which sort of served him okay. He picked up a wicket or two, most of it. I remember he took a very good corner bowl. This will just be a single, so Abbas will have to wait for the half-century. But you know where they're really going to miss him? Here, in front of us.
Yeah, he's been taking good catches.
He's an incredible fielder, so I don't know about this move. I really don't. I don't think this is going to work in favour for the Dragons.
I mean, you did some good journalistic work a few days ago to find out why Basali was so low down the order for Barcelona International. So maybe you can do some of that work here and see, why do you have the gloves, mate?
Yeah, I mean, one day, it could be another reason why we've not seen him steaming in and bowling. He could have an injury, but yeah, this is almost like they are the Dragons. It's almost like you got the Dragon chained up behind the stumps here. End of the over, end of the power play, and pretty decent one. We've seen power plays, sort of, I would say, average power plays here, being in the 40 to 50. So they're right on course for a good score. And I think here, Pac Barcelona are probably feeling that every time they get past the 140 mark, that the Dragons could struggle, because they are relying predominantly on sort of 2 men that have been in form, and we've touched on them. That, of course, is Prince, Diman, and Sufyan Ilahi. Yeah,
it's always tough when one team only relies on one player to get going, particularly with the bat, and even more so really with the ball, because you can only get 2 overs, obviously, in this short form. So it puts a lot of pressure on those players.
By saying Dragons need a wicket, they definitely do. And, well, they're not going to get one here. This one gets smashed outside the offside, and not for the first time, and it won't be for the last time. Wasim Abbas raises his bat as he accepts the applause of his teammates and a few supporters around the ground as he gets to another half-century, 50 in just 17 deliveries. Felicidades, Wasim Abbas.
Yeah, and Iqbal just playing his role again perfectly. He just making sure the strike is always going to be staying on the man in form.
Powerfully hit. Should be just a single as that's fielded in front of us here by Akhtar Khan. We probably see him with the ball as well. Probably may even come on next. Got him. See if he can make anything happen. Maybe Anib Shah in the side as well. Into the deck. No runs this time. A little shy. Bowled pretty well. He's got a bit of pace about him. And at the moment, fair enough. It's full, it's straight. And the Mustanza Iqbal hasn't really had a chance to unleash one at the moment. He's 1 of 3 deliveries.
1 off 3, and that one was a really good delivery there as well by Shah. He'll come in for his 4th.
Okay, this is the one he's been waiting for. Just slightly shorter. Well, I tell you what, it takes something to get Nawaz off his seat, right?
And I think it's coming a ball straight at him is what that takes him to get up. And still not off to get the ball, though. So I can see just how hard this was hit. Well, he sees a lot of the players using footwork to stop some boundaries, so he thought he might try that.
Yeah, Nawaz taking some evasive action there.
And straight back down into his seat. So this one's just gone for 9 so far, just those 2 boundaries, the first and the ball just gone. So Iqbal starting to get in.
Yeah, Prakar Thakur on the chat is saying Abbas is the new monster. Well, hang on a minute, because, well, it looks like you've woken up the other monster there, Thakur, because maybe Mustanza Iqbal has heard you said, hang on a minute. Now, don't forget me, you said they might be the Dragons, but we're the monsters. 2 monsters out there, monster hitters off the ball, and, well, they gain at a pretty decent rate, and now it looks like Mustanza Iqbal has woken up.
Yeah, it's these long partnerships at the top that can really hurt teams. Need to be getting wickets in the first 3 or 4 overs, or they just start to settle and get their eye in.
That's a better delivery. There's no boundary there to take the single, but it does go for 16. 4 overs now complete. The score 63 without loss.
So Iqbal will keep the strike here. So Abbas is going to have a little bit of a rest, and you can see here that run rate, it's sort of plateauing. They had that really big second over.
Yeah, Carnival Monday. So Carnival in a lot of places around the world, Brazil, Argentina. I know here in Spain, Carnival starts as well. I think when we were going back yesterday, we saw a lot of the kids, right, dressed up, and we saw, it looks like there was a parade that was going to be starting.
Looked fun.
Any carnivals back home for you? Do they celebrate? Do they have carnival as well?
No, we don't. We have a lot of days of just random things, and because we're such a multicultural and progressive kind of country, just because we're so new, we put a lot of different days. So there'll be the streets lined with Chinese New Year thing. There'll be things for Greek festivals or Italian festivals. We try to do a little bit of everything because we've got little pockets all around particularly where I live in Melbourne, because of just the influx of people in certain periods of time. It's a wonderful place to live because of that. That's why we have such great food, because we have a lot of different nationalities living in our country.
Yeah, a lot of different flavours combined together. That is nice, though.
It's really nice.
That you can. And I think it's good for, especially for kids growing up, right? Kids, and they get to experience and see other cultures.
Yep. It's a great place because of that.
Well bowled. Good bowling. And you can see, look, even against top batters, 2 guys that are capable of smashing the ball all over the place. We know all about Wasim Abbas. But if you bowl full and straight, look at this, Yorker net delivery, there's not too much the batters can do with that. And that's what you got to be saying to yourself as a bowler. I know I'm up against it, but if I keep it full and straight, there's always a chance. All right, this one is going to tease the fielder.
Oh.
And, yeah, it's a tremendous effort. I mean, he gets off the ground here big time. That's Ilahi. But this is always going to get past him. 6 runs.
Yeah, he gave it a crack. He he jumped much higher than I thought he'd be able to. Not a tall man there, the Elahi, but have a look at this for an effort. He gave it his everything, just missed it. And there's going to be the full marks there for Iqbal. 19 now off of 9 after only seeing one of the strike after one ball after the first nearly 3 overs.
Oh, well, this one, the fielder's only got a couple of meters to move. This has been hit so hard, and that's 4 more runs.
Have a look at the ECN crew getting their stretching in over there. They're like little lizards. The sun's come out, and they're just there hanging out in the sun. It's not...
Yeah,
that's really funny to me.
Sam Williams and Andy House, right behind Stephen Gooch, the tournament referee. They're making the most of the sunshine there.
Yeah, we're all little lizards just trying to find the sun.
Gets played away. Now, I always get surprised. I must admit, I was, I think it was last year, and I was commentating with Vinny, and as you know, we get a lot of people from Australia in the chat as well. Hello to you folks. And they were telling me about, it's really cold here, really bad weather. And I must admit, people who don't live in Australia or know too much about Australia don't realise that there is sometimes a lot of bad weather there as well. So tell me a bit about the climate that you normally get in Australia.
Well, it depends where you live. That's what's crazy about Australia. So where Vinny is, they don't get winter. It's winter for them. It's about 20, 21 all year round. You get 1 month. I reckon you get about 2 weeks where it gets into the teens.
Yeah.
Where I'm from, Melbourne, though, it does get very cold in winter and grey and dreary. But our summers get hot. It's really nice. All we need to do is watch the Australian Open to see how hot those summers can
Right. So
be.
do you get like the 4 seasons then?
Yes, we would get the 4 seasons. We get 4 seasons in one day in Melbourne. That's what's crazy about it. You might get 30 mils of rain in the morning and then 30 degrees in the evening. It's a very strange place, Melbourne.
It's a little bit like, I suppose, people who don't know Spain very well, and the amount of people who sort of come to Spain maybe this time of year, it could be, and there's like saying, oh, it's cold. And I say, yeah, it's winter. Yeah, but I didn't think it ever got cold in Spain. It does, and of course,
but doesn't get as cold as like England or Germany.
It doesn't. But then it depends where you go, because if you're in the capital, Madrid, or if you're not up in Granada and places like other parts of Andalusia, they do get, of course, a lot of snow as well. I mean, well known, Sierra Nevada, well known for skiing. So it's just people who have this perception of, it's Spain, it's always sunny, but it's not.
The thing is, Australia, it is so big. So we have parts of Australia that wouldn't dip below 30 degrees all year.
Yeah.
Because they are tropical, it's 30 degrees and sunny half the year and 30 degrees and raining the other half.
Yeah.
But we don't get the snow, so it's never like that as cold as the Londons or the Berlins or anything like that. Anywhere in Switzerland, for example, we much more mild and moderate, and our summers are so hot, so hot. So it depends where you are in Australia, and that's what's hard. It's a hard question to answer because we are so big that we go north, for example, in the middle of winter. That one's gone straight up and north and out of here.
Yeah, that's gone. Oh, wow. Who's in the tower?
Uh-oh, that hit him.
Uh-oh. Who's that? Is that Ballantyne here on his first day up there? I don't know. Who is it?
I'm not sure. I've not met him. New guy.
Is it new? He's got to be Ballantyne.
There you go.
Hello, Ballantyne. Well, I tell you what, Ballantyne's has come right on time here to Barcelona. Well, Ballantyne's
He's still standing.
It will be Valentine's Day soon. Well, Ballantyne's, he may not get to see it. He's in the firing line. Give us a thumbs up. Let us know you're all right. Ballantyne, let us know you're all right. Oh, well, that was smashed
hit,
into the tower, didn't it?
Yep. Or catch the call. And
Yay.
wow, great catch, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's a great catch.
Yeah.
That's our man. It's our man. That has to be our man. It is. Sufyan Elahi, myself and Georgie, we love this guy. He is an incredible fielder. We saw him take and make a great save earlier. That catch, I mean, where we are, we can tell you this. That ball was hammered, and when it hits his hands, we hear the thud.
Yeah.
That's how hard it was hit. That was such a good catch, and it removes Mustanza Iqbal. So they get the breakthrough, 84 for 1.
Yeah, great technique as well. Hands around. He's fast and speedy. We know that. He's got a bit of spring in his step and got into the perfect position. And that was tonked very, very hard. You heard it off the bat, and I completely agree with you. You heard it in his hands as well. So a great catch there, and the breakthrough that they needed. You needed these early weeks. You needed to break up that partnership. So Alana is going to be taking the strike. And this is where you can really challenge these new batters in at the crease. The other two were settled. You can see there, Bas 52 off of 19. Iqbal started to steal the strike there at the end. So 30 off of 14 for him. So Ola now.
Nice looking shot from Romanula, the captain, who comes out, strokes his out on the off. I suppose he's, until he gets his eye in, he's just happy to give the strike to Abbas. So nice shot play, but yeah, lovely catch there. And credit to the bowler as well. He's trying to keep the ball just outside the off, and also he is getting it pitched up there. You know, occasionally if you don't get it right, you'll get hit over your head. But if you've got the right fielders in the right place, there's always a chance of a wicket. So once again, he goes for that ball just to sneak it in. That the sort of wide line. You see the blue line there marked as a wide line. His wide indicator is trying to get that just inside, but he goes the wrong side of it. But to these guys, it's not a bad plan to have. Hopefully, you can frustrate maybe someone like Abbas who plays a false shot, and you get a wicket of a key player. You get Abbas out here now, you're really in with a shout. And it's going to be more bad luck for the Dragons. Abbas goes chasing that wide ball again, and he's unlucky. And that's 3 occasions. Look at Prince there. Prince behind the stumps is applauding the bowler, saying, look, don't be disheartened. You know, that's another minor victory for you, even though it's bad luck and it's going to be 4 runs.
Yep, that vortex strikes again. And it just sucks it out down there. It's a very fast outfield. And obviously, we're artificial turf here, which is good. It handled some rain the other day. Handles it very well.
Yeah, for me, it's the new. You know, if you're getting a cricket pitch anyway, you got to use this as your benchmark. All right, up in the air, this could drop right on top of us, you know, and just to the right.
See, that is one that I could have maybe gone and pulled the headset off. I was a bit nervous, so too many things going on.
You could have. I could have. So,
but I didn't. Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Next time, I tell you what, next time, you just give me the nod and you go for it. 6 runs. Abbas keeps on moving. The score keeps on ticking. 96 for 1 after 6 overs. So they do get one of those wickets to get Mustanza. But Romanula, the captain, out there now. You still got the likes of Tanvir Iqbal and plenty of good. But I'm surprised to see Cameron Raja. I'm sure Cameron Raja won't come in so low down. He's another very good player. So where are these wickets going to come from? Maybe a bit of spin. We haven't seen too much spin, and when we've seen spin introduced, a classic example of the last few days, particularly Razagat Ali, it gives you instant success. So I'd like to see them try just taking the pace off, and with Prince Demand behind the stumps, he's not going to be able to do it, but they do need to change something here. Maybe just change it, take the pace off the ball. Well, Ilahi, he's a man that can make things happen. Starts with a dot ball.
Yep, your guy. You pointed out at the start of the match that he's the guy to watch here from the Dragons. Taking a good catch in the field. Now he's getting the chance with the ball.
Yeah, he's. I know when I'm working with Charlie always likes to look at players, and wherever we go, he likes to say, right, that's my Duracell bunny. Well, this guy could be the Duracell bunny here in Barcelona. And by the way, belated happy birthday to Charlie Hunt. I know I sent him a little personal message yesterday, but it was Charlie Hunt's birthday yesterday. So, Charlie, if you are tuning in, you're probably not, because I'm pretty sure you had a bit of a fiesta, but happy birthday to Charlie Hunt. It was his birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday, Charlie.
And Paul just asking me a question, saying which team has impressed me, as this one is blasted away for 6. Very good question, Paul. I mean, you've got to say that here in Barcelona, the consistency, and that, I suppose that shows because all teams have lost matches. So consistency from teams has been a little bit hot and cold. And I'm gonna answer the question by saying all teams, I think, have got good batters that can go and score big runs. We're looking at one here now, Wasim Abbas. Oh, this one was so close. Slower delivery. Abbas doesn't pick it, plays all around it, and the ball only just missing the stumps. Ooh, that could be the one they really wanted. And the other thing is he could have quite easily played and chopped this back onto his stumps. So close, yet so far. So, yeah, going back to that question, but I'm going to focus on fielding because I think all teams have got good bowlers, good batters. I think with the field, I've got to go with, at the moment, the team that's really impressed me is the men in blue.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to say that, and I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think that they've been consistently good, and also the way they play as well. They're very teamy. They're not
Yeah.
relying on one person
Yeah.
with the battle ball, and I think that is maybe that consistency that you're speaking of.
Yeah, and they play some really good cricket. And if you're wanting to see him, well, stay tuned to us today, because the men in blue will be playing the last 2 matches of the day, and there's going to be good matches as well, because they're taking on Sohail Hospitalet, and I reckon the win predictor is going to be predicting a big victory. As I talk and say the word big, that's another big 6 from Wasim Abbas, who now moves into the 80s, already has 2 centuries to his name. We've had 10 centuries here in Barcelona this time round. Back in December 2023, we had 19. Is Wasim Abbas going to get his 3rd century of this series? He's on 80 already. But yeah, just to finish
You said the
with
C
that
word. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know, but it's Wasim Abbas. He's got 2 already. If I put the mockers on him, they won't
Well, it
mind.
doesn't matter.
They won't mind. So I'll just finish. I'll leave that on there, and we'll talk about this during the day. This is the teams playing in the European Cricket League starting on the 26th of February. But yeah, just to finish off, I think once again that men in blue will be big favourites to beat Sohail Hospitalet. But
Yep.
Sohail Hospitalet as Jad Butt.
Yep. You've
Say
got
no
to
more.
get him out early, and you'll be a shoo-in. If you don't, well, he can go through and make a very quick century, can't he?
Yeah, didn't he do that? He had 143 runs, and in the next match, he almost took his team to victory as well in a high chase where he made 70 odd, scored 210 runs, I think, in the day. That was quite exceptional.
Yeah, absolutely. But it is dangerous when you're relying on one player, as the Dragons know.
Abbas will get 4 more as he gets ever closer to the century. 84 now he moves on to. As it is Unib Shah who's trying to get the breakthrough here. And I know that a lot of eyes are on this guy, Wasim. I think he's the sort of batter where he will punish bad bowling. He will. And against good bowling, he's sometimes a little suspect. So he's, you see here, like that's a miscue. Could have gone anywhere. It will get fielded by the fielder. Still haven't seen Tadar Khan with the ball, which I must admit, a little bit of a surprise. Keeping this, though, within reach, the Dragons, I have to say.
Yeah.
It's not, you know,
Not been
expected
ugly.
score 160. If they get to 160, you'd say, yeah, maybe it's too much. But if they can get a couple of good overs in and be a sort of 140 to 150 score, I think if Prince and Elahi get going, it's a score that they could, you know, they could pull off a surprise.
I also think it's a score that is manageable for them to get a point with. What we've seen is when you're giving away these really big big scores, you're not even in reach of getting a single point because you're having to get an above average score just to get a point. So
Yeah.
I think a good score like that, 160 odd, maybe you won't be able to get that chase down, but then that target of the stealing the point back essentially is definitely in reach.
Yeah, that's an excellent point because remember, a point from this contest would see them at least go level with Hospitalet, who are above it. Hospitalet
No,
International.
who have 4 games clear of them as well,
Yeah.
or 3 games clear of them after this one. So important that they do. If they get 2 points even just throughout today, they will take themselves off that bottom.
Yeah.
And again, still games in hand. So it's not all doom and gloom for them, and I think that's what they need to do. These stealing points off of these teams,
Yeah.
all add up. If you steal a point off of every single team,
Okay, up in the air is going, and gone. 6 more. So Abbas now moves into the 90s. 93 of 29
and it's
deliveries.
proposal day the other day. It's proposal day in the middle there now.
Yeah, he goes down on his knees. He'll get the boundary. It's the end of the over. 12 balls to go. 131 for 1. So Abbas will probably be handed the strike back by Ramanullah. Does this hit Sufyan? I think it does, as the ball gets thrown back at him. You see the way he's looking at the moment. What that shows is they've gone pretty consistent all the way through.
Yeah.
There hasn't been that real peak where they've gone brutally one over, has there? I don't think
No, they
we've
had
seen too many magical overs.
No, I think it's been just 1 or 2 magical overs, and you look that that run rate that they're sitting on at the moment, 16.4, that's manageable.
Okay, well, just Abbas looks like he's making some final adjustments to his pads at the non-striker's end. So, all right, here we go. Oh, well, ooh la la la. I think he's just trying to get, he
thought about it.
He throws himself at this just to try and get bat on it. He knows it's a big wide, but he still wants to try and get Abbas on strike. So he says, all right, I'll just try and see if I can get anything on it.
His feet went backwards and his hands went forwards and ended up bringing planking back. And this one is a big one. I'm not going for that one. That's a big 6 right next to us here in the cube. Straight down the ground.
Well, Ula probably says, nah, maybe I'm not thinking about just giving Abbas a strike. Abbas does go over to him there, by the way, and says something, gives him a little tap on the head. He's probably thinking, well, it's all right, don't worry. You do this over, just give me the last over.
Yeah, that's it. That 100 well in reach there, 93 for Abbas.
It's going to just catch the wide line, and well, Ilahi not too happy about this. He goes back down on one knee, does Ula. Let's have a look at this again. And yeah, it's always a wide, no doubt about it. The batter doesn't go and move his feet outside the line either, so the wide line stays put. Going for it, fielder watches it and takes it. Sees it a little bit late, you know, but makes a good recovery and takes a good catch. So that's another wicket down. And, well, Sufyan Lahi gets the wicket, and it's Munib ur Rahman that takes the catch. So the captain, Rahmanullah, goes for 10.
Again, Abbas going, that's okay. You just stay down there for 2, though. He still wants to get his century.
Yeah, good catch. He does pick it late. You see, when I saw him moving, he doesn't move straight away, but he gets his eyes tuned into it pretty good and then takes the catch. So, once again, this score, I think the Dragons, if they can keep it under that 150 and stop it going to the 110, yeah, it is definitely a win for them. So,
yep.
Still got, what, 8 balls? No, more than 8 balls, haven't there? There's only 2 gone in this one. Still 10 balls to go.
That's it. Couple of wides, and that's the 3rd wide of the day. And Prince, well, he's showing he's pretty handy and mobile back there. He's a big guy, so has a big reach. And that's the 3rd wide, though. As they all start adding up.
Mazam Rasul, we saw him bowl very well the other day. Picked up a few wickets. Now seeing what he can do with the bat. He's standing right in front of his stumps, though. And okay, he will take the single. So now we go back to 100 watch for Abbas.
That's it. So still the 3 in this over. So you'd imagine he'll be thinking boundary, boundary, single.
So Abbas wants to try. Can Ilahi spoil the party? It's up in the air. It's going to be another bit of luck for Wasim Abbas. I reckon he's done this now on 3, if not 4 occasions, 4 more. And he moves to 97. And a man who has already got some centuries to his name. I wonder if we can have a look at the centuries that we've had here so far. We might get a chance to just have them up there for you before the start of this delivery. And if not, we'll just have to wait. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe after this one. Well, I tell you what, we might be. There might be one man to add on after this ball. Let's see. He goes for it. It's up in the air, and he will get it. Shaba, shaba, bole, bole, bole. Brrr. It's another century for Wasim Abbas. Well, we've seen this picture many a time. It's the 11th one here this time round in Barcelona. Wasim Abbas has scored his 3rd. That's right, you've heard me right. His 3rd century. And when you have a look at that, you can see his hits runs to all parts of the ground. It has to be said, he's had some good fortune. These are the centuries so far. You can see he's already up there. 101 he scored. He scored 135 as well. And now he is there again for the 3rd time. This one going to be another wide, I think. 135 is the highest that he scored. But well, Barcelona, it certainly does bring the best out of the batters. Alahi going right in front of the umpire there as well. I think the umpire probably will have a word with him Just have a look at his front leg when he's bowling. It's such an awkward angle it goes at. Look at that. Oh, it's another wide.
Oh, it's been a long over, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's getting a little bit frustrated, Lucky. He's trying hard, but maybe this is the case of trying too hard.
10th delivery already of the over. It's got another one to come because of all those wides. 4 wides, 2 sixes, a single and a 4 off of it. So already 21 runs.
Smashed, and it's going to be 6 more. Wasim Abbas, as I mentioned before. Yeah, I think good bowling, good areas to him outside the off, getting him to play out on the offside, maybe tucking him up with a good, sharp, short delivery into the body. That's where you got to be to him for me. Unfortunately, maybe the sharp body into the ball into the body on this track is difficult to achieve, but if you're bowling anywhere else, well, you can see he's just absolutely brutal. So we see the 11th century in Spain, Barcelona on this European Cricket Series this time. 19 last time round. Well, are we going to beat that 19? Barcelona always delivers. And Elahi, his 2 overs go for 47. 159 for 2. And this one is just going to get over the fielder. Should just be a single. But they would have loved it not to be, because it just means that Abbas will plant himself at the striker's end for the remaining 5 deliveries of this innings. And he's going to be looking to smash these. And now you can see the expected score. They're thinking it could even be around about the 175 mark. And I think it could even go beyond that if this guy gets hold of these. No ball. Oh, that doesn't help. So no ball called here.
Well, we were speaking that potentially this could be under 160, and within 1 over, a 28 run over in the 9th. We have a no ball to bring up that 160 number.
Let's see if we can pick up anything here. Yeah, back foot. Great call from the umpire. He catches the return crease with his heel. Not out. And look, he's celebrating. Look at him. He's celebrating, but he doesn't realise. Oh, dear. Well, he knocks the stumps over off the Centurion, Wasim Abbas, and he starts to celebrate. And I think by the time he gets to him, he realises it won't be out because it was a free hit. Oh, dear.
Bit of a hug, bit of a cuddle.
Oh, well, this is it again. Look at him starting to celebrate. And it was a no ball, free hit, back to the action. And now he will be gone when he does get his man in the end. Well, I tell you what, he says, I'm not the timber over. I softened him up, and now I'm going to get him. So Wasim Abbas, he gets to 100. He gets 109 on the board. And now, well, Unib will get the wicket. Gets him caught behind. Why don't we have those 2 balls back to back? First the one he knocks the stumps over, and then this one. Show this one first, replay of this one, and then show the 2 back to back. Well, we'll get you. He snicks one behind. He's going to be gone. It's 161 for free. And here we go. He's after knocking the stumps over. He says, hang on, let this square leg umpire get back. And he comes, gets the ball in, and there's the snick. Straight, good catch from Prince. We go back to the live action here now. New batter comes in and goes for the big shot, and he's going to get 6 runs straight away. And I don't think Anub Shah was expecting this. He thinks new batter, life should get easier here. It doesn't, because Rana goes boom, shakalag, yeah, 6 runs.
Yep, and that now expected score pushed right on up. And that run rate as well that they're going to be going into for the next, well, when they have the bat. It's going to be difficult for them, particularly when they don't bat too deep. That one's just going to be chipped away. It's just going to be the single there.
Yeah, good work.
Just 1 more ball remaining. Will they get to that 170 mark? We'll see.
Oh, here's Rasul, who's, well, while he was out there before, he just had to get Abbas in strike. Now he wants to get a boundary. The bowler will try and go full and straight because he's standing right on top of his stumps. It's another no ball. Oh, dear. It's probably the same issue as the one he bowled to Abbas. Once again, we'll have a look at the back foot. And I think he, again, yeah, does he, I mean, it's a difficult one. Does he actually Yeah, I think he does put that heel down, so he does touch the line. No ball called, free hit. Rano's already hit a 6. Well, there's no point appealing. Well, umpire's giving it out. It's not out, umpire. It was a free hit. It's not out. Oh, it's all happening. It's all happening.
We've all done it. I've done it. The fielders have done it. The bowlers have done it. Now the umpire is doing it as well. So, not out. Oh, we all have a little bit of a laugh.
I mean, yeah, if it was a legal delivery, there's the umpire giving it out, but he then afterwards straight away says, hang on a minute, no, it's not out. It was a free hit. They will get a run from it, and the score will be 171 for 3. So they don't quite get to the 175, but still, it's a big score, and you would expect that, well, Barcelona should be looking to get all the points here because they certainly will be trying to restrict their opponents. I think it's going to be around about, what, maybe a 120, 130 sort of score that the Dragons are going to have to try and get to. This is how it started. We all knew that Wasim Abbas has been in great form, and from the moment he got out there, he always looked like he was going to try and get to another century. He did, though, have some luck. Look, a couple of times he was beaten, and it's that ball outside the off stump. A few times he got the edge. It went over the keeper. It went over the slips, but he just stayed focused. But once again, in the end, it was that ball outside the off that got him. So you can't get him, but you're going to have to bowl well. But Wasim Abbas take a bow as he gets another 100 on the board. 3 centuries now to Wasim Abbas.
Yeah, Wasim Abbas, he had the perfect real game. He didn't have too many chances for the Dragons to get him out. He was playing all the way around his body, forward, backwards, onside, offside, anywhere. 109 off of just 35 deliveries. And Iqbal, he played his role perfectly to begin with. At one stage, he'd only seen 1 delivery, while Abbas nearly gets his half century to his name. Then they shared the crease around a little bit. Iqbal getting his 30 off of 14. And Wasim Abbas had a little bit of breakdown the other side. But it was the Wasim Abbas show throughout the whole innings there. Rehman Alaa, the captain, comes in, gets 7 off of 10. And then a couple of wickets to the Dragons. But really, they're all in vain because the damage had already been done there. It was in that 9th over that went for 28 runs that really cemented it there for the Pac Barcelona side. This 171 run chase, it might be a little bit too much for the Dragons. And you can see that just shots down the ground like this. Too hard, too high for all of these fielders. You can have the perfect field placements, but when you're hitting them as cleanly as that, it's never going to be easy.
Yeah, and you know, when I look back at that innings, and I'm having a look at some of the fielding and some of the bowling, and also the extras, 9 wides, a few issues with no balls there towards the end. It wasn't a bad display from the Dragons, in fairness. You can see when they had the opportunity, they took it. They just, once again, like some teams have already done and had the same issues, they've come up against somebody like Wasim Abbas, who at the moment is just in great form.
Yeah, exactly it. When someone is able to hit it all around their body, no matter where you bowl it to them, it's always going to be difficult. So Wasim Abbas, he went to yet another century here, the 11th century here at ECS Spain. You can see there, just 35 deliveries. Iqbal, like I said, doing his job. 30 off of 14, helping Abbas keep his strike when he needed to, but then when he had the opportunity, he went bang as well. So a great effort there from Pac Barcelona, 171 on the board, and the Dragons have got a big run chase on their hands. You can see that Alahi was pretty expensive, 47 runs to his 2 overs, that 1 wicket there as well though. So he took a great catch in the outfield, but with the ball a little bit expensive, and when you're having no bowlers able to just really settle that score and that run rate, it's always going to be difficult for you. It is a batter's game, but the bowlers can win it for you. So we can see here 171 for 3, the end of Pac Barcelona's innings. I think they're going to be pretty confident coming into this next innings. The Dragons run chase. It's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. But can they do it? We will find out in just a small amount of time. We're here in ECS Spain. Georgie Parker with you, and looking forward to seeing this Dragons run chase. Stick with us on ECS Spain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome back here to Barcelona, and we've got a big run chase on our hands. Back Barcelona, thanks to the Wasim Abbas show. They've taken themselves up to a pretty handy total of 171. So it's going to take a bit of something here for Catalonia Dragons to get themselves going here. But you can see here the equation. They need to at least get 119 runs to get that point. And Pac Barcelona need to keep them under 119 for them to take 4 points home from this match. So that's going to be a possibility there for the Dragons. 119 there, and it's going to be because of those two in the middle, though, Adadika Khan and Prince Daman. And Prince, he's been very, very good. He's going to be taking the first ball, and he's going to be on strike to begin with. He's going to be very, very important, though, for the Dragons, and he's already had 200 runs to his name throughout so far. He's going to have to dig deep in this one because 171 total. Pretty decent there, and it came from those last couple of overs. We thought maybe they'd be able to restrict them to under 160, but not to be. And a big couple of overs to their names. So Pac Barcelona. So you can see there that required run rate is going to be pretty high to begin with. So you want to be starting early. We've got Iqbal has been given the ball to begin with. So was pretty handy with the bat, hitting a 30 in his innings. So he's been given the ball to begin with, and just a dot ball for Prince. So he's going to be careful that that run rate that he's got there doesn't scare him and make him play silly shots. He just gets that single, so they get off the mark. And Shah down the other end is going to now take the crease for the first time today. They can't be silly, though. They don't want to be getting out, so it's a manageable total, but not manageable if you're getting out. So very important that they stay in the crease and create a partnership like Pac Barcelona did. As that one is going to go for 6, the first maximo of the day there. So some nice pressure off Shah as he gets himself up to 6 pretty quickly. So that's how they need to play. Play the balls on merit and play the balls where they need to be going. And they'll need to hit a few of these 6s throughout the day. So Rico, they're going to have to hit plenty of them. And it's a nice start for Iqbal.
Yeah, it's a nice start. And Shah, I mean, it's somebody who, if Adil Shah gets going, Prince Dimam, we know he's a talented player. You've got Sufyan Ilahi, who's been scoring, you know, averaging around about 35 runs every time he's got out there. The key is, of course, they've got to try and get to that 120. So it's not as high as I thought. Just over the fielder. It's a good effort. And then that looks like it might be Cameron Ryder who's trying to get to this. Can't quite get there. It's going to be another 4. So Adil Shah is, well, he's taking it on. I think you got to. There's no point thinking the runs are just going to come. Power play is key. You got to go for it. And, well, Tanvir Iqbal gets hit for his second boundary. Tanvir, a very experienced and knowledgeable player, has in the past played many matches for Cricket Hispania. And now this one just drops short of the fielder. And the batters will take a single. Tanvir can't believe it. He does the double teapot. He's wondering why the fielder, that's Shabazz Ahmed, couldn't get there. Just have a look at the running between the batters as well. They're sort of ball watching a lot, aren't they? So
yeah, either run or don't.
Either run or don't. And look at the wicketkeeper there. That's Amir Hamza saying, come on, give it to me, because Prince is ball watching. He's halfway down the pitch. All right, that is the end of the first over, and 12 come from it. So I suppose if they're wanting a point, they're going in the right direction. But if they're wanting to win, they've got to up. They've got to up the game.
Yeah, absolutely. 12's not going to cut it. 12's going to cut it for a point, like you said. And
Have
you
a
can
look
see
at
that
this.
Abba 72 6s. That's a lot of maximos.
Yeah, I mean, that probably shows you the top run scorers as well. You're hitting 6s, then you're going to be right up there, the top runs. You can see Abbas, Saeed, Hassan, Haida, and Ashjad Butt. And they're probably right up there as the top batters as well. And so this is what you got to do. You got to hit 6s, and maybe you can get your name on this board. So, well, Adil Shah, he's got the right idea. He's taking on the bowling, and Rana, well, he gets hit for a big 6. Yeah, we got some other graphics up there. I mean, Wasim Abbas did start off as the highest run scorer, and you can see why. He's the man who's hitting the most 6s as well. So thanks to Ravi, and of course Shazad behind the scenes that work very hard to get these graphics for us. He goes down on one knee, and this is going to be another one. So 6 more. As a very casual catch taken there by one of his teammates. He's, well, I've got to say, they have caught well, and then now they're catching them off their own place. But look, gets down, hits it, gets the pose in there as well. I said, Jalamidi photo, we kids are there.
So Shah wants to get on that board of how many 6s. And that one, is it going to carry? It's right underneath. And it is going to not carry all the way. And the man, Wasim Abbas, is underneath that. And Shah, just one too many and not far enough on the final one. So there's that breakthrough early one as well. So 24 for 1. The Dragons, they lose one of their key players in for this run chase.
Yeah, Adil Shah. I suppose that's what he's there to do in the power play. But this time round, it just wasn't quite in the slot. The head goes up in the air. And Wasim Abbas, look, it's probably not even his catch. It's probably one that Naeem Shah should be taking. But Abbas is saying, this match is all about me. I'm just going to put myself in reverse. Doot, 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 and
Did
take
you know
the catch.
this is my show? This is my
Yeah,
game.
it's my show, he says.
Sorry, I didn't know that you were part of this.
Yeah, Naeem
Main
Shah.
character energy.
Yeah, Naeem Shah hears him coming and says, all right, buddy, it's all yours. And Abbas doesn't make any mistakes. So first wicket does go, and now it will be the captain who comes in. So Raja Waka. So make a little bit of a change in the field. Abbas goes back on the boundary, and the fielder Naeem Shah, who was next to him with that catch was taken, comes up. He plays that really late, does Waka. He sort of almost misses this, he really waits for it to come onto the bat and just jabs at it at the last moment.
That was a really big wicket. And a little bit too early for mine.
Taking it on, and he's going to get lucky because the field is pretty wide. I think this probably is going to be 4 runs. So, yeah, they had that man very wide in the long on position. I think they're trying to get him to cover sort of long on and mid-wicket at the same time because we're in the power play. But he can't do anything about that. So, 4 runs. Captain gets off the mark. Not a good delivery down the leg side, so wide ball. Bowler just loses his rhythm there, I think, to Waka. So even the moment that leaves his hand, it's going to have to do something to get that outside the off.
And those ones can be absolutely punished if connected, but Waka wasn't able to, so wide instead. And a similar delivery, but just a little bit tidier and in line. So just the single there. So Prince is now going to, no, end of the over there. So Waka will keep the strike, and Prince hasn't been able to see too much of it.
Yeah, well, it's the second time the last ball of the over singles been taken, so Prince Daman has only faced the 2 balls at the moment.
You can't be turning down singles, though, when you've got such a big run chase. And you can see here that 1 point would be very, very important for the Dragons. They keep on sneaking 1 points. You could get themselves out of that bottom 2 position.
Yeah, looking at that there, I mean, the Dragons taking on, when it comes down to it, Sohail Hospitalet, that will become probably a key match. And also, just keep an eye there on Pakakir Badalona. I mean, they also, if they don't pick up some victories pretty soon, could find themselves in a, well, bit of a fist fight there, maybe again with the Dragons. So those matches could be pretty key. Dragons, though, at the moment, I think they're probably feeling that this one is not going to be one that they're going to be able to win, but they will want to get to that 120. They will want to take a point from this and at least take themselves off the foot of the table. Iqbal keeping it tidy here to Daman, who is on strike here now. A little bit short, punch down the ground. Fielder has totally missed this. Well, Naeem, now you know Wasim Habas didn't want him to get anywhere near the last one. The fielding, the ground fielding particularly, has been pretty good here at the Montjuic Olympic ground because it's not going to give you too many issues. So I don't know what the issue here was for Naeem, but he just didn't get behind it.
In between 2 things, through the floor, I think there. Am I just going to grab this with my hands? Am I going to put my body behind it? And instead, didn't do anything.
Yeah, now he gets moved. So the ball will follow him. Wasim Habas now patrols long off.
Just nicked it. Was a real opportunity there, wasn't it?
Well, he plays for this, but not so fine. Yeah. There's no doubt about this. I mean, he goes to play this shot because Tanvir Iqbal bangs it in a little bit shorter. He goes to play this late cut of this, but this is really late. And in fact, it's, I mean, he gets away with this really.
Yeah, got away with murder there, but in the end, he gets a 4 to his name. That's all that really matters at the end of the day. So he gets himself up to 9.
Roger Waka, the captain, just had a chat there with Daman. Probably saying to him, yeah, come on, keep going. You know, me and you are pretty key here. A nice full delivery. And Tanvir gets played back to him. It's another dot. It's a good spell at the moment, 21 from it. We often say that if you can be around about the 25 and don't go past the 30 mark, you should be pretty happy with what you've achieved. There's that lovely shot from Prince, and this is where he's so good. He's one of those batters who, it's a joy to watch him when he's in the middle, when he's flying, because he plays shots like this, and this is pure class. There's no swinging and hoping that the ball is going to go to the boundary. It's just beautifully executed. End of the over, 43 for 1.
Yeah, great little finesse there. And 13 now to his name, and you can just see here well behind. Well, not really well behind, just 4 behind, but it was this back end of Pac Barcelona that really, really worried them. So they're on track. We just know they don't bat as deep, so it's going to require these 2 get going.
Yeah, they're going to. And they're not that far behind, but remember, this was when Mustanza hadn't really clicked it was all about Abbas, and then a bit later on both the big hitters got going, and that's where the runs did start to flow. The bowler just been reminded, this is Muzammil Rasul, that he still had his hat on, he's taken it off. Rasul bowled well the last time he was in action, and he's hoping to find his form again here. Picked up 2 for 21 in the victory over the Hospital side. Gets a little bit of something on this, I think. Is it pad probably? So yeah, it is. So 4-leg buys. So if you're gonna make contact to these, make sure it goes to the boundary. Otherwise, take the wide. So Rajawaka using whatever's available to him to get the boundary. Hello to Helix, who's saying hello to people. Hello Helix, hope you're well. And he's saying he's doing that. Is he out doing a bit of gardening? And yeah, I always like to do a good bit of gardening. As this gets clipped away into the vacant area. That's a nice shot. And at the moment here, the line that Rasul is bowling is not a good one. Now he's gesturing to his captain saying, I want somebody out there. But, you know, this is where the captain turns around and says, I want you bowling outside the offs. And no, you're not getting anyone out there. Anyway, the bowler's going to get his way. They are going to push a fielder out on the leg side boundary. They are still, of course, now outside the power play, so fielders can go out. But yeah, I mean, that's setting a field to a bad ball. And he's going to get a wicket. So that's going to be the end of Rajawaka. And you see what I mean? He bowls a bad ball on the leg side of the ball before, and he gets punished, quietly so. This is where he needs to be, and that's why he needs to have that offside field. And I think the captain will probably be saying to him, look, I want that fielder back out the offside, because that's where I want you to bowl. So it's a soft dismissal, really. Rajawaka will go the captain with the score on 51. 51 for 2.
And an important wicket there as well, really unsettling the Dragons. So, going to have a new batter in at the crease. Who do they have there? They have Naeem Shah. No, sorry. Going to have Elahi. And so he's a handy little guy.
Yeah, Sufyan Elahi, who does this. He goes boom, shakalaga, and he does it straight away. And he's an exciting guy to watch. And as I said once before, if Charlie was here, he would be saying, here he is, the Barcelona Duracell Bunny. He's a bit of a pocket rocket, isn't he, as he fires this one away. He's an exciting guy to watch.
Yeah, he is. He plays with no fear, really, whether his bowling or his batting. It's a nice way to be coming in as well. So, coming at the end of the 4th.
Doesn't get this right, so Ula has a go. Ooh, well, I know he's quick, is Elahi. So I reckon he probably just makes this, but he really had to go for it. It was the captain, Ula, with the throw. There was a little bit of hesitation. Let's keep an eye on this. In comes...
1-2. 1-2. Good money.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Well, they say it's Carnival Monday. Well, I think we might as well call it Carnage Monday here at the Olympic Montjuic baseball ground, where cricket certainly is a big feature these days. What a match that one was. Match number 57 we just saw equaled the 5th highest chase on the European Cricket Network. Wasim Abbas, well, he was a beast with the bat, wasn't he, when he scored a century for back Barcelona. But what about the Prince Demand? He was just class and he was pure, and he leads his team to victory, chasing 171 with 8 balls to go. You know what that means? These two teams do it all over again, and this is going to be just as exciting as the first one. Let's join the two captains for the coin toss for match number 58.
Pack Barcelona to call.
10.
Tails is a call. It is tails again.
What can you say? I think a lot of people are lost for words. Well, certainly we were lost for words in the commentary box. Hopefully we can sort out that issue that we had with the sound. Apologies for that, but I'm sure it didn't spoil what was an amazing run chase. Wasim Abbas, of course, for PAC Barcelona is a sensational player, and you can see just why their captain Romanula wants to bat again. He wants to do the same thing, but this time he's probably thinking, how many does he need? Maybe they do need to get to that 180 to 190 sort of score, because you cannot write anything off while the Prince is on the other side. So let's take a look at PAC Barcelona first. I think Romanula, he knows that maybe he needs to bat a bit more. I did think that perhaps him going up to the top of the order, maybe him and Wasim Abbas at the top. Then you got Mustanza Iqbal to come in a bit later. You also got other good players in there. Cameron Raja and also Tanvir Iqbal can get you runs as well. But of course, one thing he's thinking is, how does he lose a match when you put 171 on the board? Well, the reason is simple. Prince Diman, he was absolutely fantastic. I mean, I'm not saying it was a one-man show. The Prince was just superb. What a knot that was. The 1200th that we've seen. And it's not often on the European Cricket Network that we see a match where in both innings you see a century. So that was quite outstanding. I also think Sufyan Ilahi, he played a big part in that win. I mean, I know Prince gets 100, but many a time we've seen batters score 100 but still end up on the losing side. So I think Sufyan Ilahi played a big part, and I think he'll play a big part in this next match as well. We're looking forward to it already. The first one in this match day 15 was an absolute thriller, and I think this one is going to be outstanding as well. Match number 58 coming up your way. Georgie Parker, the news from the middle is that PAC Barcelona will be having a bat again.
Field again, PAC Barcelona electing to bat, and they thought maybe they had enough on the board in the last match, but when Prince just went whack and got his team over the line, so the Dragons getting their third win. First ball of this match, and it goes down for 4 down the leg side. Yeah, Hamid there going to be taking the honours, and well, Wasim Abbas, well, he had a good job with the bat, but with the ball, my goodness, he had 53 runs to his name, so he'll be wanting to make amends in this one. Rico, an absolute outstanding run chase, wasn't it?
Well, let's just say it left us lost for words. Well, literally it did. Anyway, we are good to be back. Sorry about the little technical issues we had, but we are back. Hopefully the issues have been sorted. Yeah, what a run chase. I mean, I think if we were on air, probably good job we weren't, because we would have been, we would have lost our voices. That was quite a sensational. It's not often. Now, that's another thing you can tick on your list, because you've now been involved in a match with a run chase. It's the 5th highest of all time. Also, it's not often we get matches where in both innings somebody scores a century.
Oh, absolutely. And that's, well, when you have such a big run chase to be running, you're going to need people to have such a big score, and Prince was outstanding there. So just making sure there's enough people inside that central ring there, of course. And Hamid there still going to have the ball, and is he going to come around the wicket? And he does, to the left-hander. It goes straight down the ground, and that is a big 6. So Hamza, he's going to be making sure that he knows that he can be hitting them big as well, and that one goes straight onto those cricket nets. I'm sure Nawaz is going to be going out there with the broom. So there you go. You can see here it's a big 6. And so a bit of cloud covers come over here in Barcelona. It's been a bit hit and miss the last few days. And it's another big hit, but that one's just going to be a dot ball there. Fielded very nicely there by Alahi. And so a handy little start here.
Yeah, good start. They've got, Hamza gets given an opportunity here, the left-hander, powerful hitter. They are missing Faisal Shah, so Hamza is a good option to have. He plays it well. Well, at the moment, they can't get past Sufyan Ilahi. Wasn't he good as well? I mean, I know all the talk is about Prince and he's not, but he still needed other batters to play their part. And I think Sufyan Ilahi, 28 of 9, I think he played a major part in helping his team to a victory. And what a victory it was, a 171 chase. Prince, though, I was looking, what gobsmacked me about that innings, of that 103, it's a good delivery. Wow, is this going to be a stumping that the wicketkeeper knows nothing about? We'll have to look at this side on. And let's just see, was his foot down when the ball ricochets off the pads onto the stumps? This will be very interesting. Let's have a look. We're going to need the side camera on this as well, nice and slow. See? Nah, the foot stays down. So a cheeky request from the keeper. It's Raja Wako who's behind there now. So the Prince is out in the open. Look at everybody there, all by the stumps there. That's quite odd, isn't it?
I do love the confidence in which that his hands went up there, Raja Waka.
Hey, look who's out there in the middle. The man himself, the man in black, is our very own Nilkesh Patel. Or Nilkesh.
A great man. He took us all out to his favourite Indian restaurant last week.
I know he treated you, didn't he, to some masala dosa.
He was so good.
It's good to have Nilkesh out there, of course, one of our top umpires on the European Cricket Network. He's done 2 weeks where he's been part of the Blue Crew and doing some scoring. Now he's going to be doing umpiring for the next 2 weeks. He's a fantastic guy, as you said, but a very skillful umpire as well. He really is top draw. 14 days to go for the Champions League of European Cricket happening at the Gardama Oval.
So Khan's going to be taken into strike, and that one is swing, and it's just gone through him, but it's going to go down for 4-leg buys, you'd think.
I don't think this touches it.
I don't think so. How did it get through? I can't believe
it misses. How does this miss the stumps? What does it catch anything here? How does the ball move so much?
I have no idea how that got through.
I can't believe this is missed. I really can't.
Including the keeper. Missed everyone. Nobody could read that one. So Khan, 4 against his name now. So Abbas there, the danger man. You want to be targeting him, getting him out early. And that one's missed him as well. And he's gone out. And what a wicket that is. And they needed that one early. The man who got a century in the first match, not in the second. And Abbas, he's gone just for 9. Only managed to see the 3 deliveries. And the Dragons, they are up and about, and rightly so, because they have got the danger man out.
I mentioned in my intro that maybe Akhtar Khan gets a chance to have a bowl. He didn't bowl in the last match. And not only does he bowl, but he gets the wicket of one of the monsters. Yeah, Abbas will go. He gets a little inside edge on this. He's a good cat. The umpire's finger goes up. They've got their man. Big breakthrough, that is. That's a sensational breakthrough.
Yep, absolutely enormous there. Khan, so he comes into the rotation, and with his second ball, he gets the big wicket of Abbas. So Kamran Raja is going to be taking the crease now. And that one is high, but that is going to go long, and that one has gone right over our head here in the cube. And another 6. So this over has everything. A 4, a wicket, and now a 6.
Yeah, well, Akhtar Khan gets the breakthrough, and now he gets smashed for a big 6. We can sort of hear ourselves in sort of stereo mode. I hope you guys at home are hearing us okay. Let us know in the chat if everything is good your end. I know that we're still having maybe just a few issues with the sound here. Well, back to back. And Kamran Raja, this is an absolute sizzler. Sweet out of the middle of the bat. One thing, Kamran Raja, I was asking why he didn't bowl in the last match, and he showed me he's got his ankle is really well strapped up. It's very badly swollen. So you won't see him bowling, or maybe not, but it's not affecting his batting.
Well, never say never, particularly in the ECN. And so Raja goes whack and whack. And there's another one. So is that going to clear the boundary? It is. So that's going to be 3 6s in a row. So Khan, he did take the big wicket of Abbas, but other than that, this wicket is gone past. That one's already going to be magical. So 22 already from that over. 1 to go. And Raja just settling things at the crease there. And catch it is the call. Alahi, not able to get a little bit of a teaser for him. That's going to be another 6. So that is an outstanding over and a great rebound there from the Pac Barcelona side. 24 from the last 4 balls, including that 4 as well. So a massive over. Plenty of runs to it. 28 off of it, but they had the big wicket of a bus.
What a crazy over. Only on the European Cricket Network, it went 4 wicket, 6-6-6-6. Quite incredible. Thing is here, Georgie, if you went to the captain and said, look, I'm going to give away 28 runs, but I'm going to get out Wasim Abbas, do you take it?
I think you would. You would. He's a leading run taker.
I think you take it. You jump to it. We just have a look at the standings here. So, the Catalonia Dragons have done themselves a huge favour.
Yeah.
But Pac Barcelona, well, they maybe came here thinking they were going to get to the top of the standings. It's not going to happen.
That's it. So they now, though, are going to maybe put their hand up to be a bit of a challenger. So Alahi now is going to be given the ball. And a great dot ball to begin with.
Yes, Sufyan, I think, is a key player. Comes back well. Yeah, we hear you now. We're having all sorts of issues. I was talking to you about.
So
Yes, perfect.
Alahi with a great start to his spell. Handy little player. And that one's gone high. It's someone going to be underneath it. It's had a lot of hang time. And they make no mistake. And my goodness, what a start for the Dragons. Another wicket. And this one, it's Hamza. He was stood around for a lot for the first match. Not able to stand around in the second. And, well, Raja, he's going to have to take the leads in this one. That's another wicket. And another danger man gone.
Yeah, just playing this away from his body. Look, he goes the wrong way. Head goes up in the air, goes off as a sky at the fielders does. So look at the eyes, look at the head. Stays focused all the time. And even though that ball does start to drift away from him, he holds on to it. It's a big moment. Rohit Rana is a new batter that comes in. But well done to Munib Rahman. And it is Ilahi who picks up the wicket.
A big wicket and a different start to the Dragons. Compared to the last match, they're taking wickets, not letting players settle in at the crease. So Alahi, with his second delivery, he gets a really big wicket. So another new batter at the crease. This time is Rohit Rana. And look at that score, 39 for 2. He bowls that one in. A nice line and length. Oh, and the umpire with a late wide call. He was flirting with this line. You can see this coming in. It's got a bit of a late swing. And could go either way, I think.
Oh, yeah. If I'm the bowler, I'm going to be disappointed that's called because the batter goes that way as well. And I think he just sneaks it in anyway. Umpire.
That one, he chops onto it. I think it's a bounce ball, though. And they're just going to round the one there. And so Raja, he's going to be back on strike. And don't forget, last time he was in at the crease, he hits 4 sixes in a row. So you're going to have to be careful with how you bowl to him.
It wasn't bump, you know. That's what I wanted to see side on. It's straight up in the air. So that's
chopped down on it, which made it look like one.
Yeah, it's definitely a chance. So
write that note down.
Yeah, Rana
dropped on one or none.
On none, yeah. Cameron Raja is out there just to swing, and he's going to get 4 runs. Not where he's looking to go here, but they all count 4 more. So they've got the big fish, haven't they? Wasim Abbas has gone. And then, well, we saw a crazy over where Akhtar Khan got the wicket off Abbas, but then went for 28 off the over. This one is going to be one of those. I think they're really now targeting Cameron Raja. Can they get the wicket of Raja?
Yep, they're going to need to get him. So Alahi comes in. And that one is hit, and it's going to be going away. That one's going to clear the field and just bounce over for a 4 there. So Raja keeps on ticking. He gets himself up to 32.
Yeah, Alahi, as he walks back here, he's holding his head because I think he realises that maybe banging the ball in short to Cameron Raja is not the option. He doesn't want to pitch up because Raja, remember, hit those 4 big sixes down the ground. So he tries a short one, doesn't work.
Oh, and that's going to be a no ball. And he won't get punished from the no ball. And it's a direct hit from Prince. Was Rana's bat down? I think it was, but we'll have to have a check of that just in case. But that was a good fielding piece of play there from Prince, but a clear no ball. Lucky not punished, so he's going to get another shot at that last delivery.
Yeah, I wonder if we have a chance to look at the throw. The umpires might want to see it. Let's just have a look at this. Is the bat down or not when the throw comes in? There's the throw from Prince. But umpires decide, no, it's okay.
Oh, and that one is punished. So with the no ball, we're going to get a big 6 out of it as well. And that wasn't a great delivery. That was right in the hitting zone. And it looked like it could have even been another one with how high that was.
Yeah, they might want to look at this again. I think Nirkesh Patel gets on the walkie-talkie. But I think they've had a quick look and the umpires decided it's okay. So I just see this here. And this is what the umpires would have seen. It is dipping. It goes a long way forward, so that's fine.
It was, but right in the slot there. And so at the end of the third, it's a 56 for 2. And have a look at that second over. Goes for 28, but they get the massive wicket of Abbas. So maybe that's okay?
Yeah, I mean, they're going actually at a quicker rate than they did when they got the 7-1 the last match there. In the end of the power play, they were on 47. So I suppose Abbas is gone, but it can't be all about one man, can it? And now Cameron Raja, he's on 38 of 8. He's got Rohit Rana who's out there with him. Just remember that, though. Rana was dropped on 0.
And that one is just going to go on the offside and just going to be a single. And Rana takes himself up to 2. He doesn't have a look at this strike. Raja's down the other end, seeing them like beach balls, so he can have this back. And Shah is going to have a bit of a challenge on his hand now. Where would you bowl to him?
Oh, he hits it, so that's going to be 4 runs, 4 carreras. Where you wouldn't bowl to him, I think, is full. I think he's, the way he's hitting it, he's the sort of batter you're thinking, all right, slightly shorter outside the off. Let's see if we can get him to play the cut. But you've got to set the field for it. If you have a look at this field at the moment, there is nobody on. They've got extra covering, but nobody on the boundary on the offside. I think if you're encouraging the bowler to bowl that line, you've got to give him some protection.
Yep. So he comes in, 3rd for him. And Shah flirting with that line, and it's going to be catchable, but no, it's just going to be another 6 to Raja's name, and he is trotting along very nicely. 48 off of 10 deliveries, and that's thanks to how he started with those 4 sixes off of 4. And that one's gone straight down the ground.
He's not holding back, is he? He is not holding back, and he's on course to get one of the fastest 50s that we've seen, and that will bring it up. Well, that's quite incredible. 50 of just 11 balls. Cameron Raja, 52 of 11. Sensational hitting. It is quite extraordinary.
Yep, enormous hitting there. And, well, he knew that when Abbas went out, and then when we had next wicket of Hamza, it was going to have to be the next in line, and that was him, and he's came in swinging. So Shah now, he's 15 to him, and that one is right in the hitting zone. And another big 6, and that is exactly where you cannot be bowling.
Yeah, I mean, it's 6 runs, but let's have a look at the height on this again. Cameron, takes a long stride out. How high is the ball? I think that's okay because he is leaning downwards. The umpires are having a look, and Saeed Kamran, the 3rd umpire, will give the decision in a moment. So it's all happening out there. It's raining runs. I know Wasim Abbas in the attack this time. Got to say one thing about Wasim Abbas very quickly. I know he did score that century, 109 or 35. He also got a half century to his name with the bowling. So, yeah, he didn't bowl very well. He went for about 53. If this one gets played away, so I'll be very surprised if in this contest he gets the chance to have a bowl. Just takes the single.
So end of the 4th, 78 for 2, and they're just trotting along very, very nicely. You can see that expected score hitting 177 at the moment, and you can, that run rate pretty high at the moment. Raja, what an outstanding knock, 59 off of 13 for him, and well, that looks exponential. That's the definition of exponential from 1 to 2. Have a look at that. That is a steep climb.
It's not often that you see that, a wicket in the first, and then that when he runs as well. That was an extraordinary start.
So Raja as well is going to keep this strike, and Prince Tremain's going to be given the ball, and we didn't see him in the first match. He had the keeper's gloves on in the first, which we were both surprised about. So he's come in now, the hero from the first match. And, well, he's been hit for 6 in his second delivery.
Yeah, well, no respect from Cameron Raja. He's saying, you might be the Prince of Barcelona, but it makes no difference. If you put it there, I'm going to put it away. Hello to everybody in the chat. Thank you to the likes of Elsboy and also to Michael Pocock, who was saying, the sound is fine. Thank you very much. Well, we were hearing ourselves sort of in a double tone for a moment. Oh, well, this is a good delivery. Is this a stumping opportunity? Well, he does draw Cameron Raja out. So it's a clever delivery. The wicketkeeper just doesn't look set here. Look, he's looking at the ground. Maybe he gets a little bit rushed. Let's have a look.
This one's gone high.
And the next ball, by the way, is going to be the ball that gets hit for 6. You've got to be a bit quicker with these replays. All right, show the next ball, the one that got hit for 6. The last ball, we'll see if we can get that for you, folks. So the next ball was smashed down the ground for 6. And you can see the umpire puts his arms up. It's a good hit over. Now this is another one that gets smashed out of here. So he's not messing around. And Cameron Raja, well, what's he trying to do here? Can I just say, he brought up his 50 in 11 deliveries. And I don't think we can sort of put the mockers on anybody here. Put the
we've tried, haven't we?
He's on for 100, and he could be on for a really quick one. Oh, this is if that hit the stumps, I was going to put my headsets down and go home.
That could not have come at a better time. It was the first miss hit that we've seen from Raja today, and he's just going to go and keep himself there. And, you know, Rana's now going to get an opportunity to have a look at the ball. He's only seen the 2 deliveries, just the 2 singles to his name, but that would have been very, very funny.
Yeah, I mean, well, not for Cameron Raja. He would have been after me, wouldn't he? But what I was going to say there is, remember, he did take a single, and he did miss out on that one. So the fastest 100 that could have been on there is not anymore, I don't think. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our cube on a sunny day in Barcelona. We love a little bit of sunshine, and what we also love is high-scoring games. Haven't we had a thriller this morning?
Well, high-scoring games that are competitive as well. What an absolutely outstanding chase. And our comms weren't working. It was a bit of a treat for us as well, because it meant we got to just watch and support and admire what was a fantastic knock.
The atmosphere around the ground was quite sensational. Okay, here we go. It's back to the man who went for 28, but he did get the wicket of Abbas. Gets a bit of an inside edge on this. I think Nilkesh Patel might just have a little word with Khan and say, hey, just make sure you don't come right in front of me. Batting deep in the crease. Now, Rana, when you've got Cameron Raja at the other end, his job is simple. Bat, ball, run. Because I don't think at the moment he's seen it as good as Cameron Raja.
So, nice line. Just going to be a dot ball there. So, he has been whacked around a little bit. So, 2 dot balls to begin with here for Khan. Really steadies him. He was the guy that was knocked for 28 with a big, big wicket. So, some nice areas for them. And I think they'll be wanting to do all they can to keep Raja off strike. He comes in for his 3rd. And just cut away. They're just going to be the single, and hard running there between the wickets. Raja wanting to get himself back on the ball.
Yeah, he's going to feel that he and his side have lost out on 3 deliveries there. Because 2 dots, but he finally gets on strike, so he's going to be looking to go after Khan here. So, got to be at his best here, Akhtar Khan. Got to be looking to get the ball pretty full Yorker length outside the off.
Well, not there, and that one has been hit absolutely huge out over, and that gets him up to 83. So that's not where you can do it, and this is where he was hit. So a little bit of mind games between these two. Last time he faced Khan, it's a 5 6s in a row to Khan for Raja.
Yeah, Akhtar Khan. Well, it sails over. That goes into the area where all the taxis are. That grizzly's gone. He's out of here. He said, it's too brutal for me in the middle. And this is another way. Well, add another one to that statistic there, Georgie. This one, well, it's on the top of the nets. Come on. Nawaz is going to have to get the broom out.
Massive 6 there. So Khan, he needs to be changing where he's bowling to him. He's losing this battle between Raja, who's obviously in incredible form right now. 89 off of 21. Get your voice box ready to be calling a century. Oh, and he calls and appeals, and he misses and swings and misses, but what he's going to do, though, is keep himself on strike for the next over. So we end that over 110 for 2. And what will happen, though, is Raja will keep that strike.
Yeah, at least Khan can say he's not going for 50. He goes for 41, though. He does pick up a wicket, and I suppose he keeps that one to a dot. I think Raja Wakas, he goes up as well, but I don't think there's any doubt there. Nilkesh Patel says no straight away. Captain now having a chat with Sufyan Ilahi, who's going to bowl the next one. And he's probably saying, right, okay, if you get your line wrong going for the full pitch, he's going to get you. See if you can get me a couple of Yorkers in. Come on, Yorkers into his pads. That's what you're looking for here. Come on, Raja, 89 of 22.
So Alaha was handy in the first over for himself. 1 for 17. Just had a chat with the captain, Raja Waka. And that one, though, didn't help that chat. And that is getting himself right into the frame for that 100. Raja takes himself up to 95. And this is danger territory for the Dragons.
There's a buzz around the ground again. We've already had 2 centuries. Now, could be another one coming up here. First of all, the ball needs to be checked as that one clobbers the camera scaffold and comes back down. Here we go. He's on 95. In comes Ilahi. And, well, he can't hit it there, he says, so that's true. But he's going to have to bowl it again.
Yeah, a little bit of nerves there, I think. He knows that he's got a player that's on his 90s in front of him. He wants to beat him for pace, but well wide there. So, got another one.
I'm just trying to think the last time, if this happens, that we've seen 3 centuries in just 3 innings. Well, it probably will happen. This is the chest. What's the fielder giving here? He does give the century. He gets a century. It's going to be a 6er. Cameron Raja, 101 not out. And that is pretty breathtaking. That century has come up in just 24 deliveries. Something tells me that's probably the second fastest that we've seen. Well, he's right up there in the top 5 for sure. He doesn't do it in the 22 balls. I thought that was on for one moment. Now Cameron Raja gets a century. So, folks, we've had 3 innings today, and we've had 3 centuries. I can't remember that. It is a hat-trick of centuries on this Carnival Monday. Well, it certainly is a carnival for some of the batters.
That's it, a hat-trick of centuries. And it's not somewhere that you won't be able to see that anywhere other than the ECN. And Ilahi, well, that's going to be onto his name. And that one, though, is hit high. Is he going to go from a century into being out? It's high, but it's going to be dropping short of the fielder. And so watch this space, because he's been given a life, and that is not when you want to be giving someone a life when they've just got over the 100 mark.
Yeah, it's one of those. We've seen this a few times. Gone high up in the air. The fielder thinks he's in the right position, but he's not. And the ball, in the end, ends up being blown away from him. So the worst case scenario is they take 2 as well. So Ilahi is going to have to once again bowl to Raja.
Goes for the short delivery. It's going to just be the single, and a tight single, but they make it work.
171 in the last match was not enough. That was when Wasim Abbas got to a century. He scored 109. Now, well, Cameron Raja, he's got runs on the board. And the thing is with Cameron Raja here, there's still plenty of time for him to maybe go on to a big score, maybe even get like a 140 something on the board for himself. That's a nicely timed shot, and the fielder can't stop it. He dives all over this, and that's Faizan Amjad. It's not a good look from him. You've got to be getting a slide in and stopping this. 4 runs. It's a ball to go in this one. So Ilahi, you can see there was a little bit of a groan of disappointment as he sees that go to the boundary, the third in the over.
Yeah, Elahi, he's now 37 off of his 2 overs and make that 43 because that one is gone out of here. And Rana now wants to come to the party. He gets himself another 6 and that score is going right on up. 136 for 2 at the end of the 7th. So still 3 overs to go. And oh my goodness, don't forget the 9th in the last match with this teams. They went for 28, so they know that they can be batting some big numbers at the end of the innings. So this one, it's a score fest, isn't it?
Yeah, and if you like what you see, remember the best teams in Europe come together for the Champions League of Cricket happening in Andalusia, Spain. So we'll go from Barcelona to Andalusia, from Catalonia to Andalusia to the Cardiff Oval, which is in Malaga. And when all the excitement starts on the 26th of February, get ready for that.
So that one's been tonked down the ground as well, and another 6. So this is a 6 fest at the moment. Raja 110 off of 27. And he's wanting to get himself up onto that board of the top scorers here in Spain. We've had some big scorers here. And he's got plenty of time left as well. He doesn't have to play rash or do anything silly. He's still got nearly 3 overs left to be adding to his total. That one, he's just going to be running the single. Prince picking this one up, and Rana now is going to get the strike.
Yeah, Cameron Raja has a big opportunity. I mean, he won't like the single there, but you have a look. This is the century so far. So we've had 12 here, and they're the highest runs, 143. There was a 150 as well from Shafat Ali Saeed. So he can be right up there. Wow, Rana now is deciding, well, it's time for him to go. Rana does mean frog in Spanish, but maybe he's looking to leapfrog himself to a high score as well.
So the second 6 for him, how many 6s, without cheating, do you think Raja's hit?
15.
Correct. Well done. You had a look, didn't you?
I had a look earlier because I wanted to count how many 6s in the innings.
15 6s to his name. And Rana, he wants to join as well. So that, though, is just going to be the single. Keep the danger man, Raja. Give him back the strike, 111. So Shah, no bowlers really not been hit around the part at the moment. I'll be bringing maybe Hamid back. He only went for the 11. It was in the opening over.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a mistake, isn't it? Keeping him back. Because back for what?
Well, this is a catching opportunity, and it is. So Raja, he is out, 111, and his luck runs out. He tries for a sneaky little shot, and it didn't quite pay off. And wow, Raja, what an innings for him. 111 off of 29 balls. What an outstanding knock. 15 6s, 4 4s. Not much running between the wickets between those two.
What a lovely moment that was. A man who's already scored a ton. Prince Liman shaking the hand of Cameron Raja as he gets out. There's the catch though, Raja. Well, we've seen a few of these go over that third man, but a catch nicely taken. Well batted to Cameron Raja. Now 150 on the board. They want to be getting more, and well, that will help because there's a full toss right into the body, and that gets blasted out of here. They might want to look at the height here.
Yeah, it looked pretty high, and so Shah, he's been given back the cat hat, so it must be legal. Was just dipping at the right time. So at the end of the 8th, we're looking at a pretty big total already, 156 for 3. So plenty of balls remaining and plenty of wickets in hand as well, with some big batters still to come. So, well, they knew that 170 odd wasn't enough last time, so they're going to be challenging that, wanting to putting on a higher score again.
Yeah, isn't it? It's a funny old game. First of all, Cameron Raja out on the Nelson, 111. So the Nelson is spoils the party for Raja. But when they took the wicket of Wasim Abbas, there was so much joy. And then the next 4 deliveries went 6, 6, 6, 6. Cameron Raja came out and did that, and now he's blasted 100. So you can see that Catalonia Dragons are in the same place they were in the last match.
So Iqbal's going to be coming onto the strike now. And he starts off well, gets a dot ball to his name to begin with. Rana, he started getting his eye in the last couple of balls. He takes a little step back and tries to go for a big one down the ground. And that one, though, he connects with that one. And from a swing and a miss to a big 6. Rana, he is making sure that he's going on where Raja left it off.
Yeah, I mean, look, you get your line wrong slightly. That's a little bit too short. It's got to be much fuller. And you can see that without moving the feet at all, the batter can easily swing under that, hit it on the full out the middle, 6 runs.
Iqbal, and he's going to be a wide there. You could see it was a little bit short as well, even if it was in line. And it never looked good out of the hand. And well left there. Didn't want to get suckered into it, which a lot of players are starting to do.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of the batters are not in the frame of mind of leaving anything.
That one is down the ground, and Alahi is just going to connect it. He is really speedy around the ground. Always wants to be, like you said, a little bit of a pocket rocket. And I think the Duracell Bunny is the perfect way to describe him with how he moves around the ground.
He never runs out of energy, does he? And he throws this one in, and well, he almost takes out Azhar with the throw. Is the throw, and Azhar Iqbal has to hop over it.
So a settling over here, though, for Iqbal. And that one is just going to be a single again as well. And they needed an over like this. They were getting tonked around the ground. And so they needed to change that pace and do something different. And I think that's what they're doing now. Rana, though, is back on strike. 165 for 3, 2 to come. Oh, and he misses everything there. Keeper wasn't able to grab onto it, though. And so a dot ball and a needed dot ball yet again. Rana swung big, didn't he?
Yeah, let's have a look. He's out of his crease. It's a stumping opportunity.
Yeah, just missed it.
But, well, the captain, Raja Wakar, couldn't deal with it.
1 to come. Iqbal's been good. He moves around and it goes through him again. You could see that he preempted where he was going to be bowling it, but wasn't able to connect with the ball. And a really, really good over there by Iqbal. They needed something like that. So Azhar Iqbal, well done.
It's a smashing over. It all happens in the 9th. Well, it's all happened in every other over but the 9th in that one. So, yeah, well done to Azhar Iqbal. 165. So, expected score, probably they're saying about 180, I would guess. You'd expect him to get about 15, but yeah, have a look at some of those bowling figures in the 40s there for Khan, Ilahi and Adil Shah.
You can't have 3 bowlers with an economy of over 20 when they're bowling 2 overs each. Prince comes back on, and that one is high. Ilahi's underneath it. He's speedy, and he gets there, and he takes an important catch. And I would say how fast he is around the ground, and he was fast there, and he gets Ahmad out. And so a wicket means a dot ball, and a dot ball means everything in this moment of the match. So Ilahi, he says, no, that one's mine. He takes a great catch. And so Prince has another breakthrough there. Wicket to his name, 1 for 18 for him.
Yeah, sensational catch from a guy that we just keep talking about. Ilahi, he's been absolutely brilliant. Sufyan covers a lot of ground, and we know he's quick. And he's supercharged. He gets there, and once he gets there, he makes no mistakes. So good catch. New batter comes in, and, well, way down the picking order, it's Mustanza Iqbal.
Well, he's on cue. It's a massive 6. He knows he's only got 5 balls less to face, so might as well swing. And that one is absolutely roosted out of here. And a big 6, and this has been an innings of 6s.
Yeah, Mustanza Iqbal opened the batting with Wasim Abbas last time round. He scored 30 or 14. And here he is coming in at number 6 and smashes his first for a 6, make it 2 in a row. And this is where people start to think, well, what's going on? Why is he coming so low down? Mind you have to say, I mean Hamza, he waited a few balls, didn't he? He scored 6 or 7. So I think that's something that Pat Barca got wrong. Why they chose with Hamza, probably because he's a left-hander, but that didn't click. Cameron Raja made no mistakes. Rana is out there, he's batting okay, but this guy, you've got to have him at the top of the order. This is why 2 6s and now a 4.
Yeah, and look at that score now, over the 180, 4 wickets down, 2 balls to come. Was Prince the man to be coming in? Maybe not. Maybe I would have gone back with Hamid, who took a lot of pace off of it and kept them.
Yeah, I don't know why he hasn't come back onto bowl. I mean, he probably bowled one of the best overs of the match. Only 11 came from it, but the captain hasn't gone back to Jamal Hamid. He's gone for other guys, and well, they've all taken a bit of a bashing, apart from, of course, that 9th over from Azaric Bar.
That's it. Well, 2 to come, and that one is just going to be the single, unless they misfield there. So 2 comes from it, and that was interesting fielding. He had it in his hands and then didn't bring it with him once he stood up. So they got an extra run there that shouldn't have been to their name, and going to have one more left of this match. 185 for 4 is the score.
Just couldn't get it, and then when he gets the throw in, it's a difficult one for the keeper, but still you'd expect Raja Waka to take this and get the run out, but he falls all over it. And now the next one gets blasted away as well. It's 4 more runs, so the score 186 for 4, so they do go past the 170 mark this time, and they've got a few more on the board to play with. Question is it going to be enough this time?
Well, that's the thing. They've gone, well, 170 odd isn't enough. That's going to make it a little bit difficult. 21 off of that over. And so after a really, really good 9th, we're just 9 runs from it. We have it 21 off it. So all the bowlers very, very expensive today. But it was the Wasim Abbas show earlier today. Well, not this afternoon. It was Kamran Raja, 111 off of just 29 deliveries. Absolutely outstanding knock from him.
Yeah, great knock, and we'll probably get that scorecard up for you in a moment. But the key man, as you've mentioned, Kamran Raja, I think it was his response, once we saw that wicket go down off the key man, Wasim Abbas. So he came out and he started to blast the ball all over the place. And Hamza, well, I think he just chewed up a few deliveries, didn't he? I think he got 1 ball out of the slot. He hit 1-6, but 1-6 out of the 6 balls he faced before he departed. But then, of course, after that big wicket of Abbas, it was all about Kamran Raja.
Yeah, Raja, and 15 sixes. So we're going to see a lot go out of this park. Bye-bye, Pelota. We're seeing plenty of that. He was seeing them absolutely beautifully, timing the ball to perfection. And no matter who came in with him, he did have a few wickets coming around him, but it didn't really matter. Rohit Rana played his role absolutely perfectly, 27 off of 14, but just some wonderful strikes down the ground. And he couldn't really put a foot wrong until he did.
Yeah, I think you summed that beautifully. I mean, everything that came his way, he put away. Akhtar Khan couldn't find a way to get past him. After taking the wicket of Abbas, he went for 4 big sixes. And then, well, when he was back on strike again, didn't matter who the bowler was, he was trying to do just one thing, and that was smash the ball to the boundary.
Yeah, that's it. They just bowled it into the slot. Even the good fielding around, it didn't really matter, because have a look at what he was doing here. He was just managing to put them all around the ground. And if it wasn't a 6, it was a 4, but there weren't too many of them. Some of the matches, you're not even getting more than 10 or 11 sixes in the entire match. But today he hit 15, and that was where he brought up his ton. He got to raise his bat, and it was an outstanding knock. And there's no other real words to describe it. The fielding, that was a rare error from them, but there was no real hardness in the fielding. That was a little bit disappointing there in the final over, where they just snuck another run in, but they got themselves up to a very, very handy total, 186 for the 4 wickets. And you can see here, that is a scorecard to remember for Kamran Raja. He was absolutely brilliant today. Wasim Abbas did it this morning, Raja this afternoon. And so that's our 3rd century in as many matches. So a really, really exciting day of cricket here on the ECN. And here's the scorecard. And look away now if you are a Dragons fan, because that is an ugly scorecard. Iqbal, just the 9 runs from his over. Maybe they would have wanted to put him in a little bit earlier. The fast and the medium pace were getting knocked around the town. Jamal Hamid as well, very economical. But look at that. You can't have 4 bowlers with an economy like that. Even if you are getting wickets, you can't be getting as many runs against you as that. So that is what we're looking at here in the next innings. 187 will be the score that the Dragons are going to need to chase. It's going to take something special. We saw that in the first. Can it happen in the again? Prince Daman, he is going to be absolutely integral in this. Can it be done? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see very, very shortly here on ECS Spain. Looking forward to it.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Welcome back. Georgie Parker here with Rico. And, well, we had a massive run chase this morning. Well, we've got an even bigger one here, and this is the bonus point equation. So 130 the Dragons are required to get if they don't want to go home from this match without any points. We didn't think they'd do it in the first match, though. So never say never with this one. It's a pretty decent score there to be able to get that, though. 186 for 4 Pac Barcelona were. And Rico, well, what a run chase we will have on our hands.
Yeah, it'd be
will
something.
It happen 2 in a row?
It'll be something special. Tim Redmond is already asking the chat, can the Dragons do it again? Well, I suppose a lot depends on if Prince Demand can do it again, because he was just outstanding in that knock last time. 103, 10 sixes and 10 fours during the knock, which means he's got 100 in just boundaries, and the other 3, well, just 3 singles. So already they need to be going at this over 18 and over, almost 19. So the start is very important. And Cameron Raja, who didn't bowl the last match because of I've seen his ankle is badly swollen, is going to bowl first. He starts with a short one, and he gets played in the gap for 4 runs. The Prince is up and running.
That's it. So Raja goes, I've not done enough with the bat yet. I want to do it with the ball as well. He saw Ali Saeed do it yesterday, hit a fifer, and then hit a pretty decent total with the bat. So he thinks he can maybe be part of that as well, but not in the first ball of his spell. He gets hit for a 4, and they're going to have to hit plenty of them. Look at that required run rate, hitting at 18 already to begin with.
It's a nicely stroked. Oh, just majestic. Really, it is just majestic. I'm not tired of seeing the Master Blasters out there that are smashing the ball for big sixes over long on and cow corner. But to see a batter stand and deliver shots like this, well, that's what takes your breath away.
Absolutely. Time to perfection. Knew the placement of the field, and he put that exactly where he wanted. So Raja, it's not worked for him so far with the ball, and he has had 2 boundaries to him, and Prince has got his eye in. He comes in for his 3rd, and that's a better line and length, but that's going to be played away, and it's going to be going down his leg side. And is it going to get to the boundary? It is. So 3 boundaries in as many balls there for the Prince, and gets himself up to 12 off of 3 balls.
Yeah, shows you that he's in good form. Cameron Raja, maybe the length is better, but he's just a little bit there. You can see there, a little bit on the legs, and, well, the Prince, he's on it like a flash. So Cameron Raja is probably going through the pain barrier here bowling, because I've seen his ankle it's swollen, it's bruised. He's got it well strapped up. I didn't think he'd be bowling. Well, he is. He fancied himself to have a bowl, the Centurion, but well, he's gone for 12 or 3 balls.
So Prince still at the striker's end, and that one didn't be timed as well. So I wanted and needed dot ball there for Raja, and Prince keeps himself on 12. He just felt as though he just wanted to whack that one out. Didn't quite see it cleanly.
Yeah, Sufyan Alahi is the other opener with him this time. So they made a change here as opposed to Adil Shah. So they're hoping that that he can be in the same form again and be hitting the boundary straight from the word go as well.
Oh, and that one appealing, but only the keeper was appealing. Raja running down, and it took Prince quite high into the pad, into the thighs.
Yeah, you can see there. I mean, it's too high, isn't it? You're never going to get an LBW there, but it's not a bad delivery. It just tucks up Prince slightly. So after 3 boundaries on the spin, 2 dots. So, well, this is the decider, I suppose.
Who's going to win this battle? Raja comes in for his final of the first. And Prince is going to keep himself on strike. So 13 off of the opening over. And below par from where they need to be, but not a bad opening spell there for Prince. 3 boundaries, and he gets himself to 13. So 13 after 1.
Yeah, he keeps himself on strike as well. I think that's key. He's in good form. He was the not-out batter as well as scoring that century. He's got Alahi out there with him, who we know is just, he's just pure strength and power. You wouldn't think it, though, because he's not big, is he? He's a little chap. I remind you, 16 matches since a golden ball as well. Yeah, he's not much of him, but
No.
he just times the ball so well.
Yeah, and he is still powerful, though, because he gets himself up pretty high and runs himself around the ground and involves a bit of power in it. And Prince, though, is going to keep the strike. And it's not often that you see players bat through an entire innings. He just knocks that one down, splits the fielders, and another 4. So no 6s yet, just a couple of 4s.
Yeah, he's only just stroking it around at the moment, isn't he? He's saying,
Yep.
I don't need to hit it too hard.
Start.
Shabazz Ahmed puts it in the slot, and look at that. Look at the pose there. He just leaning into the shot, gets it over the infielder, and he makes a change in the field straight away. Fielder now goes back. They got long on and mid-wicket back to the Prince. But for me, you always have to have somebody out in the offside to Prince.
Ahmad comes in. And Prince sees that one, and that one has been cleared again for another 4. You can see him charging down the pitch a little bit there. He wants to play attackingly. And another 4, still no 6s.
Good shot. Turns what would have been a good length delivery into a full toss by coming down the track and plays it delightfully once again over the infielders, and he gets 4 more.
So he started this over like he started the last. 2 4s to it. And Ahmad, he's been gone for 8 so far, comes in for his 3rd. And that one is hit nicely, but it's just going to be a long single. Long on, picking that one up quite easily, but a bit of a misfield there by the Ahmad, by the bowler, but didn't want to sneak another run in there. So Prince going to have a little break now, and Elahi gets his first look at the ball.
Yeah, he can have a little breather, can't he? The Prince at the other end.
So the pocket rocket, what can he do? And what he can do is hit it high. Is it going to clear the fielder? It's not, and that's taken. So he is going to be gone for a golden duck. So Prince is standing there on his candy cane down the other end, and he loses his mate at the pitch. And Elahi, after all of the things we've said to him, he knocks himself for a duck. And that's a real shame there for the Dragons. They've got such a big run chase. That 187 is what they're chasing. And so wickets this early are going to hurt.
Yeah, he just doesn't get it right, does he? Goes more aerial than distance. It's a very good catch taken there by Rana. And it'll be Elahi who will go for a golden duck. So the first duck of the day coming pretty late. So he's going to get quacked off. There's Goldie.
Well, nothing will beat our 6 ducks we had yesterday.
Yeah.
6 ducks, but Arshad Butt came in though, and he won the match for them with his own bat. And so we're going to have Shah is going to be taking the crease now. So the first wicket of the day there, and we're halfway through the second over. Ahmad 1 for 9 are his numbers. And it's a big run chase, so wickets early are going to hurt. Although in saying that, the Pac Barcelona side had a couple of early wickets, and that didn't stop them from having such a big score. Ahmad comes in, and that one is going to be very catchable, but just not able to grab that one. And that one goes through for 4. So we get off the mark there, Shah, with a boundary.
Yeah, Dil Shah, who opened up last time, he gets... hits it well enough, but there was a chance there, getting all excited there for that moment. At Barcelona, they thought they could have had 2 in 2, but it gets away from the fielder. Couldn't get down quick enough, so it's going to be a boundary. Disappointment for Ula, who couldn't take the catch.
So Ahmad, he's going to be hit again for another 4. Just going to slowly make its way down to the line, but an okay over from him. 1 wicket for him, and he just the 17 runs. So after 2, it's 30 for 1 for the Catalunya Dragons. So they are falling behind a little bit. There's 2 overs in a row that haven't been hitting that par mark of 19 odd per over. You can see here, though, that win got them off that bottom position, and even just grabbing 1 point can put them in the Sohail Hospitalet points sort of situation with 2 games in hand.
Yeah, and Sohail Hospitalet, of course, will be playing the last 2 matches here today. They got a tricky encounter against the men in blue, who were sensational the last time we saw them when they blew away Royal Barcelona. So we've got an exciting conclusion to match day 15. What an exciting day it has been. Batters have been very much on top. Here's Arif, who bowled pretty well last time. He goes down on one knee though, the Prince, and the Prince says, all right, I've had enough of hitting fours. Is now time to go the aerial route. 6 runs.
Yeah, and the first 6 of this innings for the Catalunya Dragons, and they're going to need plenty of them if they are going to go for this Pac Barcelona score. Fours aren't really going to be cutting it. So a big 6 and a much needed and welcome 6 from the Prince. And Arif, he goes for a big Maximo for his first delivery of this 3rd over and final over of the power play. And he charges down, and it's just going to be a dot ball, but it's going to be a wide. It clears his leg side.
Yeah, I thought, like you, for a moment, maybe the Prince was going to get a little bit of pad or something on this after missing it, but he doesn't, so that's fortunate. So he will get a wide. It's one that will have to be bowled again. You can see Cameron Raja having a few words with the bowler here to deal with a riff.
And that one is just timed to perfection, a beautiful cut shot. And he hits that one away, and we've seen a few of those heading down to that side. And another 4 to the Prince. He's now 32 off of 11. So he's trotting along, but he just needs to be hitting a few 6s. The 4s, when that run rate is at 19, you can either need to hit 5 of them in and over. Otherwise, they're not really going to do it. So some 6s are needed here. Beautiful, beautiful cricket, though. Arif comes in. And he tried to go down the leg, but he knocks it down. And another beautifully played shot from the Prince. Another 4, 36 off of 12.
Yeah, this time round, you saw he missed out on one earlier when he came down the track to play down the leg side. This time he just waits for it. And you can see that he just effortlessly just clips this away for 4. So he's looking good, isn't he? Remember, hasn't been out here today. Scored a fine century, 103 in the first not out. And now he's already quite quickly onto 36 of 12.
So just the single from it. And Arif gets a little bit of a reprieve from the informed Prince, and Shah's going to have another look at it.
Yeah, Shah, I mean, to his credit, came out when the wicket fell and hit the next 2 balls for 4. So he knows he's got a part to play here, and so do all of Catalunya Dragons. While the Prince is out there, you know that, he can do sensational things as he did in the last match. This match is still alive, but they've got to play their part. And if they can get a few balls out the slot as well, it just makes the job for the whole team a lot easier.
So a dot ball there, which makes it hard. So another boundary off of this one. Essentially, every over needs to be a magical over for them to be able to stay in the hunt. So every dot ball makes that harder and harder for the Dragons. And this is the last ball of the power play. The field will move out after that. And so these 4s won't be enough after that, and they'll all be picked up. So just pulling that long on in. So Shah. And he goes to exactly where that player was moved in from. And he hits another 4 to his name. So 3 4s off of 4 balls for him. So Shah, so the end of the power play, it's a pretty handy total. 50 runs for the 1 wicket. So pretty handy for the Dragons. And they're doing what they can.
Yeah, I mean, have a look at this, how close the 2 teams are when we have a look at the 2 Manhattans. Only 6 runs in it, 6 runs adrift. So very much still in this game. You can see a bit of disappointment there from Ula, the captain, because he didn't want to change the field. And I think he took some advice from Tanvir Iqbal to make that change, and it backfired. They get a crucial boundary, and that boundary meant that they do get the 20 that they wanted off that over. So match very much in the balance.
Absolutely. So they just need a couple of those really big overs to make themselves feel as though, and keep that run rate at bay. At this stage there, you can just see 56 for 2. So they both have been lost a couple of wickets. that target there. So if you're new and haven't seen much of that, or ECN, 131 bracket next to that, 187, means that if they being the Dragons, hit a score above that, they will take 1 point home from today. And there is the 6 that we needed. And Prince gets himself up into the 40s. And that is a way to do it. Nicely struck down the ground and well struck there by the Prince himself. He hit a ton in the first match between these two sides and he's verging on another half century here.
Yeah, well, Nawaz has got the broom because he's going to need it because that Grizzly's going to need to come down. Nawaz, he's the supervisor. Good shot from Prince.
Comes down the ground and hits that out of the ground. That is an enormous 6, and that is over the fence. And lucky it's not a weekend because that could have hit one of the picnic bystanders earlier in the weekend. But that is an enormous strike from the Prince. And I said they needed 6s, and well, what a 6 that is. Have a look where that goes.
He's a joy to watch, isn't he? The way he dances down the track, gets to the pitch of it, hits it beautifully clean. Doesn't try to overhit. That's the beauty. And now he goes for the single. Is not cleanly picked up by the captain, Rahman. Is going to be another 50. Prince Diman goes to 50, not out of 16 deliveries. He scored 153 in the day. Are we going to see some more spectacular batting here? It's been a crazy day on the European Cricket Network, and this one is going to be 6 more. So now it's Adil Shah who says, don't forget about me. That gets whacked away. Oh, well, surely not.
After only 1 6 in the opening 3, we've had 3 6s in this 4th over, and so we were very much saying that we needed them. And they get themselves up to 63 halfway through the 4th over here. So Shah's into the party now. And that one's catchable. Is it going to be caught? It is, and that is caught by Cameron. That is by Wasim Abbas. And he didn't get firing with the bat, but he did manage to take a nice important wicket there and just unsettles the 2 players that are in the middle of the crease.
Yeah, and what this shows is that bowlers, and it's not a bowler's game, is it? It's not a bowler's pitch, but you've got to try things. Fair play to Rana. Takes all the pace off this. No pace on the ball. So Shah tries to execute exactly the same shot that flew over for 6 the ball before. But with no pace on it, he's got to do all the hard work. He doesn't get it clean enough. Catch is taken by Abbas. It's a big wicket. I know the Prince is still there, but you know, every time there's a new batter that comes out there, there's always a chance of 1 or 2 dot balls, 1 or 2 balls not going to the boundary, and that could make all the difference in this match.
And first delivery to the new batter is going to be a wide, and so have to bowl this last delivery of this 4th over again. And Rohit Rana, he's been hit around this over, but he did get a wicket. And another one, and this breeze has just come in from this right to left to screen, which I think is maybe playing a little bit of havoc there. Yeah,
I mean, if he was bowling these to Prince, I would say, yeah, you got to try and squeeze one in so he can't get a boundary. It's a new batter. He's just given 2 wides away, which means 21's now come off the over. So they've got the magical over. Up in the air, catching opportunity. Cameron would normally swallow this up, no problems, and he does. So Cameron Raja takes the catch. The new batter comes in, 2 wides. And because he doesn't face a legal delivery, that means that's his first ball face. That means there's another golden duck. So, Goldie Derrick, where are you? Because we might as well quack him off.
Yeah, so a big wicket there, 71 for 2 at the end of the 4th. So 2 wickets really in as many balls, a couple of wides in between the 2. Prince, though, is going to be able to keep the strike here, which I think is handy. It means that that new batter can settle in and see what's happening in the middle of the pitch here. And so 2, though, magical overs in 2 overs. So they started a little bit slowly, but they're now reaching their way to where that required run rate is. So it started at 18.6, and they're now currently sitting at 17.7. So 71 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, now this is interesting. Wasim Abbas, let's just say his batting has been pretty sensational. His bowling has not. I'm actually surprised he's even going to get a chance of turning time over. He's probably keen to prove me wrong as this one gets played away. No run from Prince this time. But yeah, he's been going for plenty of runs in that last match. He went for over 50. The time before we saw him bowl his 2 overs, I think he got to close to 50. So this is a big gamble, and of course he's bowling to Prince.
Yeah, huge gamble there, but a dot ball to begin with for him. And that one, though, is not a dot ball. The exact opposite, that is a 6. And that one is, again, gone over the fence and far away. There is a dog there. He missed it, though. And the Prince, he's seeing them perfectly at the moment. A fantastic shot from him. And he's just using his sheer force and power to get that one out of here.
Yeah, well,
Oh, what did he start with the dog?
The dog. Oh, poor Pooch. And Chance, oh, he goes down. Oh, well, while we were watching the Pooch getting frightened out of his little life, and now the Prince got a bit of a fright as well. He plays this one, and it's the captain, Romanula, who has a chance to take the catch, but he gets it wrong, misses his hands, clobbers him on the knee. A chance, the Prince gets dropped on 56.
And good batters don't let this affect them. He wanted to run down the other end, but he's going to have to face the next ball. So only 6 from this over so far. But what can Prince do with his ball that he shouldn't have been given? He's gone for a 4, and so it goes from a drop catch to a 4, and that one hurts for Abbas.
Yeah, well, what I just saw there, I mean, Romanula is on his knees, probably because A, he's heard it because he got clonked on it. Secondly, because he knows that he dropped Prince. And Prince, after hitting that one to the boundary, sees Ula on the ground and just points his bat at him almost to say, that's for you, thank you.
That's it. So Prince gets himself up to 60 off of 20, and that one's catchable as well. Is it going to clear the field? It is. It's going to go out for 6, and so 66 off of 21, and Prince is flirting with fire at the moment, but nothing is really sticking, and he is just trotting along nicely, and he is helping his team, the Catalunya Dragons, to that 186 run that they're looking at.
This was always 6. He just saw the fielder there. He was already out of the field of play. We might get a chance to see it again. No, go back line. Back to the live action. This gets clipped away, and it's going to be, well, how about this? Right in front of the stronger together banner. That is stronger together from the fielders. I thought it could have been 4, but he clobbers it. It's almost like a pass to the other fielder. Good bit of team fielding. Bit of stronger together.
That's it. It's a little bit of messy in this one, isn't it? I love the footwork fielding here. It just... Wow, it's very, very close to the rope, but our umpires are right there behind him. So instead of a 4, it's going to be a single. And the umpire's just going to check the ball to make sure that the ball is all okay.
He probably thought he kicked it. We'll have a look at it. Yeah, just going back to that one. I know that the fielder was getting a lot of jib, but it was always 6. He'd already stepped out of the field of play. So even if he had come back and caught it, it wouldn't have counted. And as soon as he touched it, was going to be 6 anyway. Couldn't save the boundary. This is some of the destinations we'll be going to. ECL coming, of course, 26th of February. Portugal after that, and France. Be great to go to France. Italy, Brescia. We always see some great cricket in Brescia. So plenty of cricket coming your way.
So Rana, after his last over, where he got 2 wickets, he did have 21 to his name, but 2 very handy and important wickets. He is coming back in, and he, though, this time is going to be facing Prince. And that one just skips on up off the deck, and it's Prince in the chest, but he's okay.
Yeah, I think the bounce surprises him.
Yeah.
So he stops his shot.
So charges down the field, doesn't hit that one super cleanly. It's going to be collected, and just the single there. So Waka now is going to be getting his first look at it. Raja Waka,
the captain, needs to play a captain's innings here. Good bit of fielding there from Cameron Raja.
Catch it's the call, and it should be caught, and it is. The safe hands there of Cameron Raja, the Centurion earlier today. He takes another catch in the field, and so there is another duck. So like we saw yesterday with Sohail Hospital, ducks going around everywhere and one man having to take it all for the team. We're seeing similar today. The Prince, he's having to sit himself here into this innings, and just ducks after ducks after ducks.
Well, we'll see this again first. It's a great catch. I just mentioned Cameron Raja. I thought maybe the 2 Rajas will be in action. They were. Cameron Raja takes a great catch. It's another golden. 3 golden ducks in this inning. Hello, everybody. And
3 goldens. That's
3
a bit tough, isn't it?
It definitely is all about Prince Demand now, isn't it? What a good catch that was from Raja. Well, he may have lost his cap, but he did take the catch.
Yeah.
Rana, 3 wickets now.
3 wickets. And just the 1 in this over in terms of runs. And so just cuts that and wants to run, wants to get Prince back on strike, but Prince doesn't want to get himself run out. So another dot ball. So a really, really nice settling over after a few big overs in the row for the Dragons. And so Rohit Rana is doing very good things here with the ball.
Yeah, Martin Haider, he rings a bell. I'll talk a bit more about him after this delivery. And he just it's going to be a wide. When we saw him, the first time I saw him, he looked like a very good stroke player of the ball. He looked like a guy who's played a lot of one-day cricket, and he was adjusting himself to playing this format. He's very correct, plays some nice shots, so he could be the ideal partner for the Prince here, but the rate required now is really getting away from him. I'm surprised they're taking this single on. I really am. I thought the Prince probably would have thought, nah, you know what, leave it. If you're not hitting the boundary, I don't want to get on strike, because that rate now is at the 20-22 mark that they need. And few people were touching on the fact that if you look at the win percentage here, they're down here now to 6%. But in the last match, at one point, they were down to 4%.
That's it. So the computer doesn't know everything. And that one was a little nick, but didn't carry through to the keeper. And that could have been the 4th wicket for Rana. And so I think you're right. I'm interested as to why they ran that single, because it means now that Haider is going to either hit a bunch of boundaries or have to take a single again. So instead of having the strike now, Prince is going to go back down to the bowler's end. And you can see here, too many people falling around Prince Demand's name.
Yeah, well, last time I said, all right, Prince Demand getting the century was key. But getting a century on its own wasn't the key to winning that match. He got contributions from a couple of batters, and he's not getting that this time. So, I mean, with Ilahi already gone, he needs some support. Matan, probably the last hope here, but just have a look at that rate. Prince not on strike, so I think already pressure on Haider to probably play a little bit against his normal game. Wasim Abbas starts. It's a little, see what he's trying to do. He's just trying to plot it and get the single. He's not an out-and-out hitter. He's playing a format of the game he's not that used to, and that does show. He's a good stroke player. He can play some nice shots, but he's got to get going here pretty quickly. Down the throat of Raja, but this time he puts it down. It's going to be 6 runs. And how crucial could this be? Because it could have been another wicket to go. And Wasim Abbas, well, I said he's not had the best of figures with the ball. Maybe he's not had the best of luck either. That one hit pretty hard. Cameron Raja, he took a great catch running the over before, but this time it escapes him. 6 runs.
I think it's a second drop catch as well, and he makes him pay, as that one is going to go down for 4. So instead of getting a wicket, he has another 10 to his figures there, Abbas. And Haider now gets himself into double digits. And we spoke about partnerships before this match and how partnerships are really important into any score that you're getting. And so this is going to be a really important partnership between Daman and Haider. That one's going to be a long single. And so we are going to get the Prince on strike, but only for the 2 deliveries.
Yeah, and remember the other thing here, keep an eye on that. The figure in brackets with the target is 131 to at least get something out of this match. So that will have to play in their mind as well. Mind you, bowling bad deliveries like that to the likes of the Prince is that target should be achieved pretty easily. But the Prince, knowing him, he's still looking to get to the 187.
Yeah, that 187 will be on his mind, and he thinks he could maybe do it himself, but I think they just started a little bit slow when they have such a high target. Prince, though, will be wanting another boundary. He's into the 70s now, so he's doing what he can. And that one is beautifully struck, but not beautifully enough. Oh, it just drops in front of Raja. It's going to go for a 4, and it could have been caught, but just not enough on it. So sometimes not hitting them well is actually sometimes better for you.
Yeah, I still think that's a chance. I mean, Cameron Raja, he's run, and he's sort of stuck at his right hand, hoping it sticks there. But I think that's one where you're running, and then at the last moment you're diving forward, get two hands to it is a chance. I mean, remember, you take that catch, you win the match. There's no doubt about it, because the Prince is gone. But he's given a couple of chances away, isn't he? He was dropped on 56 by the captain, Rahman, and now that's a chance that Raja's not able to get hold of. So these are all important little moments. It's the end of the 7th, 110 for 4.
So Abbas has had 3 missed catches to his bowling figures, unfortunately for him, but he finishes with 36 runs to his name. And that one is going to called catcher as well. And is it going to be caught? And it is. And well, like I said, they're falling like flies around the Prince, and this time it's Haider. He goes for those 6, and he goes for 12 in the end. And that's what they're going to have to do, though, because look at that run rate. Is now required run rate of 27 and over. They have to be going for 6s. 4s aren't going to be cutting it, and anything between the wickets isn't going to be cutting it. So I can expect a few catches like this in the next couple of overs as we started this 8th over, 110 for 5.
Yeah, good catch, well held. And so Haider, I thought he could be the key batter that could stay out there with the Prince. Well, he's going to depart for 12. But you're right, he does have to go for those shots. A good catch there, taken once again by Wasim Abbas, who's showing that he's pretty good in the field as well. I don't think he's put one down, Abbas. Just pushes his away for a single. So it's a direct hit now. He could be gone here. The Prince has been run out. He is not even waiting to see. It's a direct hit. That is match changing. Prince run out on 76. It's a direct hit. Just looking at the running here for the Prince, he doesn't go straight away. And it's a direct hit. Is it Tanvir Iqbal who's a hero? He does go, but look, he just doesn't get any rhythm going. He doesn't run hard. I don't know what he's doing here, the Prince.
Put his bat down. He didn't even put his bat down. I think that if he did, he would have been there. Well, a side-on shot of that one.
Oh, wow. Prince Divan at the end, such a great player, but he doesn't do the basics when he has to. He doesn't run hard at all. Now, they're having a look at this again. I wonder what they're looking at, really. But let's just see let's see the running here. I mean, let's have a look here. So let's have a look at here. Here comes the throw. Keep an eye, Prince. Yeah, I don't think he gets it. And one more time, they'll have a look. But I get the feeling. Here we go, backward. Here we go. I think that foot is in the air. Watch. Go forwards here. Foot in the air. Yeah, that's conclusive now. Great work.
That's frustrating,
Spring
though.
Media. Yeah, but when you look at his running.
He needed his bat down. He was well within reach of that.
If you look at them running, though, look at the Prince here. So he starts off okay. But then he just never accelerates. All right,
but he would have been within reach, so he just needed his bat down.
Yeah.
He thought he could do it with... he probably expected it not to be hitting.
Yeah, all he had to do was put the bat in, slide it in, and he's in. So that's not good from the Prince. Just watch here. So he goes early, but then here, look.
Put your bat down.
Yeah,
it's still not down.
He actually thinks the ball is going to hit him, but it doesn't hit him. It hits the stumps. He's gone. 110 for 6.
And so now we've got 2 fresh batters at the crease, a big run chase ahead of them, and you're thinking very, very unlikely. So that 131 now is going to be that target. And Shah gets himself off, so he's not going to be joining the Duck Club that's sitting over on the bench. Amjad, though, will he join that club? We've had 4 of them in this match. So 76 needed off 15. Looking very, very, very unlikely now. And so that one missed everything, including the keeper. But it's going to be another dot ball. And those dot balls just a killer from now. But it's all right. The different target is there now. So it's the 131. So 20 off of the last 2 overs is what they're probably looking at now.
Yeah, they've got to work hard to get that.
And now it could be as though that they might not even get that.
Yeah, I mean, these batters have to, I think, forget swinging and missing and forget giving your wickets away. This could be another one. It should be another one. It will be another one. So they are really going to struggle. So it's going to be another duck. And this time Faizan Amjad will go for a 3-ball duck. 7 wickets down here. You know what? I think they might even struggle now getting to that 131. Batters have to be sensible. There's Derek.
Yeah. So they need 10 off of the last 2 each over for that 131 for them to... Oh, my goodness. So they know they need a swing, but they really don't need to swing like that. They can just get a couple of boundaries and run twos as well.
Exactly. Think smart cricket.
Yeah. No, you're not going to win.
Yeah, you're not going to win. Take the boundaries. You know you might get a few extras in as well. Think smart cricket. And also, look, 7 wickets down now. So if it's smart cricket, push it along, get the singles, then maybe in the last over, if you're needing 12 or something, with wickets in hand, you can really go for it. You can run hard. But this is going to be tricky here now. And Shabazz Ahmed has taken the 3 for 18. There's the last ball. It's dragged away. Well, that will help. 6 runs. That'll help the tension. He doesn't want to push it around. He gets the toe end of it, but he gets a good swing on it, and he's going to get a boundary.
Yeah, so it takes that pressure off these last 2. So they now just need 14 runs in these last 2 overs for them to get that bonus point. The win is out of the equation. And you can see what's coming up this afternoon. The men in blue and Sohail Hospitalet. Now, these Dragons are breathing down the neck of that Sohail Hospitalet team, and they'll be watching and thinking, well, we've got to make sure we get the win. Men in blue, though, they are absolutely firing along, and they're a 11-man team that we think are a very all-rounded side from bat and ball.
Yeah, they're good. I mean, look, there's no Surya Balu in the side, but they've still got... Oh, well, that's pretty clever, actually. He just pushes this and says back to the left-hander, to Akhtar Khan, here you go. You can do all the main hitting from here. So another one on the board, 118 for 7. You can see they're looking to get to that target 131. And I think you can see here that Pak Barcelona know that. They want to try and stop them getting to it. Cameron Raja is coming back into the attack.
So Khan hit a 6 off of his first delivery, so he may have a little bit of confidence as Raja comes in. And he does have confidence, but doesn't hit that one cleanly. Just goes for the single.
Good running. They've got to hustle. This is what we're talking about. No dot balls, bat on ball or pad on, whatever it is, but run hard. He likes to give himself a little bit of room. Doesn't he? That's Khan. Okay, another one. So Cameron Raja here. He's bowled pretty well. If he picks up a wicket or 2 here, probably definitely already got his name down for the player of the match with that fantastic century he scored.
So Shah on strike, and that one is hit. It's going to be short though, and they're just going to get another 6 here. So they're just rotating the strike here, and Raj will be happy with this. They know they're going to get the win, but they're wanting to defend that 131. So a dot ball here would be useful.
This is going to be really tight, you know.
Yeah.
It's going to be tight.
This is when we love this bonus point, because this means that Barcelona aren't going to let this one go out of their grip. They want the full 4 points after losing the first one.
Oh, that's beautifully played.
Yeah.
What a lovely shot this is. And what a time to play it. I was saying that Khan likes to give himself some room. He's been going down the leg side. This time, though, he outfoxes everybody. He actually goes the other way. And look, that's clever. That is a really good shot. 4 runs. So they're almost at a point where they will at least... Well, take some points away from this one. Take 4 in the day, taking themselves off the foot of the table. So they're going in the right direction after 3 wins on the spot. They'd have to settle for a defeat, but they'd love to get a point, and they will get one now for sure, as this is another boundary, 128. 7 balls now to get the 3 runs, which will see them pick up a point.
Yeah, and, well, they had to pivot after those fall of wickets. Prince did all he could. He just didn't have enough people around him. But now these 2 guys, particularly Khan in the middle there, he's doing his job, and 15 off of 4, so giving his team a point here. So Raja comes in for his last of the day, and that one's just going to be a single as well. So Khan is going to keep the strike for the last over of the day between these 2 sides, and they need 2 runs to get that point. Well, it's not impossible for them to not, but it seems very likely.
Seems likely, especially with the single being taken there. So Khan Akhtar Khan, who's had a mixed day, doesn't he? Remember, he did take the wicket of Wasim Abbas, and then he got smashed for 28 off and over. But now he's doing what he has to do, and I think those couple of boundaries that he hit have really taken the pressure off them. Yeah, they're going to lose, and they're going to be a pretty heavy defeat in the end. It could be by some 50 runs almost, but they're going to get something from this, are the Dragons. So
yeah, which every point matters when we're looking at the final standings in a couple of weeks' time. And so Arif has been given the ball, Adil Arif, and he was hit for 20 in the first over that he bowled today. So 129 for 7 at the start of the 10th and final over between these two sides. It's going to be a dot ball to begin with. And so don't forget, they just need the 2 runs for them to get that point. That's all they need.
I'm surprised that Munib is not running down the other end there to get that single, because it doesn't get taken cleanly by the keeper, so he would have made it no issues.
So just be the single again here. So look for 2. And now it is going to be Shah that has to win these, get these point-winning runs, not winning runs, but point-winning runs off of his bat. He played a lovely shot in the last over, so he just needs to not stress out. 4 to come.
Oh, well, catching opportunity, and it's straight down the throat of the fielder. So pressure as Rana takes the catch. It's a wicket for Arif, and that is the end of Unib Shah. Smart cricket you got to play sometimes. That's not smart. You just need a single. If you want to have a few highlights and go for a big shot, do it once you make that single safe. Well, they haven't done it. So now a new batter has to go to final run, and I'll get the feeling here that somebody like Akhtar Khan is probably saying, hey, I'm coming your way. It's Jabbar Hamid, who, well, amazingly enough, bowled a very good 1 over for 11, never got a call back.
Yeah, so they're spreading it around, and first wicket there for Arif. 1 for 21 are his numbers at the moment, and Hamid is going to be coming into the middle, and he's going to have to hit 1 run or more. And that one, they're going to get it with some leg buys.
Yeah, that'll do it. So it doesn't matter what you use, just get that run. All right, they get the run, and now with the point safely tucked away, Akhtar Khan could probably go for a few fireworks just to try and get the score a little bit closer, reduce the margin of defeat, because net run rate for a team like the Dragons and the end of the table there at could also prove very important.
So 2 more deliveries to come in this match number 58, and he's got a wide, so we have another 2 to come, but you can just see there that Hamid is just wanting to swing at everything. And fair enough too, it doesn't matter what you do out there now, you can get out and it doesn't actually matter. So there's another one.
It's well bowled and well played as well, you've got to say.
So 133 for 8. 1 more to come. So last ball of the day between these two sides. Clouds clearing, and that one just going to be the single, and a win for the Pac Barcelona team. And at times we thought maybe they weren't going to be able to get the job done, not while Prince was in there, but in the end all it took was the Prince wicket, because every other player just started dropping like flies around him. So a tough day in this office for the Dragons in this match, and Pac Barcelona are rightly winners with this one, taking home 3 points. The Dragons able to salvage just the 1 point, but it was really, really tough going out there, and once Prince was gone, there was no real chance for them, was there?
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. While Prince was around, anything is possible, even though at that point when he did go, they were needing around about 23 runs and over. He didn't quite get the support from some of the other hitters, but it still was another good game. And what we've seen, though, this is very fitting of what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, all the teams that we saw in action won a match. Well, today it has started the same as those two share the spoils. What will we see when the men in blue take on Sohala Hospitalet? Asjad Butt, of course. Well, I said that Sohala Hospitalet are very much like the Dragons. Dragons rely a lot on Prince Diman, and I think Sohala Hospitalet rely an awful lot on Asjad Butt. Azim Latif is going to be key again there with the bat. And, well, maybe someone like Bilam Aslam could play a big part as well. But we know that the men in blue, they're a very good side. I was asked a question earlier today by a few people in the chat who were saying, which team do you think has looked the business and looked the part so far? And I said at the time, we've seen a lot of good batting, a lot of good bowling, but in the field, men in blue have been brilliant, and maybe that's why at the moment they look like a championship side. We have a look at the highlights here, and once again, the Prince was in good form.
Yeah, well, it's the Prince Demand highlights, and, well, he was hitting them fours, and the too many fours. He needed to flip those around, whether it's going to be too many sixes. And in the end, it wasn't enough around him, though. Too many players going out for ducks. We had 4 ducks in this match. And we still had players as well getting dropped as well. So this could have been even uglier than it was. He had a nice little partnership with Adil Shah, but it wasn't long enough. He just managed to stick around for the 6 balls, even though he was giving a lot of the strike to the Prince. But he hit 18 off of those 6, so he gave it a fair crack, but no one else really stood up.
Yeah, and Rana, I think he had a good match. I liked the contribution that he made with the bat, and then he took some really good catching, and then the wicket he took there of Shah was just clever. Took the pace off the ball after being smashed for a big 6 down the ground, and that resulted in the catch being taken. So Rana having a good one. Well, this was a great catch from Cameron Raja, but he would have hoped he could have taken the one that came to him afterwards, because it was that of Prince Dimani went straight through his hands. The Prince was dropped on 72, but before that he was also dropped by Rahman. Well, that's the one from Raja that hurt him a little bit, but they needed to get the wicket of the Prince. Other wickets that are around the Prince were falling. That was a good catch from Abbas. And this is a wicket, really poor running from Prince. When he looks at this again, I think he knows that he sort of let himself and his side down there. I'm not saying that they would have gone on to win the game if that hadn't happened, but certainly he would have had an opportunity perhaps to be going up another 100, and at least, if anything else, making the deficit less than 52 runs, which it ended up being.
Yeah, so the scorecards are completely different when you're looking at the bowlers' figures. So when the Pac Barcelona are bowling here, they've got nearly all of their bowlers with an economy rate of 12 or less, but the Catalunya Dragons, they had 4 bowlers with an economy rate of over 20. So that's the difference. It is a batter's game, we know that, but when bowlers fire, that is when you win.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've said that. I think we know batters will score runs. I think the team that ends up being crowned the champions here are the one that's going to be smarter and better when they're out in the field. Catching becomes key, but I think the bowlers' variations and being able to get the fuller line is going to be pretty key as well. So in the end, this ends up being a one-sided match to Prince Diman, 76 or 27. He's had a good day after scoring 100 in the last one, but then you see 2 lots of 18 from Adil Shah and Iqtidar Khan, the next highest score. Pretty tidy, I have to say, in the extras that time. Pac Barcelona, have a look at that, only 6 extras.
Yeah, that's it. So too many ducks in that one, not enough run scorers, and here is that economy rate that I'm talking about. Such good bowling there. 3 wickets for just 24 runs for 2 of their bowlers, Ahmad and Rana. So absolutely outstanding figures. And even Raja, after all he did with the bat, he managed to just have the 25 runs to his name with the ball. So very, very good stuff there from Pac Barcelona. And you can see there 186. This time was enough. The Dragons, even with Prince Diman's effort, wasn't able to get that 186 total. So a convincing win from Pac Barcelona after a very, very good run chase from the Dragons this morning. Not able to do it 2 games in a row. A little bit too much for them, and they both go home with 4 points.
Yeah, even Stevens from those 2 teams. Are we going to see the same between the men in blue and Sohala Hospitalet? Sohala Hospitalet certainly will hope to get some, at least a win under their belt, because they now need to play catch up with the likes of the Dragons. They know that it could be between themselves, the Dragons, and Barcelona International, that could be missing out when it comes to those elimination matches on the Friday. So big match coming up. That's coming up in 22 minutes time. Join me and Georgie when we return, and well, get yourself a cup of tea, maybe get yourself a little sarnie, but come right back, because I think we're going to have a very exciting afternoon ahead. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
The exciting day on the European Cricket Network continues. Well, are we going to see more runs? I think we are. We've already seen 3 centuries and, well, who knows what we're going to see here next. As the Men in Blue are back in action, they're a team that got 2 great wins over PEC Barcelona, and they are taking on, of course, Sohail Hospitalet, Asjad Butt in the house as well. Let's join the 2 captains for the all-important coin toss.
So how Hospitalet to call?
Heads.
Heads is called. It is tails.
You're going to ball first.
Okay, good luck. Have a good game. All the best. Men in Blue won the toss and they're bowling.
So Men in Blue, their captain Naresh winning the toss, deciding they are going to have a field first. Doesn't surprise me. One thing that the Men in Blue do well, and that's why I think they got those wins over Royal Barcelona last time, that in the field they were absolutely sensational. Suraya Balu was great with the catching, Omar Ali as well. And those 2 guys coming into the side against Royal Barcelona was key. They looked like a unit. So he's going to be relying on key players. He himself has been a little bit off the ball. I think Naresh Kumar, he's hoping that he can get back into form with the bat. Manish Manwani has been sensational with bat and with ball, but there's other players there that he really needs to stand up as well, especially in this battle. And I think maybe the Spanish international player, Sunith Reddy, could be key in this one as well. Sohail Hospitalet, well, you'll have to say that they are really all about one man, maybe a little bit of dragons about them, and that is Asjad Butt. He was absolutely sensational the last time we saw him. Another player who got a century here in Barcelona, scored 143 in a win the last time that they were out there, and that was a great victory for them. Second time round, though, they couldn't quite just do it when he fell short, but he scored 200 runs in the day, so all eyes will be on him again, but he does need some support from some of the other players. I think Asim Latif becomes a key guy, but watch out with the ball. Asad Ali is bowling with a bit of pace as well. I think we're going to end the day with 2 exciting matches between these 2 teams. Sohail Hospitalet probably need the points because they're right close to that danger zone, and they could be eliminated from this competition if they don't get some valuable points on the board. Georgie Parker is ready for this one. Georgie, the news in the middle is that the Men in Blue are going to have a bowl first.
Thanks, Rico, as we have a look at some of these beautiful grounds here where the Barcelona Olympics were all the way back in 1992. So a long time ago now, but yeah, beautiful venue still, and glad to see them still being used here. So here's what we're looking at. The Men in Blue taking on Sohail Hospitalet. And the Men in Blue, they've only had the 2 losses to their name, and they have been playing fantastically all around, and they're not relying on one team. Completely different, one player I should say, completely different story. Sohail Hospitalet, well, they're relying on that one man there at the top, Asjad Butt, and you can see just how damaging he has been with the bat. So can he do that again? So the Men in Blue, we're hoping that they can take his wicket early, and then they can see how they go from there. And some other players will have to step up if that is the case. The Men in Blue, led by Naresh Kumar, they have elected to take the field first. So they think that they can take maybe Asjad Butt's wicket early and then chase a manageable sum. So Sohail Hospitalet, like I said, Asjad Butt, he is the key to this side, and he is going to be taking the strike to begin with here. And it should be a really exciting match. A lot to play here for both of these 2 sides. The Men in Blue sides are going to be able to be pushing for one of those top 2 spots. And Sohail, well, they're trying to stay away from one of those bottom 2 spots. So we have Boraka is going to be taking the first over of the day, and Asjad Butt is joined in the middle by Muhammad Halim. So we're wanting to get off the mark early. We see that the teams who start early and create partnerships early are the teams that go on to having good scores as the wind picks up a little bit here in Barcelona. And he puts that right in the slot for him, and he starts off well, and that's exactly where you cannot put that, Boraka. Asjad Butt right in the hitting zone, and he hits that one for 6. So Rico, that's not how you want to be starting if you are the Sohail, if you are the Men in Blue side. Not good at all.
No, I mean, it's a bit of width on offer from Borika to Asjad Butt, and Asjad, who scored 200 runs in the day the last time we saw him, remember, scoring 143 not out, and then when he was they were chasing that big score, weren't they? And they got pretty close to it. He then went and fell for 70 odd in the key match, but 200 runs in the day. He's a bit of a machine at the moment. He's in form, scoring runs freely, and as you said, he's the wicket that they need to get to smashed away. Now we're going to see Halim, who, well, just wants to stroke this out on the off and take the single. So to make a change here as well, Men in Blue, they've normally opted to open with Manish Manwani, giving him the new ball, but they've gone with a bit of a change here, going with Abhishek Borika.
Well, they've been very successful with Manwani when he gets given the ball. Often takes a wicket in the first over. So hopefully we see him early on because he can be so successful. Borika comes in for his fourth. And that one is knocked out of here. And that is going to land outside of the rope. And another six there. So Halim gets himself off the mark, and off the mark well with a nice big six.
Yeah, well, Halim, he's a big unit, as you can see there. And if he gets an opportunity, he's going to have a go. And he has a go at this, and he crunches it pretty well. Bring it on, he says. And Borika, a couple of boundaries off him already from both the batters. And that's a nice looking shot. Gives himself a little bit of room. Halim plays the cut shot. But get a single there. I've got that part of the ground well secured.
So the two batters now both on 7. Asjad Butt is going to take back the strike, and we have the last ball of the over. So still too early to be just trying to hog the strike, so you can imagine he'll be trying to get this one out of the ground.
Gets a swivel on it, but he finds the fielder. They'll take the single. So end of the first over, 15 on the board. And of course, a welcome back to everybody on our chat. Well, wherever you are around the world, we hope you've enjoyed what has been a fantastic start to this Carnival Monday. Namaste, salam alaikum, sasri akal, aibawan, vanakkam to everybody watching via fan code. It's lovely to have you tuning in today. This is the European Cricket Series in Spain, Barcelona. Lovely sunshine at the moment. Still a bit of breeze around, but while that sun's out, we'll take this any day.
Yeah, beautiful sunny conditions. That breeze, though, can be a little bit spicy when it gets going. So we're going to be having Ready to the given the ball, and he can be handy with ball and bat. Ready, he's a bit of an all-rounder here as we see the wickets just making sure that they will stay in the ground. Those bails have been causing chaos yesterday with a very, very windy day here. And just making sure that they're all there, all ready to go. So Ready is going to be bowling to Butt.
Oh, wow. If there's ever a loose, now this was it. It's a real loose, doubly, dabbler delivery down the leg side. I mean, well, that's a Gandhi ball. And then that's Ready. No real excuse for this in my book. You know you're coming to play cricket. The players have been warming up. If you're a bowler and you're going to be opening the bowling, you've already got a few out your system. So that's a shocking delivery to start off with. The next one is into the gut of the batter. They don't run, which is a big surprise. Asjad Butt. This is, sometimes we see this from Asjad when he's got lower order battering with him and he just wants to keep the strike. So it makes sense. But you don't do this when Halim's there. Halim, you can see there, he's ready to take the single. Asjad doesn't want to take it. I think that's poor cricket.
Yeah, and selfish cricket as well.
Yeah.
Share that strike around early on, because otherwise you can feel like a new batter in at the crease. But that's why he does hog the strike, because he knows that he can just strike them straight in the middle of his bat and out of here. So there's a big 6. And if you are going to hold your batter back, well, you've got to do that the next ball.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't, let's say he doesn't play this shot and he just gets a single, then you've got to say, well, look, you've got your team and run. And also, I think it's a little bit disrespectful to the likes of Halim. Halim has already hit a boundary for you. So, you know, what are you afraid of? Now he goes 6 again. So after turning down the single, he goes 6-6. I suppose if he hits every ball for 6, then we can say, all right, maybe you're right. But Asjad, he's probably saying, I'm the captain, I'm in form, I want to take on Reddy. Well, Reddy wasn't ready, was he? Because he started with a shocking no ball. And then after that, well, the next ones he's delivered have been smashed down the ground for a big 6. And now it's short and Gandhi, and Asjad makes it 3 6s on the spin. Well, now I suppose Halim at the other end, and maybe me, and maybe you, and everybody else that was ribbing into Asjad for not taking a single. You probably understand why.
Yeah, he knows that he can hit him big, and my goodness, quickly gets himself up to 26. Start a little bit slowly. No, Reddy being knocked around in this over. 2 to come. And even on his knees, he's going to hit that one out, and that's another 6. So 4 6s in the row for Asjad, but he is an informed batter, or the informed batter at the moment. And that is another big 6. Even when off balance, still manages to time that well.
Yeah, well, Asjad, what can you say about this guy? He's just, he's in form. He looks sensational. I said he's in the form of his life at the moment, and I said this like when we were here in December 2023. And he goes for another one. Well, here you go. Bring it on, and look at the runs of this over. Quite incredible, Asjad, but all right, I'm going to say I take you back for not taking that single, because after not taking a single, he has hit 4 6s on the spin. Wow, that's quite incredible. And amazing stuff. It's Reddy wasn't ready, was he? Unbelievable. I say 4. In fact, it's 6. It's 5, sorry, because it went no ball, 0, and then it went 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding. He's the guy that you want in at the crease. He's going to have a little bit of a rest now. So Halim now, he gets to have his shot, and maybe he can shut down Bart and say, hey, I can also hit this. Let's see what he can do. Tawari. And he doesn't. He gets out instead. So maybe Asjad Butt knew something that we didn't, as Halim goes out for 7. And Butt's down the other end, and he's just waiting to get back on the strike. And I think he'll be telling whoever comes out that just get the single, put me back on.
Yeah, well, an easy catch behind the stumps there for Omar Ali, who they keep as the wicket keeper. They've got several options they can use, but Omar, they're keeping him behind the stumps. I mean, Naresh Kumar, we've seen him behind the stumps there a few times as well. An easy catch for him. So Subrab Tiwari picks up the wicket of Mohammed Halim. So I suppose once again, like a lot of teams that are playing Hospitalet, they're probably thinking, right, if we can't get Asjad Butt out, let's keep working away at the others. New batter has made his way out there now. Needs to get going straight away. That last over, by the way, did go supersonic. And well, that's a supersonic hit as well, because if there's one thing you don't want to do is put it into that hitting arc of any batter, and David comes out there and he smashes his first one for a 6.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do when you're the new batter. You need to be giving it a go, and he did that, and that one went out of here. So a big 6, and so the 6s have been hit pretty freely at the moment. 7th already. We're only the top of the 3rd over. And that score, 52 for 1. That 6 brought up the 50 already.
Yeah. Smashing hit. Oh, well, this one, he almost loses his off peg. Well, hits one out of the ground. He wants to hit the other one here as well. Wants to get a bit greedy. But he plays, well, all round this one. And I think that's probably Asim Raja who's out there, who comes in. I don't think it's Javeed. Not going by the shirt numbers anyway. Up in the air, and, well, it's going to go to nobody.
So what that does, though, is bring Asjad Butt back on strike. And so Tawari, he's already had the 1 6 to his name, and a dot and a single. It's been an okay over to begin with, but a couple of Asjad Butt 6s can make this one look pretty magical.
I didn't know too much about this one, so well, it's a good delivery if you can stop Asjad. But remember, after smashing all those sixes, that one doesn't go anywhere. So Asjad doesn't quite get this right. So better areas from the bowling side. So Surab Tiwari. It's nicely played, but there is a fielder out there again. So they have got somebody back there for that shot of Asjad. He does like to play it well. It's another one very similar to Prince Diman, and that's not a bad over at all. After one goes supersonic for 31 from Sunith Reddy. This one, it just goes for a handful. Only 8 off that one, and he picked up the wicket as well. So the power play comes to an end, and it's 54 for 1.
So Kumar is going to be putting himself into the rotation here. The captain. Still no Manwani with the ball. We know he can be very dangerous with the ball. So they're just keeping him up their sleeve for down the track. And Kumar is going to see what he can do with Asjad Bhatt down the other end. Asjad Bhatt, 39 off 12. And that one goes through him and they appeal, but that was going to go down leg side and didn't touch any of the bat. So Asjad Bhatt mistimed a couple now. That was really well bowled from Kumar.
Yeah, well, like I say, getting dot balls in to Asjad is key. So Asjad, it's almost like the switch has been switched off for a moment, and that's a really good delivery. They're appealing when he's off the bat, and somehow he's managed to get this away to the boundary. So this is real, well, misfortune for Kumar. It's a really good delivery. Yorker length, and Asjad, well, he
got bat on it.
Yeah, he jabs it down, doesn't he? But because of the angle of the bat, it goes to the boundary as well. So 4 runs to Asjad, but maybe living a little dangerously.
Yeah, it wasn't played confidently, that's for sure. So Kumar gets another shot at him here. Hey.
Got him. Well, knocks him over. So Asjad Bhatt, 43, and he's gone. So that's the big wicket. It's a rash shot, you have to say, but it's a great little bit of bowling. So the battle of the two captains. And, well, Naresh Kumar gets the success. Asjad plays all the way around this. He gets a little bit of an inside edge on this as well. So he plays it onto the stumps. Asjad sees his stumps shattered, and Naresh Kumar gets a breakthrough.
There's nothing worse than hearing the death rattle. It's having to look at them as well as he does a pirouette and turns and stares at his stumps and say, that's not what was meant to happen. And he walks back to the sheds. And as damaging as he was, 43 off of 15, he didn't get where usually he does in the last few games. So Asjad Bhatt, a huge breakthrough wicket there from the men in blue team. And Amir Javid is going to join Javid there.
Huge moment, and now the men in blue will be looking to just work away at the other batters. So Naresh Kumar, well, that's why he's not behind the stumps. They want him to be doing the bowling, and he does bowl brilliantly. Gets the key wicket. So now this is a huge test for Sohail Hospitalet. How far can they get here now without Asjad? Remember, they've still got batters out there. Asim Latif, we haven't seen him yet. He's somebody who can get things going. We know that Asim Javid has played a nice shot or two. So interesting times here now.
That's it. But we have been in a game where Asjad Bhatt hit a century and then he had 6 ducks around him. So yeah, we do know that they can be privy to a bit of a collapse. And this has been an outstanding Omar from the captain, Kumar. Naresh Kumar, just the 5 runs from it so far, the 1 wicket and the big wicket as well. It's the wicket that they were needing, and they wanted to get that one early. And to get it in the 4th over is absolutely huge.
Kumar with the ball again. It allows this one to go down the leg side.
So Kumar, a couple of wides now to his name, but still very, very economical. just the 6 runs from the over so far. So since that 31 run over, we've only had the 14 runs since. That one into the body there, Javid, and no run scored from it. So what an over there from Naresh Kumar. 6 runs and the big wicket as well. And Ashjad Butt wicket. It's the one that they were after. It's the one that they got. So a nice settling little bit of play. Don't forget they still have Manwani in their pocket. Manwani can be very economical and can be very deceptive. So he manages to sneak a few wickets. So I'm going to go for Gagandeep Singh here with the ball. And you can just see here how that worm is starting to go down. Gagandeep comes on in. And it's going to be a swing and a miss, but it is going to be a wide as well. So that one too far the off side there. So Javid's going to have the strike here. Singh. Going to start this again. So no legal deliveries bowled so far. So they're moving the field around a little bit. Just having a little protection on that onside. And so Singh comes in for his first again. And that one is another swing and a miss. And this one, this time, is in the legal lines. And a nice delivery there. And you can see what unsettling batters can do. Yeah, that bit of movement on that ball. See what, bringing in some new batters. That one goes high, high, high. We're going to have a player underneath it, and it's going to get caught. And Sneneth Reddy, he makes a meal of it, but in the end, he chopped that one up and he got it. A nice wicket. So 2 wickets in as many overs here for the men in blue side. We know that the Sohail Hospital side can be victim to a collapse. We will be seeing one here. And so Javid, he heads on back to the sheds. And an important wicket there. And so a nice piece of work there. Reddy, after being absolutely whacked around the park, takes a nice catch. So he's on his way for redemption. So Bilal Haslam is going to be coming to the crease. So 2 essentially new batters here. So 61 for 3, partway through the 5th. And a few very, very good overs here from the men in blue side. So Bilal Aslam just getting himself all set and ready. Gagandeep Singh comes on down. And that one, Nick DeLong was going to go down the leg side and timed really, really well. It's going to be 4 runs, so he gets himself off the mark. So he won't be one of the ducks of the day. And you're going to have to pick up this run rate now. After Ashjad Butt, you can see that required or expected score now of 132. And there's another wide of the day. See plenty of wides here. So only the 5 runs or 6 runs from it this over Gagandeep Singh. So like I said, since that big 31 magical over, so they've had half their runs in just 1 over here. They've been very economical since. The more single-digit overs you can get, the better. And that one has it been nicked? The umpire says it has, and that one carried through to the keeper. And Aslam, he's gone for 4. So the wickets do keep falling. We know that the Sohail Hospital team can be victim to this collapse, and we've had 3 wickets in 2 overs. 2 wickets in this 5th. And outstanding bowling here from Gagandeep Singh. He made him reach for it. It carried through to the keeper of Amar Ali. And he took that well, and another wicket there. So 2 wickets and 6 runs from the over. Outstanding piece of play there. So 66 for 4 now. So those wickets are coming. And now a new batter on, and he goes swing and a miss as well. So they're doing plenty right now, this men in blue side. And so one more delivery to come here, and what an outstanding over. Brilliant, brilliant bowling. And that was an accidental, but it was a timely 4 and probably exactly what they needed. So that's going to have 10 off of the over, 70 for 4 after 5. And those runs have really started to dry on up for Sohail, and we kind of knew that. They are a one-man show. Asjad Butt, their captain, he's usually the guy with hitting all the runs, 43 off of 15, so he had a very, very good knock. 5 of those sixes, so 30 runs came from 1 over. So other than that, it's been a little bit tough going out there. So you can see here the computer, 85% chance for the men in blue side to win. And they're going to bring in Sohail here. So they're still not going to bring in Manesh Manwani. I love watching him bowl, love watching him play, but still 5 overs to come. So he slows it down, and just the single from it. So another big swing and a miss, but that, flirting with the line there. Maybe just caught the line. No. You can see, though, that they have the batters rattled, as the wind got the stumps rattled, as the stumps having to have a little bit of chaos. There's wind picking up here in Barcelona, and it's coming and going throughout the day. I think wind predicted, like a lot of heavy wind predicted later this afternoon. And Sohail comes in again. And that one is on stumps. And it gets him. It clips the top of them. And that wasn't the wind. That was the ball. And Raza now, he's gone for 4. So this is happening. This is all happening. 4 wickets down in 4 overs. That'll be the 5th. And 72 for 5 now. So that collapse is well and truly here. And so other than that big over by Asjad Butt, this has all been men in blue. And this is starting to get into dangerous territories for Sohail. We know that men in blue can come in and hit big. Asim Latif has come up though, and so we know that he can hit it. We know that he can knock it around the park. He usually bats up the order a little bit. He's coming in at that one. Going to be going down for 4. And it's going to be a no ball as well above the waist. So you can see here. It's going to have a free hit as well. So a good way to start there for Latif. So free hit now. And so this is an over they kind of needed. The umpire just saying above the waist. And that one going to be a long single, you would think. Don't think they're going to run for 2. So the free hit not going to be too punishable, but they did get a boundary from that no ball as well, though. So Javed now is going to be taking the strike. 78 for 5. But the danger man has got out a couple overs ago, but Latif, he might be key in this one. And a big swing. So Javed says it's okay. He's not the only one that keep hit boundaries. And that is a nicely struck 6. Straight over the head of long on. And 84 for 5. So this is the over that they needed in double digits here. So 14 from this so far. Still have 2 balls to come. That 5-run no ball. Not helping by any means. And that's nicely struck again, but it's going to be picked up by the captain, Kumar. And it's just going to be the single. And I think Kumar thinks the over might be over, but it's not. One more to come. There's obviously the wide and the no ball in that one, so 2 extra deliveries in this over. It's a whole 15 so far. He won't want to go magical. And that one isn't. Should be picked up. And it will just be the single, so 16 runs from the over. 86-5 after 6. So Georgie Parker with you. Third match of the day here, match 59. If you didn't catch it this morning, we had an absolute thriller in the first match. We had back-to-back centuries, 3 centuries in 3 innings. And you can see there a lot of double digits there, so far from centuries in this match. Ashad Butt, 43 or 15 for him. He hit 30 in 5. And other than since then, it's just been a lot of single-digit hitting. Latif here. Can one of these players stick around? That's going to be really important. And that one, it's going to be hit. Is it going to clear the field? And it is. So a nice 6 to add to his other 6, Latif. So he gets himself up to 12. So he won't be, Ashad Butt won't be the only person in double figures now. And this is what these guys need to do. They need to settle in and stay in at the crease. 4 overs remaining. And Singh, after 2 wickets in the first over that he bowled, he's now been hit for 2 sixes in his second. So Latif getting his eye in, 3 sixes to his name now. And usually, like I said, he usually bats up the order a little bit, but he's put himself down. Maybe he knew that they needed someone in to come in late. And a bit of an appeal. And the umpire says yes. I thought maybe it was going to go going down leg, but the umpire says no. Pitching in line and going to be going on and travelling into the stumps. And so Latif, who we said needed to be hanging around, and you can see why I thought it was going to be going down the stumps. He started so far across his line and ended up right plumb in front of the wickets there. So another wicket and a really big wicket. That he was going to be the difference, and he did come in. He came in and hit a few sixes, 2 sixes to his name, getting himself up to 18. And now it's 98 for 6, so they haven't even knocked up the 100 yet, and they've got 6 down. Getting into bowler territory here, Raja Shahzad coming into strike now. And a new batsman to the man who's got 3 wickets now to his name, and bowled perfectly there. Another dot ball. So 2 sixes, a wicket and a dot ball. You'll take that. He just changes his pace here. Going deep. And that one, the umpire, he says no. No, he says yes, late. And he's going to be caught behind. So Shahzad's going off for a duck. So Derek has been getting plenty of work here today. Very nonchalant from the umpire. And he says, you know what? Yeah, you can go. So this has been an interesting innings from the Sohail Hospitalette side. Been a little bit lackluster from them. They're not hanging around for long. And Shahzad, he gets back. So there's Derek. He's been getting plenty of work today. And it might not be golden, but might as well be. It's the same result. 0 runs to his name. And this is an ugly looking scorecard. So now it's going to be Ahmed. He's going to be at the crease. And I saw a 5 for yesterday. Can I see another one today? Gagandeep Singh, he's on a 4 for 22. Last ball for him. As the wind picks up. Oh, and it's just dropped short. There was a catching opportunity there. And Manish Wanwani just wasn't able to pick that up, and he knows that he's cost his mate a 5 for. It was always going to be tough. You can see him giving it an effort. And he won't be getting the 5 for. He'll have the 4 for 22 instead. An outstanding bowling there from Gagandeep Singh. 4 wickets just for the 22 run. Sohail Hospitalet, well, they are nowhere at the moment. 98 for 7 at the end of the 7th. My goodness, what a collapse this has been. Gagandeep Singh, though, outstanding spell from him. And Kumar's putting himself on. He took a wicket and didn't go for many runs as well. So 1 for 6 for his figures in his first over, and that one skies up high. Manish Wanani is underneath it, doesn't want to do the same mistake again, and he catches the catch, and he's happy with it. So Kumar gets his second, and while at this rate, we won't be getting much cricket played out of the Sohail Hospitalet side. They are now 8 for, and my goodness, this has been quite something. Men in blue side showing that they are one of the sides to compete in this competition. Sohail Hospitalet, well, we I think confirming that they are a man show. And Rico, you head off to have a quick little bite of lunch and you miss 8 wickets.
What's going on?
Yeah.
It's been a day of runs and now all of a sudden it's wickets that are falling. Gagandeep a 4 for. How about that?
Yeah.
Almost had a 5 for. Well, Manish Mawani says that I can catch them when they're catchable. Safras lets himself down. Somebody has an interesting appeal. Not out. Yeah, nice bit of lunch. Had a bit of Spanish tortilla. It's always nice when you're here in Spain. Have the real thing. And a bit of chicken. It was nice. So,
Oh, it's cold. That wind's picking up.
it is picking up, isn't it?
The sun's warm. The wind is cold. And Kumar, he's handy with the ball, but 2 wides in a row for him. So a wicket, then 2 wides, and I think that's okay. It brings up the ton there, I believe, for Sohail Hospitalet. So with 100 there, that expected score sitting at 117. And, well, you only got a couple of wickets, and we know that they can quickly fall. I'm not even confident in that. But Safraz, he's going to take the single. And Kumar saying, oh, it's a direct hit. Was he home safe? Kumar's got his hands up. I think they'll just have a little look at this just to make sure. Let's see how far. The direct hit was what they needed. Was his bat down? And I think it was. And so they're doing what they need to. And this is what men in blue do. They put all their effort into their field and into their bowling, and then it makes it a little bit easier for their batters.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we talked about them in the field, that they're pretty exciting and electrifying. So we just had a look at that again. I think the bat just down in time, not out, says the umpire. So we carry on. Saeed Cameron out there with Nilkesh Patel. Not a good delivery, and it's well put away, and a good way to get off the mark for Imtiaz Ahmed. It's just hovered there on the leg side and whipped away nicely. 4 more. And, well, there's the man who was making some highlights the other day. Well, let's make sure we get all of the highlights of Kesar, who is the 12th man. And I thought we saw some brilliant highlights for him the other day. Now, this is out on the offside. The fielder watches the bounce pretty well. And it will just be a single. Yeah, old Kesar is the most exciting and enjoyable 12th man to watch. He gets after all the antics there, doesn't he, on the side? They want to take the single on, but, well, it looks like Safraz wanted to. Ahmed is saying, no, you stay there. So, no run. There's Kumar, 2 for 14. He's let himself down with a couple of wides after getting that wicket. A tidy spell. And now he goes forward for the Yorker length delivery. Gets with a bat onto it. In comes the throw. And now this one, I think, may be out. I don't think there's any doubt about this one. It's a direct hit. They were a little bit cagey with their running. And after turning down 1, Ahmed says, all right, I will come this time. Here's the throw. And this is what I'm talking about, folks. He's gone. Omar Ali knows it. The umpire gives the decision. He's nowhere near. Men in blue, they certainly are turning on the style. I think we've seen a number of teams could be comparable with them, with the batting and also with the bowling. But with the fielding, nobody. So that's brilliantly done. And, well, get the feeling here that there must have been an issue with one of the players in the warm-ups because that's them all out. There must have been an injury to one of the players who's not coming out because of that. So that's it. It's done and dusted. So Sohail Hospitallet will only get to 106. That makes it even more crazy that they go for the run there. It all started brilliantly because it was Asjad Butt turning on the style. And then, well, Sanith Reddy, he wasn't ready for this. He wasn't ready for his first ball, which was a horrible no ball down the leg side. And then after that, it was just boom, boom, boom. 5 sixes on the spin. That over from Reddy went for 31. But then the wickets kept coming. Naresh Kumar was the one who got one first. But the big one, of course, was Kumar getting Asjad Butt. That was key. And when he was gone, well, nobody else was able to get going. Wickets kept falling at regular intervals. Only Asim Latif, who comes in way down the order for me. Asim Latif has to be right up there in the top 3. He comes too low. He gets 18, but while he's there, wickets keep falling at the other end. But what about that fine bit of bowling from Gagandeep Singh? He certainly was up and about, wasn't he? He bowled with some pace and he bowled with some accuracy. Talking of accuracy, well, the fielding was pretty decent as well. That was the last wicket to go. And with obviously an injury in the camp, the 11th man not able to come out, so they will be all out for 106. Men in blue, after we've seen some high-scoring matches here today, will need just 107 for victory. And of course, we know this, they'll be trying to do that inside the 7th over. So what an opportunity for them to get a win here. There's that scorecard. Only Asjad Butt getting some runs on the board. So, yeah, a lot of people have said this before about Sohail Hospitallet, that they're a one-man team. Well, maybe they are, because once Asjad disappeared, any chances of them getting a big score on the board disappeared. And then on the bowling front, fine bowling figures from Gagandeep Singh, 4 for 22, but Naresh Kumar ripping out the stumps of the main man, Asjad Butt, meaning that he's put his team in a very good position. We're going to leave you with the mid-match summary, and we'll be right back in about 10 minutes' time for the reply from the men in blue.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
And welcome back here to ECS Spain, the men in blue, and Sohail Hospitalet. And well, Sohail Hospitalet, they were the one-man show. 106 was their end total there, and Ashjad Butt, he was the guy that got 43 runs off of 15. And so you can see here the bonus point equation. And well, it's looking unlikely that Sohail will be able to take home all the points, because 74 or less they need to restrict them to get that bonus point. They'll be looking at getting this in 7 overs or less, though, the men in blue side. You can imagine that this is one that they are licking their lips at. And huge bowling effort there from the men in blue side. We had a 4 for by Gagandeep Singh, 4 for 22. Naresh Kumar as well, 2 for 14 off of his 2 deliveries. So some really, really good bowling numbers there. Sohail Hospitalet, they have a bit of an uphill battle for them to be able to come into this side. And Javeed is going to be given the ball to begin with. And he's bowling to the captain, Kumar. And a dot ball to begin with. They're going to have plenty of dot balls if they want to get this win, won't they, Rico?
They certainly will do. Asim Javeed gives a little bit of width to Naresh Kumar, who plays a nice shot out on the off, but he gets nothing from it, straight to the fielder. So need wickets and need them quickly if you're going to have any hope in this. That was going to be too wide from Javeed. Bowling with a fair bit of pace, got a bit of zip about him. Does Asim Javeed, Naresh Kumar, captain. As if all the batters in his side, he's the only one really yet to have clicked in the last few innings. So he's hoping he can get some good runs on the board for himself. He's got plenty of batters in there, of course. Manish Mawani has been in very good form, and left-hander possibly will be coming in at number 3. You've got Omar Ali in there as well, Sahil Masand, and of course Sunith Reddy. It's another guy that can really turn on the style if need be. So plenty of batting, and if all else fails, you could still go to Gagandeep Singh, who picked up a 4 for as well. So they're a talented side. The wind has picked up. You can see he's playing a bit of havoc with our camera as well in the scaffold. It's moving around. That's a good delivery, and it's well played by Kumar. So Kumar, no runs on the board as yet for him, and just the 1 wide, but he's quite content to make sure he can go on and give his team a good start here.
Yeah, I think they know that they don't need to be really silly and give away any wickets, as that one goes down for the first boundary of the men in blue's chase of 107. And I think they know that they can just be pretty smart with what they do.
Yeah, it's a nice looking shot, isn't it? Cover drive, gets it through, gets 4 runs, beautifully played all along the deck, and the handsome looking shot. And then now it looks like that after playing that shot, Naresh Kumar may have done some damage to his bat. So yeah, I think definitely an opportunity for the men in blue to get the special runs. But here he comes. Here's Kesar, the man who he's just a fantastic. Look at him there.
He's my favourite 12th man.
He is just, he's something else, isn't he? Look at it. He's doing all sorts of practicing while he comes off. Oh, what a lovely chap he is. And look at him there. He's like a stallion running onto the field of play, isn't he?
With
look
that
at the hair.
Oh, outstanding hair.
Beaten outside the off. So it's not a bad over this from Javeed. The boundary for 4, but it was a good shot played. You see the wind. I'm mentioning the wind picking up. So the bail was falling over here now. Remember yesterday, we actually had, it was the stumps that were falling over. We actually had to put a bit of weight on the stumps to stop the wind blowing them over. Good delivery. It's a good end to the over. 5 from it. He's caused a few issues for Kumar. Kumar is still there. So 5 off the first over. And the thing is, that's not many. They don't need many, do they?
No, it's going to take something special from Sohail to keep this men in blue side from taking the win. And, golden ball. We had a golden ball in our first match together. Since then, 17 matches we've called together. And,
yeah,
it goes quickly, doesn't it?
It does, and I suppose it's also fair to say that we haven't had too many close ones since then either. They've been pretty much one-sided battles. But we've had some battles, and this is a battle for Sohail Hospitalet. And the next bowler just marking up his run-up. This is going to be Raja Shahzad to see if he can pick up a wicket. Morali would be a good one to get. They go back to the opening partnership that these two served Badalona very well. This is basically the Badalona side, but to sort of, if you like, rename Men in Blue. Oh, well, this is a genuine snake, and the wicket keeper, well, he just stands, Asim Latif, and watches this go by. He doesn't even move. This surprises Omar. He gets a little bit of an inside edge. He's lucky he doesn't play it back onto his own stance, but Asim Latif, he doesn't even move.
That's it, and Shahzad down the other end, double teapotting himself, thinking, how did that not get caught, or how did that not hit the wickets? Genuine chance there. Ali now gets himself to 4 though, off the mark, and then after that he wants to go and hit a 6, this one with a little bit more vigour, and so he gets himself into double figures and the first 6 of their chase.
Yeah, Omar Ali, we know, he's a talented young player, and he loves to go down on one knee when he plays his shot slot. Goes all the way down. Yeah, that's the way I like it, he says.
Helps him put it in his hitting zone. That one is a lovely shot down the ground.
Defensively playing, and a bit of a noise coming from behind us there. That things falling over, I think, in the tower. The wind really has picked up here now. I remember starting the day when I said it was a beautiful day here and very little wind, that there was forecasts for strong winds around Spain. And, well, maybe they're on their way here at the moment. It's uppish, but it gets past the fielder pretty rapido. There's going to be 4 more, so Omar Ali takes Raza for another 4. All timing here, and just it's almost like he sticks out the bat and then gets the wrist into play. Beautifully executed. We've seen some lovely shots played out on the offside today.
Yeah, we have Prince Demand this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. Had some wonderful touches.
Goes for the pull shot. If he chases on for the fielder, on the Iba, and well, it looks like he does stop it. There's plenty of people over there that would right in front of our scorers if there was any issues there. So chases it hard, has to get onto it here, and yep, he stops in time. So that's well done by Bilal Aslam. But still runs 16 now. This over has gone for. Where's this wicket going to come from? And that's going to be 4 more. Just whips it away. He's very quick, very wristy, quick onto it. He's one of those batters that he doesn't mess things up down the leg side, Georgie. He doesn't get his legs in the way. Look, he keeps the legs behind, gets the bat well in front, gets a little tickle on it, and nurdles it away for 4.
So 21, 25 off over.
Yeah.
A little bit of a delay there. So 25 after 2 here. And Kumar now will get strike. And he didn't look overly confident in that first over, but I think he knows that he's just got time and can just relax.
It was a good first over, I have to say, from Asim Javeed. He probably deserved something out of it. He beat the bat a couple of times. He rushed the likes of Kumar once. Kumar got him away for 1 boundary. So I think this will be an interesting battle here, Naresh Kumar, but he knows what's coming his way. Let's see if he can fend off Javeed again. And Javeed gets this right through him again. So this is good bowling. I think Nilkesh Patel just having a chat with the bowler here, because you can see he does end up going in front of the umpire. And Nilkesh, as the bowler gets past him, says, I don't mind you bowling from this angle, but make sure you don't run in front of me. Asking the question, Nilkesh Patel, pretty quick to diffuse the appeal. It's worth having a look again. But again, good areas from Javeed. I like what he's doing. See, he's standing outside. Does, yeah, always impact outside the leg stump. And I think also, even if that ball went on, I don't think it's hitting the stumps, but creating issues. Kuma getting bogged down here. And now he gets a bit of width. He's not going to miss out on this one. Lashes it hard. And he goes all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Kinna zona. Shaka lagya.
And they needed some of these because they do want to be able to get that bonus point. And if they're not hitting boundaries, they still need to hit boundaries. They can't just play this like a test match. They need to get it in 7 overs or less. 31 off of 2.5.
Defensively played. It's almost like Kuma sort of in his mind thinking, if I'm getting a boundary, then I don't mind blocking a few out. And I think he's also a little bit fortunate that Omoradi at the other end has got a much better strike rate than him. Needing to go at 10s. Slower delivery, and this is going to be a teaser for the fielder. Can't get there, and the batters will want to take on the arm, and it's going to be a tight one, but I think he will get there. Well, you can always tell when the wind picks up because we have to be on a equipment alert as our equipment, our laptops start flying around and we have to catch them.
Well, it's good running between wickets there. Their intent was to always go for 2 runs. He would have had to take a pretty remarkable throw from there to be able to be a direct hit as well. And so the wind has really picked up, which is playing havoc with the field, and I think that'll be a bit of a trend this afternoon.
Yeah, I get the feeling that if this wind gets any stronger, you might even have to do away with the bells out there because they're going to start, they will start falling off. Of course, we had a really funny moment yesterday when the bowler just delivered the ball on the stumps at the other end, fell over just as the ball went past. Everybody was appealing, they thought he was bowled, but it was actually the wind that knocked him over and the ball was called a dead ball afterwards. So it could be that again. And the chat is chirping away. Hello to Trip, hello to Kroom, and enjoying the cricket here on this Carnival Monday. And anyone going to watch any Carnival where you are? Is it? I know that when we left here yesterday, then all the kids were getting ready to march the streets, dressed up in some marvellous costumes, I have to say. And they do take the Carnival seriously. It's worth taking into account here with the score, 34 without loss. Now their opposition were 54 for 1 at this point, but that's as good as it got.
They had that big 30-run over, 5 sixes in a row for Ashad Butt. So after that, though, it was pretty difficult going. Halim's now going to be the bowler on strike. Takuma.
Oh, that's a Gandhi ball. It really is a big wide. I don't even know. I mean, Kuma throws the bat at this. You just leave those alone. I'll tell you why, because I've seen a lot of times a ball being so wide that you just sort of aimlessly swung the bat at it. It ends up catching a bit of it, and you end up giving the keeper or the man there who's on the 45
a chance.
A chance, yeah. So leave those alone.
Mm-hmm.
Halim gets ready to go again. It looks like
it's a helmet, though.
Wicketkeeper, yeah, if he wants to stand up, he does need to take the lid, so he will. That's Asim Latif. I wonder if we see him higher up the order. I couldn't believe he came in so low.
I completely agree. I was wondering where he was to begin with, but he came in at number 7. And Kuma still on strike. It's not had a great strike rate. That one going to be a wide.
Yeah, he's missing out on these, though, isn't he? I mean, he's been bowled a few pies here by Halim, and he's missed out on them. He's got to put these away, surely. So no wonder Omar Ali at the non-strikers, and he's wanting to push him through for a bye so he can get to the other end. Okay, here we go. So the keeper is standing up here now. It's another one down the leg side. Catching opportunity maybe, and no. He gets put down, and they'll have to wait and see what this is, 4 or 6. Let's see what happens right in front of where the tournament referee is. So they should have seen a good look at this, but we're going to have to see it on the replay. Over to Uspring Media. Hits the hands, and well, we might have to see that again because I think 6 runs. Let's have a look at Kesar there in the background. There he is.
He's calling a 6.
He's calling it a 6.
So the umpire's still figuring this one out. Gets lost a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's 6 runs for me. I think. Once again, They look at it a few times. So what are they going to decide? There we go. Manos arriba. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. That's what the umpire does.
Celebrate like it's a 6 and maybe you'll sneak one in.
This one is going to be a single. Now I think we might see the difference here between Omar getting these sort of deliveries and the Kumar. Kumar does get one away. He was dropped though. You got to remember that. It was a chance. So here we go. Omar Ali, you don't want to be bowling him these deliveries because this guy will punish you. Plays this one down line. This is a better delivery from Halim. Leaves it straight. So it's not a free hit on the leg side. So Omar hands it back to Kumar. Kumar gave a chance. It wasn't taken. So he's lucky really to be there.
Yep. I think he's been lucky with a couple of his shots, but he's still on 20. And he reached for that one. I don't know why. They're the ones that would have been a free run for you.
Yeah, I mean, he's shaking his head here. I mean, what's he doing chasing these? There's the wind once again knocking the bails off. But yeah, just leave them alone, Kumar. I mean, what is he doing? I mean, got to play sensible. I mean, if it's not there for the shot, leave it alone. Don't waste the wide. And that's a bit more like it. This was in the slot. He gets himself into position early and he smashes that away down the ground. 6 runs. Igual que genial. Que grande. 6 más.
That will give him a bit of confidence because he's not been playing confidently before that. I think he knew that he shouldn't have reached for that wide. So a nice 6 to his name. So 26 off of 16, looking like a little bit of a better strike rate after a couple of 6s in this over. So last delivery here for Halim. They'll be wanting a boundary. The 50 has come up, and that is an absolute pie of a delivery, and he gets punished for 4, as he should be. So 20 from the over, and Men in Blue are 54 for none after the end of the 4. So they're on track to be getting that 107 target in 7 overs. If they keep going at the rate they're going in that over just then.
Yeah, I think...
They'll know they need to get on their bike now. They gave themselves a little bit of time to go, hey, we can just chill here, but then they realise, well, we can't chill the way we're going. So...
if they don't do it, it'll be a real missed opportunity, wasn't it? Big time. They've got to try and get these 4 points. It'll serve them well. And I think that's what good teams will do. If you give them an opportunity, you've got to go for it. And I just think Kumar, though he does get that one away, his strike rate, it's not a bad strike rate, 30 of 17, but he has missed out on a few and he's sport a few wides as well, hasn't he? Omar Ali, on the other hand, 17 of 7. He's going to be on strike as we go back to Shazad. Shot, and that's 6. Nobody's stopping this one. It sails over, and once again probably only misses our tower by a fraction. 6 more. 6 are the best from Omar.
So Raza getting punished from that. That was an outstanding shot straight down the ground, and another 6. So 60 now. It's been brought up, and they're well on their way now. They're motoring along.
Shabba, shabba, shabba. Come on, you can see that. I mean, normally, I think if this is a closer contest, I think we would have probably seen Ashjad with the ball already. Quicker delivery, but, well, it may have come quicker. It comes off the bat even quicker as well. That pings off the middle of Omar Ali's bat. 4 more to the total.
Yeah, and so Omar Ali, we know, has been seeing these a little bit better than Kumar, and you can just see why with those 2 shots. Timed those ones absolutely beautifully. 10 from them.
Oh, this is a no-y surely, and it's one that could have wiped out Azim Latif as well behind the stump. So this is going to be a no ball and 4 byes, and nobody's stopping that. Omar, he's lucky to get out of the way of it. Azim is, well, it gets past him before he even blinks. There's a horrible delivery, and just like that, not only do you get 5 on the board, it's a free hit as well, and Omar Ali is going to be looking to capitalise on this. So if they were running a little bit behind of getting to the score in 7, but things change. Well, let's guess, come on, stay, keep the camera on him, do not move it, keep on that man. He's a highlight reel, there he is. Ah, yeah, a little bit of love from Kessar. We love you back too.
He knows when the cameras are on him, and he gives us plenty of smiles. the man with the best hair in the game. Have a look at that little bit of a pirouette. Are we at Swan Lake or are we in Barcelona?
You know what he's saying there? He's saying, my name is not Shub. I'm not going to try and catch it. I just let it go by. I'm not breaking my fingers.
No.
Well, no Shub in the house. Shub, of course, on his way back to Hungary. But well, I think Kezar is more than enough, keeping the highlight reels coming from that part of the ground. Okay, issues for the bowler. Comes in again. And this one is going to be 4 more. So, Raja Shazad, the bowler, is getting a little bit of punishment here.
Yeah, so 25 from this one so far. So after a really good first over from him, he's really struggled in this one. But what it is a different batter at the crease. Omar Ali, and he's cruising along 37 off of 12.
Oh, what a good shot.
Let's add another 6 to that. My goodness. So this is now looking like it's just going to be a little bit of a routine practice for them.
Yeah, what a good shot this is. I mean, the shot selection from Omar Ali, he's not one-track minded, is he? He's not trying to hit everything down cow corner. If it's there to hit on the offside, well, he's clubbing it big outside the offside as well. So, what next here for the bowler, Raza? It's going to be another one. That's going to be a teaser for the fielder, and he can't get there. We're going to, again, have to go to the camera to see if this is 4 or 6. What it definitely is a drop chance. So, Faisal Safraz drops Omar on 43. Is this 4 or 6? Fingers, and where's it bounce? It's going to be 6 runs.
Oh, what a shame. And a shame that they had a 5-run no ball as well. So he's currently gone for 37. What's after a supersonic over?
Well,
what comes to 40? What's 40 called?
We got to call it something like hypersonic, haven't we? Well.
So big run, big over. 91 now. So just the 15 needed. So you're expecting this happen in the next few balls, or next over at least. So
it's just boundary after boundary. I mean, every ball has gone to the boundary here, including the no ball, which went for 4 byes.
Yeah.
And now the over before that from Helene, the last 2 balls were boundaries. It's quite incredible. So 37 have come off the over, but don't forget, the 4 byes should also be added onto that. So I reckon that's 41. And then just a single here. And I mean, this is all about, you know what, I just want to keep myself on strike.
yeah, that's it. Let's get myself on strike. Let myself get my 50. I can't get 100 this game because we're only chasing 107. I might as well be able to raise the bat for the half ton. There's Ali. Oh, even with one hand, still manages to get bat on ball, but oh, shivers. It is windy. Things are flying everywhere back here.
Wind is picking up for the afternoon.
So Ashrad Bhart's put himself on in the rotation here.
Well, that is not a good delivery, and that's a no ball because I don't think this even hits the pitch at all. So Ashrad bowling badly here to Omar. Omar, of course, looking to get a half century. Yeah, that one is almost like the wind takes it. So now it's a free hit. The bails have come off again.
So Ashrad Bhart, free hit against him now. Already got the 2 to his name. And Ali's not the guy you want to be giving a free hit to, because he'll do that and he'll take that one for 4. And so brings up his half century, 53 off of 16 balls. So Omar Ali, his captain Kumar down the other end, comes down and says, well done. And so the men in blue side well on their way to this victory, and a bonus point victory as well.
Yeah, big time. Omar Ali didn't play too many games early on. As soon as he's come into the side, he's showing his class here. And now this is another full delivery, but they're going to check the height on this. It is high. The question is, does it dip in time? Let's have a look at side on. Wind definitely causing issues. Let's have a look at this. I think that's probably okay. I think that dips before it comes down, and some discussion. Well, they call it. Now, I'm a little bit surprised that they actually called this one as a no ball. So that's a second for height. Now that's going to be the final warning for Ashjad as well. So the score, 98, it I think moves to here now. They're needing 9 runs and Ashjad, but what's happening here with Ashjad? I think he's bowled 2. He can't bowl another. I don't think he can be taken off the attack just yet. So the umpire's having a conversation with him here. And well, while they sort this out, is an opportunity for us to say hello to you. Hey, big news. HQ have been on the line.
They've called in.
They've called us in and they're saying, you're doing such a great job. Me and you, we can have the afternoon off.
Early minute.
Yeah, we can have the afternoon off. We're going to go to, I think, Vinny Sandu from HQ is going to do the next match. Anyway, go back to this one. And this has been clobbered. Well, that is 6 of them. And we are almost home and dry. Well, me and you will be home and dry pretty soon because, well, Vinny Sandu will be doing the last match from HQ. So get your questions in for Vinny. And also, folks, we won't see you for a couple of days because we're also going to take some time off. So Vinny Sandu from HQ is going to be busy. So look after Vinny for us, won't you? At least Vinny, he ain't going to sit here in the wind, does he?
No, he's doing it from warm, sunny Perth. As the men in blue side are just potentially 1 hit away, and that's it. That's going to give them the win. 5.4 overs. That's all it took for them to be able to get their win here, and the bonus point win against Sohal Hospitalet. I'm just proving that they are a one-man show, and the men in blue side with a wonderful bowling performance and a very tidy batting performance there as well.
Yeah, Omar Ali, look, I mentioned these two, when they're open, quite often and more often than not, they go on and put good runs on the board, and they did the same here. It's another 100-run partnership between Omar Ali and his captain, Naresh Kumar, and they get the win as well. They do it in style. Omar Ali, what a knock from him. 63 of 19 deliveries. A young player who, it has to be said, has a very bright future ahead of him. This is the fantasy dashboard for the next one. So it's going to be 9-2 now for the men in blue. But Sohal Hospitalet have now lost their 8th match. And also from that match, they didn't pick up any points at all. So that's leaving them in a rather grim position at the foot of the standings. As we have a look at the highlights. And, well, if you like to see good partnerships and if you want to see a 100-run partnership, well, just have a look at this. Though it has to be said, it wasn't the ideal start, was it? There were some concerns earlier for Naresh Kumar. He played and missed at a few from Javeed, who I think bowled very well, but just perhaps didn't have the luck on his side.
No, that's it. But as captains do, they settle. And what he ended up doing was just playing the role for his player down the other end, Omar Ali, making sure that he was going to be keeping himself in strike. And then when he needed to have a bat, he was doing that. But you can see the vibes of the men in blue side are up and about from those on the field and those off it. And it was a nice clinical performance in the end. And quickly chase that down. A couple of little bit of lucky moments in the field for them, but that is cricket, and cricket, that luck comes from both sides there. So a very, very nice performance, and Kumar and his team will be very thrilled to come home with the full 4 points here. So as we overlook here on Barcelona, we're actually going to be shooting off for the rest of the day and for the next couple of days as well.
Yeah, we will be. Well, we'll talk through these scorecards and maybe we can say goodbye to all our viewers. But yeah, what a good partnership. 108 runs. Omar Ali, I don't think he put a foot wrong, really, didn't he? He crashed the ball around beautifully. He was given a chance on 43, but he made them pay. And Naresh Kumar, well, he was a little bit scratchy out there, has to be said, the captain, but he needed a little bit of luck. He needed a good score behind him to give him some confidence. Like I said, Azim Javed, I think he bowled beautifully. He was really unlucky. Saeed Raza, not so well. There was that one expensive over from Halim as well. And I do think Halim, it's a bit lucky because I think if Omar was facing most of those deliveries, that one could have been a big over as well. Maybe that could have gone supersonic. Speaking of supersonic, though, it's a supersonic finish to this one. They do it inside of 6 overs. So the men in blue, a lot of people were asking us, weren't they, about who we think could be one of the top teams there and go all the way, and a team that has impressed us. The men in blue have impressed, and they continue to impress.
Yeah, absolutely. So the men in blue team have got the 4 points in this match, and an outstanding and clinical performance. But for now, we don't get to watch them from here for the next match. You'll be hearing from Vinny instead of us, so we can get into the stands and watch it from there instead.
Yeah, that's right. We can find a nice spot where it's shaded from the wind, sit in the sunshine and watch some great cricket, because I do think it is going to be a great match. What I can tell you is the news from the middle is that it will be very much the same. So Hull Hospitalet will be having a bat first again. But Ashad Butt, he's got to come good. He's got to try and get plenty of runs on the board. And I think he holds the key here. But how many is enough? I mean, this men in blue, they've got some really good batters. Omar Ali, great form. Naresh Kumar. We didn't even get the chance to see the likes of Reddy, the likes of Masan, the likes of Ishan, Manish Manwani. They have got so many good batters. I think unless you're getting around about that 160 score, I don't think the result is going to change.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I think that Sohal will have to perform better, regroup, and hopefully they can put on a better performance, particularly with the bat.
Yeah, so we're going to have this the last match off, and also we've both got a couple of days off, so we're going to leave you all in the very capable hands of Vinny Sandhu from HQ. So thank you very much for your support today, and of course we had a few gremlins in the works with the sound system, so thank you for your patience, but it's been great to have you, and keep all the chat going for Vinny, because we don't want Vinny to be feeling lonely. At least Vinny, though, he's not going to be out here in the wind. He's going to be in a nice little cozy office somewhere.
Yeah.
So Vinny is going to be over to you for the next one and the next 2 days. So from us for the next 2 days, it's goodbye, and we'll see you in a couple of days' time.
See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle.
Match number 60, the last in the day, when Sohail Hospitalet once again take on the men in blue. Well, after seeing some high-scoring matches early on, well, I suppose we had to see a low-scoring one there between these two teams. But what we have seen here today is that when teams have played here, they've shared the spoils. There's been a win and a loss for each side. Will it be the same in this contest as well? First of all, let's join the two captains out there in the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Sohail Hospitalet to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
We will bat first.
Good luck. Have a good game. Sohail Hospitalet have won the toss and they're batting.
Asjad Butt winning the toss, and on a beautiful afternoon here in Barcelona, though a little bit windy, he decides that he will have a bat first. That means that he's got to score big runs. Let's face it, Sohail Hospitalet are relying a lot on the abilities and the talent of Asjad Butt. In that last match, we thought he was going to go on and score big runs. Remember, he took Saneth Reddy, who was there at the coin toss. He took him apart, didn't he? Hit him for 5 big sixes on the spin, scoring just 31 off that over. But then, unfortunately, he went down the wrong line, playing across the line to Saneth Reddy, and he loses his wicket. And once he was out, well, that was the end of it. So he knows that he's got to bat deep. I was also very surprised that somebody like Asim Latif came in at number 7. So he's got to work out that batting order. I think Latif certainly is somebody who can be out there at the top with him. Men in blue, what can you say? This is a team that I've been admiring. I've admired what they've done in the field. And once again, they showed how terrific they are in the field. They took some great catches. There was the run out there as well. They're a good team and they're on fire at the moment. And even though sometimes they don't have all of their star players playing, for example, in that last match, there was no Balu playing in the side, but it doesn't matter. Somebody always performs. Gagandeep Singh, 4 wickets to him. He bowled brilliantly. Naresh Kumar, the captain, was on song again. They've got some really good players as well, some good catching fielders. They're playing as a team and they're looking like a really good unit. Well, you know that I really enjoyed watching them. I know that Georgie's enjoyed watching them. Well, Vinny Sandhu is going to enjoy watching them in this next match, because Vinny Sandhu from HQ is going to be talking you through this one. So, Vinny, over to you. The news from the middle. Sohail Hospitalet are going to have a bat first.
Thank you very much, Rico Full. And yes, buenas tardes. Hello to everyone. Great to have your company. I am doing a little bit from the studio, giving Rico and Georgie a well-earned break. So I'll be taking through the rest of today and also the next couple of days. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how things develop as we get closer and closer to making the cut in just over a week's time. Don't forget also the internationals this weekend. So I think it's good that Rico and Georgie should be pretty fresh for those. And we'll talk about those a little bit during this game as well, I'm sure. Men in blue versus Sohail Hospitalet here in match number 60. And Sohail winning the toss and batting. That's kind of how things went last time, wasn't it? They had rocked and rolled for 106, though. Men in blue, they got all the points, didn't they? 108 without loss. Within 6 overs, never mind 7. Yes, what's looking pretty good today. Omar Ali's going to continue behind the stumps. Naresh Kumar, I saw him bowling. He's quite an important player, obviously. Sahil Masand, I think, brings a lot to the table. Manwani having a breakout tour for Sohail. I mean, a lot of pressure on Asjad. They felt like a deck of cards, didn't they, when he got out in that first match between these two teams. So Men in Blue, they're pretty big favourites, but Sohail, they just have a way to pick up wins during these series. I won't say they necessarily have the depth of some of the other sides, but I do think that you never want to take your eye off them, in particular that man, Asjad Butt. And there was that moment earlier today, I was tuning in like so many people. He turned down that single, didn't trust his partner, and there was some discussion about it. It's Halim, actually. It was Halim earlier. He said, look, Halim, you stay there. And I think everyone had a few eyebrows raised. Asjad, though, pumped the next 5 balls out of the ground. So that was a pretty interesting turn of events. Now, getting ready, and it's the money man who's going to get us going here. Abhishek Borika. And he's got a very, very good record of picking up early wickets. Asjad Butt to face up. Rock and roll. Match 60 on the way from Barcelona. Asjad just gets enough, and it'll be 4. It's up and over the top of the mid-on, but I don't necessarily say this was super convincing. But they'll take the runs. And Butt will take the runs. Yeah, Borica. Just a slightly shorter run than we've seen sometimes. It's been kind of in and out in this series. This time it's an outswinger, and there's a lot more authority on this shot from Asjad Butt. Maximo! Well, that's a really, really good shot. Up and out of here. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat as well. Nice to see you as always. Hello to Twilight. Hello to Dave B. Once again, it's that slot length, and Asjad goes high into the sky. And don't cry, but that's another Maximo. So 3 boundaries to get us going here in match 60, and this guy is a threat. Luckily, kind of out of the weekend, so there's less activity on the other side of that fence. Comeback ball. Oh, yeah, another outswinger, but watch this one fly as well. Now, this is an interesting one for me. I don't know if we see this from side on, but yeah, watch the stumps go over. Interesting. I think you just got to play that. If the bails blow off before the batter has the opportunity to receive the ball, the umpire has kind of an obligation to call dead ball. That's great in theory, but in practice, I mean, the ball's in play. I think it hasn't affected the play, so you respect the play. But I suppose the other thing you'd say is, what if he missed it? He couldn't get bowled, could he? But is that just bad luck? You saw it happen in Malta a couple of years ago. But yeah, I think in the end they'll say, look, we didn't call dead ball, so we gotta respect the play. And I feel like that's the right thing to do. Sometimes with those situations, you have to kind of play it on the situation and kind of try and use a bit of common sense. And the fact the stumps blew over didn't really affect anything that time. But yeah, it would have been interesting, for example, if if he'd missed that and the ball went to where the stumps should have been. So 4-6-6-6. This has already gone magical in the first. Goes after it again. This time it's off the thick outside edge, but it's going to be more of the same coming up. 5 balls, 5 boundaries so far. And it's like a perfectly palindromic 4-6-6-6-4. Borica, the money man, has been expensive so far. He wants to take it supersonic, and he will. So 30 come off that over. And really, Borica didn't really change his length too much in that over. It's, well, yeah, time to take cover, guys. Yeah, you think you're going to get on your break that quickly? Well, got another thing coming. Oh, wow. Well, one of the reasons we're trying to give Rico and Georgie a bit of a breather over there is because we have some big tournaments coming up. And one of them, of course, is the ECL, which starts in 2 weeks' time today. So about this time in 2 weeks, we'll be probably, I'm guessing, in the 3rd match of the day. 5 matches a day there. 5 in the group matches, and then 4 on finals days. And we'll have 8 finals days in that ECL this year. And one, he gets this completely wrong. Doesn't get the movement at all. Windy conditions, though. Dangerous conditions. I think it's windy with a chance of drizzly rain in the cube. It was just on the pitch, so it will just be a wide. Oh, it's close, and he's gone. Well, it's Manwani that gets it right. The second time around, it was full straight, and my only question was, this never really seemed to shape at all. Was it going to sneak down the leg side? But Halim did catch him on the crease, and it did catch him on the full, and that's the first wicket. It's 31 for 1. What's your call? It's line ball, isn't it? I would kind of have it as there's a chance that's hitting. Whether I'm convinced it's hitting or not, probably not enough to convince me, but the umpire has a look at it, and really in the end it's a ball you need to hit with your bat and take it out of the hands of the umpire. Anyway, see Stefan Gooch and the new blue crew there today. And Wani does like to kind of bend that ball right to left on your screen. But in windy conditions, it can be a bit unpredictable. And we do bring out Hazim Raja at 3, and we know he likes to attack. And to be honest, so how all of them do, don't they? Well bowled. Got a kind of 50% ratio at the moment, doesn't he, Manwani? Yeah, hello to the new blue crew, and I'm looking forward to being back there in just a few days. And I've been working hard behind the scenes, just getting a few things ready for ECL. Well, there's Atul Kesar in the background, and didn't he get a bit of coverage in the last game? Love that. Yeah, a bit of a flat batter from Raja, and that's going to be 4. So there's down the ground shots. Yeah, you're getting value at the moment for those. Whoa, that was closer than I thought. Asjad's an important player. He's almost taken out a bit of friendly fire there. Yeah, so we had a random question come in from Rico. I'm going to touch on that. Yeah, this is not a bad shot at all. Matt will beat the fielder as well. Isham Patel, he runs to the left, he runs to the right. Every time the ball's out of sight at the moment. It's actually a pretty good shot. Genuine on drive or wide on drive there from Raja, who started brightly. What about the century glut this morning? 3 centuries in one double header. Crazy stuff. Oh yes, little flick of the wrist. And that one is dispatched. Maximo Raja showing that this isn't just a kind of a one-horse town, Sohal Hospitalet. That was the issue last game, wasn't it, though, when Asjad went for 43. It's only really Azim Latif that was able to do anything of substance. He scored 18 late in the piece. Only batted 8 overs. Oh, yeah, that's gone. And I agree with this. If there's no bat in it, this one does swing. We'll have a look at it on the replay thanks to Spring Productions, but just watch this one. It does bend down the line. A bit unlike the first one, in my opinion. Just watch this one go in the air. About now. Starts going down. I think that's out. I don't see that one missing. I reckon that's hitting the stumps for sure. And well, he hated it, didn't he? Because Hazim Raja just played some nice shots. But Manwani, he was pretty happy with the result. A bit of everything. We had 2 wides, 2 wickets and 3 boundaries and a dot in that second over. And the score is 46 for 2. Well, that's ECN cricket. Look, I'm going to touch on a few random questions, but let's have a quick look at the table. Sohal in the drop zone at the moment. They won't want to stay there. It's a huge week for the Dragons. They drag themselves out of the bottom 2 this morning. What about that chase? Equal 5th best chase of all time. The Dragons this morning. 3 Centurions. Who knows? We might have had some in the last game if didn't need to stop so quickly. Masand gets hit and hits very nicely here through backward point. Asjad, but that'll be 4 cuatro carreras. But yeah, we might have had more centuries in the game you just saw. 63 off 19. Omar Ali flying. Who knows, Naresh? He might have given it a shake if he got on a run as well. Haven't taken a wicket this afternoon, Sohal Hospitalet. So often their bowling has been a bit of an Achilles heel. Long on back for Asjad Butt. Looks like he's so control of his game right now. He's also willing to kind of be careful on a ball. It's not really in his zone. Oh, he might be gone here. I think he is. This is, well, it's close. And Latif could be gone for a diamond duck. Well, let's just check it out. He looks like he's pretty cool about it, but he was labouring. Side on will tell us the story. Am I crazy? Let's have a look. I don't see him yet. Oh, I reckon he's out, you know. I reckon the stump's already broken. I just think, that's your shot there. Oh, it's a tough one, because does he have a corner of that bat over the line? And which frame are we going on here? To be honest, I feel like it's probably out. We can probably go back to that first one when he first touched. See there, for me the bail's out of its grooves and he hasn't made it yet. But they might just stick with the on-field call, so it's fair enough. In the end, Latif does get to face the ball and he's going to do something with it. So he'll go 6 and, well, I thought it might have been a diamond duck, but instead it's a sparkling start to the innings of Azim Latif, who goes Maximo. Yeah, what did you make of that one? The other thing is with the camera, which is kind of on the offside there in Barcelona, it doesn't give you a perfect side on, so you couldn't really tell. And so I think they just stick with the umpire's call, and that's fair enough in the end. This is quite pacey from Massan this time. Again, they'll have a ping at Latif. He gets home. So, first thing I'm going to talk about is Rico's question. What's the worst meal you've ever had? For me, I was actually in Vanuatu many years ago. Come back to that. Yeah, nice timing. And he's a bit slow to get the message here. Latif, who does make the 22 yards look a bit like the proverbial marathon, but it will be the single scored. Yeah, so yeah, I was in Vanuatu and it had sweetbread on the menu. And I said, oh, that sounds quite nice. But I didn't realize sweetbread was all kind of, what do you call it? Like the innards of an animal. Goes after this, Latif, but he's not going to go too much further. So it's an entertaining 7 off 3 in the end. Latif, I have to sit on the pine. But yeah, I don't mind him going for that last ball of the power play. Just wasn't really in the position to play it effectively. Kind of gets very front on here. He's kind of fighting himself. And in the power play, that's one of the good things about the power play for the fielding side. They've got a lot of catching players in there. So often that part of the field is packed with guys that will catch something around that height. And Sneheth Reddy does exactly that. So score at the end of 3 is 59 for 3. So yeah, that was probably mine that comes to mind. I have eaten a few interesting things, like I think I've eaten a witchetty grub in Australia, if you know what those are. I've done a few kind of dares. And that kind of ties into a lot of people ask me about, did I watch the Super Bowl this morning? And yes, I did, on very little sleep. Asjad faces up. Sneheth ready to bowl. Asjad is in a mood, isn't he? And no power play, no worries for Asjad, who goes Maximo. He's at 42 off just 10 balls. What a start. You might need a few against this Men in Blue batting lineup as well, as it stands today. No Surya Balu in the lineup, but still some very, very good players in there. And in-form players as well. Just quickly before I go on to the next bit, Dave was talking about his worst meal. Well, that one's well handled by Manwani. He's playing with a bit of confidence at the moment. Yeah, so Dave said when he mistook a frozen pre-opened pre-cooked meal for a frozen non-opened pre-cooked meal after being away for the weekend, and it put him in hospital for 2 weeks. Oh, well, Dave, glad you survived. Tell the tale. It's well bowled by Reddy. Battle of two kind of players on the fringes of the national team here. Reddy versus Asjad Butt. Hello to Chris Smith. And yeah, I am currently away from the ground. This is kind of one of the things that we're bringing in this year because, yeah, the schedule's getting a bit, I'd say, out of control. We've got it all under control, but it has gotten crazy. So it gives Rico and Georgie a bit of a break. They can both have a couple of days off. That's good ball from Reddy. Raja Shazad. Again, pretty decent hitter in his own right. He can't hit that one. So it just also allows me to, I suppose, take care of a few personal admin things. And then also I'll be taking you through tomorrow's action and Thursdays. And Rico and, pardon me, tomorrow and Wednesday. And then Rico and Georgie will be back on Thursday. They've got their weekend, if you want to put it that way. Oh, end of the bat from Shazad. Oh, well. I think he gets a fair piece of this, Naresh Kumar. Have a look at it on the replay. We'll have to just see where this bounces in the end. And also where he took off from, if we can. Yeah, it's going to be 6. Makes it fairly comfortable in the end. Got more of that than I initially thought. Raja Shazad, he's off the mark. Well, now this is ill-directed from Reddy. Never really swings back and just chipped away over Tuwari in the circle. That'll be 4 to finish the over. And after 4 overs, Sohail off to a flying start. They're 76 for 3. So, Chris saying no, he did not watch the Super Bowl. So look, I'm not going to talk about the results. Some people might be wanting to watch it later. So, okay, that's the case. But I did go, and there was a hot wings challenge. This kind of goes into what we were talking about. And I know this place. The wings are probably the hottest I've ever tasted. I did them once, and I was crying. I was begging for milk. And so this was the challenge. 5th overtime. And Wani's brought back. Real mixed bag in his first over. Asjad just pushes. I think also you're doing a good job if you can keep Asjad at the other end. Don't let him get on one of these runs of boundaries. So there's one. I was kind of just on my phone videoing the challenge. Man, Wani's been good here. But I ended up getting obsessed with one guy who was really struggling. The time that I did it wasn't really a challenge. I just ordered it off the menu. I think they're called devil wings. And I've had some hot things around the world, but this, I think, was probably the hottest thing I've ever had. That one is in the slot, and it's going to be 50 for Asjad Butt. Continues his good series. He's just making runs for fun. He looks in very, very good form. I think Corey Ruckers will be sitting up and taking notice, and Asjad just a little nonchalant wave of the bat to acknowledge his teammates. You know, they have weighed the stumps down as well after that earlier incident. The bowler's end going down now. You see the wind's playing havoc last couple of days. This time it's only going to be a single. Yeah, so I would have thought about it. But apparently the guy that won the wings challenge, he had to eat 3 of them. So it was quick, but they were so hot. They were asking for volunteers. This one's definitely missing. My Trip is in the chat saying, yeah, it's great because you get a day of me commentating and a day of Georgie and Rico. How good has Georgie been in her first series? We're loving Georgie becoming part of the furniture, even though I think with her commitments, we probably won't see her back until the very end of the season, but we'll never forget you. In the meantime, Judge Georgie, that one's hit down the ground and handled by Ishan. Surprised he hasn't bowled more, actually, something we've talked about at length in this series. End of the 5th, 86 for 3. So, yeah, internationals this weekend. This is the Spain side and the Czechia side, for that matter. I'm going to take you through a few names there, although I mean a lot of them are playing in this series. Let me take you through a couple that aren't. Sebastian Hughes Pinan, he is a guy who we saw briefly last year in the ECIs. He's a very young player. Danny Long Martinez makes his debut. Alec Davidson Soler is the brother of Andrea Davidson Soler that played for the Spain women's side last year. Could see Hassan Ali in there. Matthew Rahman, Snaith Reddy's playing in this game. I think Baba Khan gets a run as well as Big Mohammed Baba. And, you know, I'm really happy to see Christian Munoz-Mills back as well, leading the side. He's been out with quite a long-term injury, so good to see him back on the lineup. Maybe we can have one more look at that, and I'll give you a quick down low on the Czechia side. There's also a fair bit of experience in there, and then a couple with a bit less experience. And Aaron Ashokan is a man I imagine will be leading that side. Just dragged leg side by Aschad. A rare miss hit. A couple of them come in at the moment. Aschad as well. Played a lot for Spain in the ECC in 2022. He actually made it open himself in the short third position. He's going to Czechia though. Good to see Martin Verndl in there, native Czech player who now plays his cricket in England. But he learnt all his cricket in Czechia. Mohamed Ratul's an interesting one for me. So I don't think I've seen him in the Czech side before. Mohamed Ratul set a record for the most fours ever in an innings on ECN. So he's probably on the path to being able to qualify. Yeah, he hit 17 fours in innings for Brno versus the Prague Spartans back on the 21st of July last year. That Prague outfield was lightning. Who else we got in there? Piyush Bagel of United's in there. Some of the likely names that you'd expect, like the Tank, Ritik Tomar. No Beast in there. Wikramasekaran, although I do think we'll see him in the ECL for Prague CC. Hassan doing a pretty good job here at the moment. Swing and a miss from Shazad. So this innings just stalling a little bit. Having said that, they're still on 15 and over pace. You got Sagor Hussain in there. He ordinarily plays for the Prague Tigers. Hassan. Yeah, it's well bowled, but he's a victim of his own pace here. Running back and, yeah, well pulled back in. That's a long chase from Tilbari. Yeah, had to work hard. And also, you've got to make sure you don't get your lines mixed up. We've seen that a couple of times, haven't we? People giving up the chase, thinking that that's the boundary. No, that's the baseball line. And they do get back for a couple. Gets a piece of this. And well held down there by Ishan Patel on the bounce. So Aschad says no to the single, says, I'd like to start the next over. That's confidence. We saw that work from before as well. It's 92 for 3 after 6. And if maybe we can have one more look at the men's sides, because you'll be able to see some of the players I'm talking about. Ayush Sharma's another one in there from United, gets another opportunity. Has been very good in ECS cricket, but hasn't really had too much of an opportunity. Sabu Ndavitsi is a player who, I think he's kind of much maligned, but he's so talented. And let's see how he handles this track. It's a very batting-friendly track. We know that. That's up in the air, and Aschad, that's exactly why he wanted the strike, because he goes Maximo. I'd say got a good club selection there. Puts it up and over the top. I tell you what, just keeps knocking on the door, doesn't he? That's Jad Butt with the weight of runs. I know he's struggling with a bruised thumb as well. Just waiting to get sorted. That one just disturbed the furniture, I think, behind the bowler's arm. Naresh Kumar, it's on now. Just bid first ball. It's a bit of a win. The second ball is might have been one of those kind of rolling cutters. And once again, Aschad not too keen to take the single. And that's Ram Kranthi, who we haven't seen too much of in the series so far. That rolling cutter again, he chases it and almost gets a feather through to the keeper. He gets a bit more than that. Aschad really wants this. Oh, this is quite intelligent. I mean, Shazad's going to give himself up. Or I think he's out. Yeah, I think he's just out. But this is something that we saw kind of go wrong the other day. But even in the 7th over, they decide it's worth sacrificing Raja Shazad, who hasn't really had a very good timeout there, just so they can get back on strike in the first half of the over. Check it out. So he just never leaves. He makes sure he doesn't leave early. The other day we saw someone leaving early, and this one, is it out? Yeah, I think so. Oh, he might have made it. Has he made it? I think he had. I reckon the bat's down there, and I reckon he's actually made it. Wow, that's crazy. He has made it. So how haven't you seen this? So Naresh basically loses the race. I suppose Naresh, the bowler, had an extra, from memory, it's like 1.2 meters from between the creases that he had to run. And it was just enough for Rajeshazad to get back. So they get 2 for that. That was crazy town. So have you ever seen a 2 run like that? Successfully. Edged and gone. So it backfires. We said Asjad earlier in the over. Got an edge to one of those rolling cutters from Naresh Kumar. And this time it's a thinner edge, and Omar Ali makes no mistake. So we saw them combine for a 108 opening partnership earlier on. This time they combine in a different way to get Asjad Bhatt. And so, well, if you told me while they were both at one end in that instant that at the end of the over Shazad would still be there and Asjad Bhatt wouldn't, I would have said you're a bit crazy. But that's ECN cricket for you in a nutshell. 99 for 4. Still another good innings from Asjad. 60 off 21, and when you call that a moderate performance, it shows you how good a player he is. Bilal Aslam comes out at number 6. He goes after this straight away and has to watch it, but he can watch it go over the head of Masan Maximo. And Kumar loses that battle. So that over is bookended with 6s, but it does have a couple of dots, has a weird 2, and it has a wicket in the middle. But I think you're happy to give up 14 to get rid of Asjad Bhatt. Naresh Kumar. We'll see him again, I think, before the end of the innings. This is what's coming up tomorrow, and like I said, I'll be taking you through the next couple of days to give Rico and Georgie a bit of a break. Barcelona International versus Royal Barcelona in the morning. Royals, I wonder what kit they'll be wearing, because they didn't do too well in their new kit. Barcelona International, just 2 wins. They'll be hoping to rack up a couple more, no doubt. And then, what a battle in the afternoon. Pakai Care Badalona versus the Catalonia Dragons. Pakai Care, I'm curious to see what their lineup looks like. Ooh. Well, this is an interesting one. The umpire almost said stop, but he didn't have to stop. And then didn't really put off Shazad, who just pumps it out of the ground. Well, Shazad might have been a dead man walking. Oh, okay, because he wasn't quite ready. The umpire was still putting his hat on in the little hat clip. He said, you know what? I don't think the batter was put off, seeing he pumped it out of the ground. This is better location from the money man. Let me just say this, though. Borika, after that first ball of the over, had gone 7 boundaries out of 7 balls. Remember, he bowled the first over. Ended up going supersonic. Asjad Bhatt went crazy. 4, 6, 6, 6, 4, 4 in that first over. So it would have been a wide, but instead, it's knocked to the offside. Partially knocked down. They'll take on 2. They'll get 2. Yeah, so thanks for the interaction. Just with some of the bad meals. Elsboy's got one. Oh, you must be lurking, Elsboy. The worst was an Argentine tamas in Barcelona. Lamb's intestines. Well, yeah. Oh, he gets the call there, Borika, but I think he's a little bit lucky to get away with this. Maybe we can have a look at this one more time. I think this isn't totally inside the line. There's a bit of it on the line. Look. There's a fair bit of it on the line. Did come back a bit, though. Abhishek probably deserves a bit of luck. Slow ball this time. And clip. And it's cut off pretty quickly, but they'll still get the single. Yeah, Lamb's intestines. Didn't taste too bad. Didn't make me ill. But my jaws ached after failing to chew through one bit. Yeah, well. I've been to some Chinese restaurants, and we used to have a thing where we just order off the Chinese menu, not knowing what it was. It was in Chinese. Out. Yep. It was full, and Boric finally had something to celebrate about. But it will be his last delivery, 1 for 39. So look, it's a good comeback in the end. His last 5 balls, he takes 1 for 3. The only problem was, before that, he went for 36 in his first 7. But Abhishek, he was pretty sure that one was going to be out, and he was exactly right. So that's the end of another batter. That's Bilal Aslam that goes 6 and out in the end. So it's 114 for 5 after 8. Yeah, so there's all sorts of things on this menu. It's like intestine porridge was probably one. I never ate, but it didn't sound that appealing to me. You know, people have different tastes. Okay, here's Shazad facing up, and that was almost his last ball. Would have hit a 4th stump. Reddy coming back in the 9th, and as we know on ECN, it all happens in the 9th. Yeah, Trip saying Georgie's been great. And I think we do have good chemistry with Georgie, but she's kind of one of us. She's very sporty. It really comes through that she's played sport at a high level. She's got that brain. Well, I think she said yesterday during the last game really stuck with me. This is on a length a bit more, but it's horned away. Well, horns, baby. Tyrone, I believe, has left Barcelona today, but his spirit lives on. Time to put the horns up. Maximo. 6 runs. And for a guy that really should have been run out, Shazad is now carrying this innings. Been joined out there by Amir Javed. Yeah, so what Georgie said was, you know, I don't mind playing cricket, but I wouldn't be able to play it because I'm too competitive and I would want to play for Australia. Georgie likes social sport, but it's not in her DNA. She is an elite athlete. She has that elite athlete's brain. And she said, no, I'd have to be the best. So it's just better. I've got too much going on. If I can't commit to it totally, can't do it. Very interesting. We're very, very happy to have Georgie as part of our team this trip. Already takes the pace off a bit. He just goes for a single here. What else have we got in the chat? No DDC in the squad. Good observation, Chris. I don't think he's injured. I think that he's probably still finishing off his season. I believe he was going to be playing in South Africa. And he will be playing for Pakai Care in the ECL next month. Well, that was kind of in the slot from Reddy. And Javed, well, he's going to send his first ball for 6. Maximo. And Reddy. This is a ball which is kind of tailor-made for that shot, I think, for a battle like Javed. I think you've got to go Yorker. Yorkers have been effective here in this innings, especially the way this middle order bat of Sohail Hospitalet. Well, it's gone completely wrong. That's going to be a no ball. And what's worse, it's going to be 4. Atul Kesar, he's been probably the best sub fielder you could ever hope for. In fact, he's fielding like his own team were hitting earlier on. But yeah, that one's not really in doubt. Had a question, what's the par score for Sohail? I'll tell you. First, let's have a look at the free hit, which isn't really punished, just a single. So after 9, Sohail a 133 for 5. So Sohail have an average score in this tournament of 133. Okay, 133 is their average score. So it was 136, I think, at the start of the day, but yeah, it's gone down a little bit because they only made 106. All kind of went wrong in that previous game. And what else can I tell you about their scores? Their highest score is 175. They scored that in match 29. That was a funny game, and I'll tell you why. Their lowest was today at 106. So they did score 107 against the Reds back in match 19. And this is in the air and won't quite carry. Yeah, so that 175 they scored, they actually scored 175 twice. So they scored it against the Jaguar, and then lost the game. Tawari getting his only over here in the 10th, by the way. This is straight up in the air. Who wants it? Good question. It will get taken. But yeah, there's Manwani, who kind of looked around a little bit, assessed his options, and then said, right, I guess it's me on a windy day. But that's really, really well caught. I don't think TV does that justice. And so Rajesh Shazad finally will have to go for 31. And the score is 134 for 6. But yeah, just looking at that game, it was, I think, the second highest chase ever. And we saw actually the 5th highest done today, but the Jags chased 176 in match 29. But the other time, Sohail scored 175. They did win, but only by 9 runs. It's against Pac Barcelona. All right, it's another one that skewed up in the air. It's, this one will be on the bounce, just a single. So they've just kind of kept it back to a manageable chase, haven't they? Men in blue, interesting. Shows you what cricket's like in Barcelona when they're 76% favourites. And it looks like Sohail are going to give them a 140 chase, or something like that. Well, maybe not. There's a big swing and a miss from Jarvid. So, yeah, thanks for the interaction. Load of Kroom as well. Just saying that Asjad's hitting was just impressive as usual. Crack. Well, Jarvid might have missed the last one. This one he wasn't missing. Maximo! And it will be a 140s chase, I think. 141 the score now with the ball remaining. Yeah, so Trip, I think he's off for a little while, but I'll see you the next couple of days, figuratively speaking. Last ball coming up. Or not. Gives me a chance to go through a couple more comments. Yeah, Elsboy thinking, do Royal Barcelona need to go back to the Barcelona shirts as suggested by Dave? We'll give him a bit of a run. I do like the colour. This is the actual last ball. They should go for 2. Not a lot of support for it. I think he's just out. Well, it's one way or the other. We might have to have a look at this, actually. I'm pretty sure the first one is out, and it'll be quite important, I think, for the scorers. Otherwise, they won't be able to enjoy their coffee in a minute. But it'll be 1 and run out one way or the other, so it'll be 143 for 7. Let's have a look at this. Try and get a view of this one. Is he out here? Yeah, he's out. And they've crossed, I think. Yeah, I think they have. So I think that first one will be out, which means that Said Raza will be run out for 1, and the score 143 for 7. Okay, Kroom had a question. Highest percentage of runs scored in an ECN innings by one batter. I've got my suspicions it could be Gurvinder in his 156, but I'll let you know in the chat in the break. But first, let's go back and have a look at this innings. And, well, guess what? It was just more of the same. Asjad Bhatt ends up with 60 of 21 balls, 6 sixes, 4 fours in there. Lost a couple of partners along the way. A couple of debatable LBWs. I think the first one Halim got for a golden. A bit unlucky. We saw Azim Raja come out and he was able to whack a couple away in the over. But then this one for me, it did seem like it was straightening down the line and hitting the stump. So I think that decision for me was spot on. So the men in blue side were able to take some of these other wickets. But they really had their eye on Asjad Bhatt. They knew as long as they didn't get him, it was going to be a big chase. Well, the cube was invaded. I wasn't aware of that, but it was Naresh that eventually was able to get the man that they wanted. Asjad caught behind by Omar Ali for 60. Late in the piece, Borika finally had something to celebrate, getting Bilal Aslam, Lam LBW. Jarvid, though, with a couple of large ones in the closing stages. That's all kept up. Well, again, he's certainly an entertainer, even if he isn't in the starting 11. Sohail dragged themselves to the 140s in the end. The good old-fashioned double play last ball. We had only one of those will be out. First one was out at 143 for 7. Pretty entertaining innings. Pretty in the middle kind of a score. Obviously, Men in Blue had no problems chasing that 107 they needed earlier, but this is just enough to put the game in the balance. 60 from Asjad Bhatt once again. Very good performance from him. Apart from that, 31 for Raja Shahzad in there, who was willing to lay his life down for the captain in a cricketing sense. 14 for Raja in there, Azim Raja. And yeah, some good late hitting from Amit Javed gets them up to 143. Looking at the bowling, Sahil Masana thought was outstanding. He only conceded 18. Won the battle with 20. Picked up a wicket as well. 2 wickets for Manwani in a pretty interesting first over that he bowled. Borika was expensive, but got one in the end. Also, wickets to Naresh Kumar, the big one of Asjad Bhatt. And Tawari chipped in with one at the end as well. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Kroom, I'm going to do some homework on your question. And I will be back pretty shortly with the second innings. 144 for Men in Blue. They're chasing the octopus. They'd have to bat very quick to do it, but they were batting pretty quick before. So let's see what happens when we return after this break. Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo with you from the ECN studio. Back shortly. There's more cricket from Barcelona. You're watching the European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Local Lifestyle. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company here as we get ready for the start of the very last innings of today. It is the start of the third week of this European Cricket Series Spain. It's a pretty big week as well because we have 5 days of ECS action and then we'll have the ECIs on the weekend, both the men's and the women's, playing best of 5 match series. This is the bonus point equation, and you can see there, that's just got to get more than 100 to guarantee a point. I think men in blue, they're wanting the whole lot though. They're not thinking just about a 100 plus. And the way they batted last time, who's to say they can't do it? Let's get ready to get going here. There's Omar Ali. Out with Masan this time. Oh, this one for height. I wouldn't mind seeing this one from side on. First ball kind of got away from Raja. Check it out here. Yeah, I don't know if we got it from the side-on angle, but he bent down a little bit. I've been lucky to get away with that one. Anyway, this is cracked away, and Omar Ali, not going to spend too much time worrying about it. He gets 4 runs, and the scoring is underway. Yeah, absolutely smashed that one. I know that Cream had a question, which I answered in the chat, but just in case not in the chat, I'll read it out anyway. Lift it up, and Omar Ali can get away with it. It's one of those ones that's probably good he didn't hit it better. You know, otherwise it probably carries to the fielder. And so the question was, what's the highest percentage of runs scored by an individual batter in a match? And I've got what I think's the answer. Hassan faces up. That's a slow ball, and he's going to hit it. Oh, well, it really should have been taken. You put a fielder there for that, exactly that. Exactly that. And that's complete frustration there. Men in blue. They get lucky. In fact, it's gone all the way from Maximo. I'll see this one on the replay. But, oh, well, that's him. I think his body language said it all. It was almost a first baller for Masand, who's been sent up the order. He gets a full toss, and he deals with this pretty well as well. And so Masand, he gets lucky in one sense and catches in with 4 more the next ball. Yeah, so I even put that scorecard in the chat. You can have a look at it, crew. Yeah, it was a crazy innings by Bajwa. He scored 156 off 45. His partners scored 2, 7, and 3. They faced only 15 balls between them. 14 extras. This is probably a better early innings length from Azim Raja. And that'll be the end of the first. So the score is 15 without loss after 1. So yeah, I think you're thinking primarily about the win here if you're men in blue, and probably goes for both teams. 18 matches since the golden ball. Well, it must be 18 matches since Rico and Georgie started commentating together. Wasn't that a special match? And seems a lot more than that, doesn't it, that they've been commentating together. They've done a great job. Nice to see Duncan in the chat. Duncan, how are you? Saying long shadows there. It certainly is. One thing we are missing out on during this series, well, one thing's the sunsets. But good news, I'm pretty sure, just trying to do some mental maths in my head, that on the weekend you'll see sunsets because it's 5 matches a day. That's got to be a no ball. It's got to be. And just completely wrong from Asad Ali. And look, who wants it? Okay, Shah. The man with the potential shampoo endorsement. He'll catch it. eventually, but it's 7-up time to start the over. Maximo. And, they got away with the first ball of the innings. They're not getting away with that. Yeah, so sunset in Barcelona at this time is about 6:20 to 6:25 this week, maybe 6:30 by the end of the week. Yeah, good comeback. It was a free hit as well, but Omar Ali can't do anything about it. Batted so well earlier, Omar. 63 off just 19 balls. Yeah, so from memory, the matches this weekend, I think the last game starts at 4:45 local. So, yeah, it'll be finishing around the time the sun actually sets. So, we'll get to see some of those pictures. Maybe you won't get into the purple phase. You know, my phases of the Barcelona sunset. That's a really good shot. It's just a fraction too short. And Omar Ali's all over it. And well, Kesar, well, I have to sign him up for Wimbledon or something like that. He's a natural as a ball boy, isn't he? Nawaz might want to be looking over his shoulder with the fluoro vest duties. There's someone like Kesar around. Just noticed in the chat as well that Dave has his new coloured crown for being a member for 9 months. Well, that's fantastic, Dave. Great to have you as part of our community. Often you're the lifeblood of the chat in the last 9 months. And you've kept the discussion going and taken it to some interesting places. This is a little bit of an inside-out drive, but it's very well timed. Gets over the fielder. Knew there, Omar Ali, only had to get it over the infielder, not the outfielder as well. So he kind of takes a bit of the kind of power shot off it and goes for timing. Just tries to keep that bat as straight as possible. A little bit inside-out there. That ball was darting in. Sometimes actually the inside-out. It's a good way to play a ball angling into you. This gives you a kind of a better swing of the bat. Yeah, big congratulations, Dave. Drinks are on you tonight. I heard a double noise there. I think it was going down the leg side anyway. I'm waiting the umpire. Doesn't look in a rush to signal. No, he says, yeah, there's a little bit of bat on that. I think there's a little feather. In fact, more than a little feather. Actually hit it onto maybe his back foot. Didn't stop him appealing. Yeah, loving the random questions. That was a good one, Kroom. That was a cricket-related one. Was this Super Bowl? Well, last night, I suppose, was Super Bowl day, if you want to think about it that way. This is hit hard. And Masan doing a job. It just shows you the confidence they have in someone like a Masan, because could have easily gone with Naresh Kumar again, but I think Men in Blue, they played enough tournaments to know, hey, we got to get batting into our batters, and Masan's a key component of that. He's played some really good knocks in this inning, so he goes Maximo. He's Men in Blue well ahead in this chase. This is dug out. That'll be the end of the over. So goes magical in the end. It's 39 without loss after 2. Yeah, so this isn't really a random question, but I saw a video where they built like a robot to kick field goals, and it was crazy and pretty dangerous. Looking at the table, Men in Blue actually in a pretty good spot, aren't they? Because if you kind of give them, say, 2 points per match they're behind, they're actually on top of the table. So that's the American style of how they actually do their tables. They talk about games behind. Omar just lost his shape a couple of times of late. As Azim Raja is back on. So, yeah, this, I don't know if you'd be able to find it easily, but they built like a field goal kicking robot. And I wonder, like, how far is it possible? And they were taking this thing back, like, 70, 80, 90, 100 yards further. These balls are going to the car park. And like gets a bit of this, Omar Ali. And Should be handled. It is, but they will get 2. So one of the issues were that this thing was kicking the ball so hard that the ball would pop. Because it's still an inflatable ball, right? So if you were to kick it with this robot boot too hard, it actually would pop the ball. And then I saw them do a similar thing with baseball bats as well, to build like a baseball batting machine that would just swing around like a helicopter, basically, with bats for propellers. Now, that was also pretty crazy. Don't try this at home, kids. Well, this is angled in. This is always the risk for Raja when he takes that angle. Maximo, men in blue. Still haven't lost a wicket this afternoon. If you're keeping count, that's 155 without loss. I see that Chris has put a question in. He's asked me, have I seen about the baseball for spring training and upcoming season? No, I haven't. Maybe you put a link in the chat. I'd be very interested, Chris. I'm a bit of a baseball fan. Play a little bit of high-level baseball. High-ish. This is the old who wants the strike. I don't know if we can show this from the main camera, but Masand was basically saying, no, it's okay. I'm happy here. I said, no, well, look, take the single. We're both on. So just let the universe work out who's facing. We don't have to manipulate it. Pretty good last ball, though, from Raja. Doesn't do a bad job at all. Wins the battle with 30. He goes none for 24. And at the end of 3, it's 48 without loss. Boy is wondering if his tapas bar is still there. We had the intestines. I don't know, but I did have a fair bit of tapas through my first week in Barcelona. A week and a bit I was there. I'll be back next week as well. So with the commentary, Rico and Georgie having a well-deserved couple of days off. Over the next couple of days, they'll be back Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and Sunday, because it's going to be the internationals. Georgie's first taste of internationals and her first taste of women's cricket on ECN. So looking forward to that as well. And then Monday will be Rico and Georgie's last day together, as Rico's had a few days off before ECL starts. Tell me if you need me to write this down. Then Corey will stay on. He is coaching Spain this weekend, the men's side. And he will stay on to commentate the 4th week. So, yeah, Rico and Georgie will be Monday. Corey and Georgie will be Tuesday. First time they'll commentate together. Look at this. I like this, actually. It's a bit of fun. Well, now he's probably got the sound in the pocket as well, if he's going the full intimidator. I like that. A lighter moment in Chaz Ahmed. Starts with 2 dots, though. Well, no laughing matter this time for Imtiaz. He gets pumped down to the ground. Maximo! Still flying. Sohail just not able to make the breakthrough. Their bowling has been an issue in their ECS journey so far over the last few months. Yeah, so Georgie, unexpectedly, actually, she's had some things come forward with her other commitments, so she won't be staying to the very end, but she will do up to Tuesday next week. Oh, heads up, because that one's drilled down the ground for 4 more. 4 carreras más. Well, you just want to keep count of Omar Ali. 63 in the first game, and now 41. So he's brought up his century. It's like a moral century for Omar Ali. Just scored 2 centuries in a day in the previous series late last year. Wow, this one is absolutely mowed down to the ground. Maximo. Well, you can see they're roofless. So maybe that gives them a bit of an advantage seeing what's coming, although they're looking straight into the sun at this time of the day. Welcome to Stefan Gooch, who's TRing for the next 2 weeks. We're in no real danger there. As it ends up in the slightly downhill part of the ground, by the way. It's got a slight left to right slope for drainage. Oh, that's a no ball. It is. He gets a piece of it, but Omar will wish he got more. Get the free hit now. Yeah, so with Corey being around, Georgie, it's no issue. She has to leave a little bit early, but the good news is I'm planning to be back just in time before Georgie goes. So I should get to do one more game with Georgie next Tuesday afternoon. Free hit, and Omar, you're going to have to leg it out. You've got to keep it in play. I can't see it. They'll get two. They probably would have anyway. But I don't know if we're going to replay this. But they almost like turned to each other, huddling together because they were a bigger defensive unit. They said, look, I want to hide behind you. No, I want to hide behind you. Oh, I love it. Classic human shield strategy. Because they wouldn't have been out if they'd caught it because it was a free hit. 67 without loss after 4. Interesting over. Yeah, so don't worry. Georgie won't have to do a full day with Corey, though I think it'll be an interesting dynamic. I'm looking forward to hearing them together. I'll be back next Tuesday afternoon to do the last game with Georgie, and I'll do the last bit with Corey. All right, this is pitched up, and Massan helps himself to 6. Safraz in, Safraz out. Maximo, and in blue, just looking unstoppable today. Already mentioned if you gave them 2 points for every game they're behind the teams above them, they're actually top of the table. Morally top of the table. Yeah, this one doesn't swing at all. Bowls it directly to the fielder. Rajesh Zard. Make sure it doesn't go for a minimo. Yeah, so Corey wasn't expecting to do the finals day with me. It was meant to be Georgie. But that's okay. I mean, Georgie, we're so happy that she's taken time out of her schedule to become part of our ECN family. And, of course, we'd love to have her back. This might have got the keeper in the face after, well, Massan, his eyes in the back of his head here. Let's have a look at this one, because I think it goes from his gloves and just pops up. Check it out. Late to move. Yeesh, I know it's coming as well. Bang. Dunk. Yeah, luckily the hands took most of the sting out of that. This is angling in as well. And it's going to be 50 for Omar Ali. And Tilkisa among the first to celebrate. But Omar, another century back-to-back. Even though Atul is stealing his camera time. And Omar's had plenty of it this afternoon. 55 in 21 balls. It's back-to-back 50s for Omar Ali. Eventually, we'll get a look at him. There he is. Atul, though, he's going to have the most camera time of any 12th man in ECN history, I think. Now sets himself with this and gets it pretty good. Maximo. 6 more. They are a runaway freight train this afternoon. Men in blue. They are not defenders. Absolutely not. So going back to the chat. Yeah, the lowest defense, 117, still stands up. It was the first morning of the series. This is a better location. That still throws the hands at it, and there's no one back there. You can't have fielders everywhere, obviously. And results 4 more again. This is the kind of ball, you know, Isan scored a couple of tons in the series already. But I think, you know, that's the kind of ball that Isan, it just comes to mind because I saw his name on the screen a moment ago. You know, to play that shot, just to keep his options open rather than try and hit that to the leg side. All right, this time he chases one. It would have been a wide, but why settle for the wide when you can have 6 more? 6 carreras. Omar Ali. Well, maybe it's a good thing for Men in Blue they're chasing so many because Omar maybe could ton up here. He needs 29. They need 46 for the win. Better ball, but good result. They get 99 in the first half here. Absolutely flying, Men in Blue. And 99 without loss after 5. And almost sewn up that point. It looks like they're heading for, I mean, potentially all of them. They got 2 overs. 2 magicals gets them there. This is the women's series coming up as well, the women's squads. And Yeah, a few favourites in there. We've seen both those teams last year, but they haven't played each other before. So Spain, I think they'll be led once again by Elspeth Fowler, but Naomi Hillman Bermejo, very, very important player. ABC's in there, Amy Brown Carrera. I saw Rabia Mushtaq, and I saw Rambo, as was Saeed, training a little while ago. Basharat, who bowled that incredible last over in the Golden Ball match. Some young players in there. Zamorano sisters are in there. The Czechs have an interesting squad as well. Oh, a shot from Omar. He's really on here. Maximo. Atul has fielded more balls than some of the fielders on the field today. Wow. I've never seen anyone so happy to wear the vest. And he actually looks like he's bowling pretty well. I've just noticed when he's been bowling them in. Maybe after this ball, if it's not a 6, we can have a look at the Czechia side for the women's internationals. There's a couple of players I want to mention in there as well. Oh, dear me. Dear me. Maximo. That one is Adios Pelota. Omar to 84. And he's on the hunt. What a good player. He was the best young player of the series in last year's series. Yeah, so in there, I want to mention Desiree Champagne-Terrell comes in for the first time. Fawa Barber, she was the player of the series when we last saw them on ECN. And you've got some of those Czech teenagers that are part of the academy that is run by Chris Pierce there. So, yeah, Katarina Tesarikova is another one. Slightly more mature age player, but can give it a thump. She hit the only 6 of that series. Katka. Anyway, Czechia, I think they will be underdogs, but I think they'll learn a lot along the way. Omar is somehow got this one away. Yeah, not there. It's over there. Oh, look at that. How unlucky can you be? That's Adios Pelota through the fence. And just like that, Omar Ali is on to 90. Oh, this is some knock. Omar does have 2 centuries on ECN, and he scored them on the same day. That was for Badalona CC in last year's series. Crazy stuff. Remember, he's coming off a 60-odd in the game before this. Oh, well, it's a good ball. Yeah. I was going to say, don't pick it up. Don't give him a look in. We saw... it's happened multiple times, actually, where grumpy fielders will just give him the old how's that and send you packing. Can't really say it. Just trying to be helpful. He gets another one in the slot, and he's just hitting everything at the moment. Omar Ali, take a bow. Maximo. That's Okesa. Oh, he's found the first ball he hasn't been able to find. And he still gets a fair bit of camera time here. But Omar, well, he's on 96 now, and 1 ball left to go in this over. By the way, this bonus point is very much on now. They need 21 off 7 for the bonus point. They're chasing the octopus. Is it calamari for dinner for Men in Blue? Omar goes up, and he gets his 100. Well batted. Omar Ali, what an afternoon for him. He brings this ton up in 31 balls. He's coming off 63 not out, and he is such a weapon. And for a player that's already so talented, every time I see him, he gets better and better, and that was dominant from Omar Ali. Just have a look at the hitting. Leg side, yes, but also, he's been good through the cover region. Hit a few over into the city, and what a way to finish the 6th over. 129 without loss. And Omar, well, he was pumped about it. His teammates knew straight away that he brought up his century, something he ran out of time doing earlier in the day. So it's crazy numbers. He now has 165 runs for the day off 50 balls exactly. So he's going at 330 for the day. Madre mia. And here's the equation. 15 off this over, and Men in Blue take all the points. You can rocket up towards that top spot. Oh, well, that'll help as Masan puts this one out of the ground. Maximo. Well, start the car, everybody, because this one could be done pretty quickly. Full toss attempted. Yorker goes wrong. They've got some company in the practice nets. 9 off 5 now. This is where this bonus point, and again, I'm loving all the comments and the feedback I'm getting about it because it's doing exactly what it was designed to do. It's breathing life into games where the result's kind of known, but we don't know whether they'll do this 9 off 5. Masan gets it right off the end of the bat, and it doesn't carry. It's been that kind of a day. I mean, Sohal here, they could go wicketless in the day. It looks like they will. Their figures today as a team, they're basically none for 244. Right, 8 off 4 then. Omar. Oh, hits it hard. And that's going to be 4. So they're halfway there. And I'll have to check this overnight, but Sohal might be challenging a record soon from Skyways, who I think conceded 420-odd runs without taking a wicket back in 2021. That's a tough day, or days at the office. All right, 4 off 3. Can Omar finish it right here, right now? Chasing the Ocho. Oh, no. You got to be aware about it. I mean, I think he's being nice, giving the strike back to Masan. Masan certainly can handle himself. He's looked good in the 9 balls he's faced so far. Yeah, so I don't have much time left, but yeah, thanks for the info, Chris, about the baseball. It's great. Looks like they'll have a female umpire for the first time. Get back to me tomorrow with more questions. Here we go. 3 to win. 2 balls left to get the bonus point. And Masan won't leave it to the last. He goes up and out of the ground. And men in blue completely demolish Sohal Ospitalet here in match 60. And because they bring up the win before the 7 over mark, they will take all 4 points. So they do get the Octopus 8 points to 0 in the afternoon session. And what a job that was by men in blue. And in particular, Omar Ali. He's going to finish with a score of 107 not out of 33 balls. Fantastic work. And for Sohal, well, at least the pain's over for them, for now at least. But they finished the afternoon with none for 255 to their name. That's tough work. At least it's not 40 degrees. Anyway, let's go back and have a look. And it was more pain for Sohal Ospitalet. And just the fact they don't even use the same opening partnership. They just had the confidence to send Masan out there, although he didn't get to face too many because Omar was on a rampage out there. And already we've got 15 centuries in the year. It is absolutely ridiculous what we're seeing, and no one was safe, really. Yeah, no, Atul, he was delighted with the shot that brought Omar his 50. And he wasn't done yet. Yes, looks very organised. Good mixture of kind of timing and power in his batting. That was probably the only false shot I can remember. Ended up going through the little mouse hole there. But again, got to ask questions with the bowling. Do we see enough Yorkers? Probably not. A lot of these kind of step hit length balls. Omar Ali is definitely one guy that you got to be looking for if you're a Spain national team supporter. You got to be looking at his development and thinking that he needs to get a run at some point. Well, you're right. It was almost done. And Masan, he lifted this one out of the ground off the second last ball of the 7th. And I said they'd have to bat really well to get all 4 points. My word, did they. They go at a more than magical pace in this one. Their actual pace they were going at was 2:15 pace. That's right up there. Have a look at the scorecard. Dominated by Omar Ali. 107 runs to his name. And for those of you doing the percentage statistics, he scored 73% of the runs. But Masan didn't have too many balls to play with. But he looked good while he was there as well, with a crisp 30 not out with the ball. Well, Azim Raja, he won the battle with 30, but his teammate didn't. Some of them only bowled one over. Supersonic stuff from Sarfraz and Raza. And that was all she wrote. I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat as well. It is it's great to have that interaction with you, even when I am working from the studio. And it's thanks to Ellsboy, to Kroom, to Chris Smith, to Lance Hall, who's watching from the Isle of Man. Great to have you. Rico chiming in saying, Omar Ali, what a player. He said he saw him some years ago and knew then that he was special. 4 centuries in the day today. Yeah, true. We had 3 in the morning session. We finally got one in the last. 4 centuries in a day it's actually insane. But that's ECN cricket for you. He said only in Barcelona. Well done, Omar. Thanks to Chris Ward as well. And particularly big thanks to Rico Full and Georgie Parker, who certainly have deserved a couple of days away. That's why I'll be here tomorrow to take you through the action and have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Actually have a little bit of a look now. Barcelona International, they're always an entertaining bunch. They'll be here in the morning. And Royal Barcelona started strongly, but they're kind of a team on the slide. So can Barcelona International pounce and pick up some points in that morning session? Pack I Care, Badalona, the former European champions, and the Spanish representative side in the ECL, which is coming up next couple of weeks. They'll be playing next month. They're taking on the Dragons, who pulled off one of the top 5 chases ever on ECN today. So join me 9 a.m. GMT, which is 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India for that one. Just quickly, I'd like to remind everyone, if you are watching on YouTube, please, if you could hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you don't already. Turn on notifications on YouTube. We'll let you know when the cricket's coming, and the answer is pretty much all the time. Also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. You can check out the squads there for the internationals coming up this weekend, and the ECL squads are up there as well. And look, it's the home of European cricket for a reason. We're going to leave you with some of the best bits of day 15. Huge thanks to our Spring Media crew, as well as all the new blue crew to the ground. Well, they're the new old blue crew, really. We've seen most of them before, but welcome to Barcelona, guys. Hope you have a wonderful night on behalf of ECN and the European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. And I'll see you tomorrow right here for more cricket on the European Cricket Network. For now, it's hasta mañana.